The golden afterglow of the setting sun cast long shadows over the eaves of the Zheng family's modest home. The ground in front of the door was freshly sprinkled with water, holding down the evening dust while bringing a trace of cool relief. At a small wooden table facing the entrance, the 3 members of the Zheng family sat down to eat. Steward Wang's son was beaten 40 times by his wife. He was barely alive when they dragged him back home. Zheng Fa lifted his chopsticks, pausing as he listened to his mother's gossip about the nearby village. Beside him, his younger sister, Zheng Shan, leaned her small body against him, both hands gripping a rice bowl almost as big as her head. Her entire face was buried in it as she devoured her meal with relish. Hearing their mother's words, she raised her head curiously, her cheeks still stuffed with rice. Wang Gui? Wasn't his family chosen by Madame to serve as the 7th young master's attendants? How did he end up getting beaten? Zheng Fa glanced at his little sister, amused. Her round eyes sparkled with mischief, and the corners of her mouth stained with green vegetable juice curled in subtle delight. That expression of gloating over someone else's misfortune made her look just like a little imp. Though she was only 6, she understood well enough that Steward Wang's family was not on good terms with theirs. Both families were tenant farmers under the Xiao family estate, but their fates had diverged drastically. Years ago, when Zheng Fa's father had been the farm steward, their family lived comfortably, far better off than Steward Wang's. But 5 years ago, a monster uprising had changed everything. In a desperate attempt to harvest the crops before the disaster struck, Zheng Fa's father had perished. With his death, the family lost its status. Their once secure livelihood crumbled, and his mother was left to fend for 2 children while working the fields. Meanwhile, the Wong family had taken over the managerial role left vacant by his father, their circumstances improving while the Zheng family struggled. Steward Wang, wary of Zheng Fa, subtly ostracized their family, and the villagers, ever pragmatic, chose to align with those in power. The Zheng family became isolated, with only a handful of sympathetic neighbors willing to acknowledge them. Children didn't always understand the complexities of adult conflicts, but they could certainly feel the sting of exclusion. Wang Gui, the only son of Steward Wang, had long been the ringleader of their village's children, often targeting Zheng Fa and Zheng Shan for bullying. Fortunately, Zheng Fa had always been taller and stronger than his peers. His quiet but imposing presence kept even Wang Gui in check. But his younger sister, lively and mischievous, had not been as lucky. She had suffered more than her fair share of injustice. So now, hearing about Wang Gui's misfortune, her glee was only natural. What's with that smirk? Their mother scolded lightly. It's said that Wang Gui was too unruly and failed to learn properly from the 7th young master. When Madame saw it, she punished him and sent him home to learn discipline. If Madame ever saw you behaving like this, you'd be getting the same treatment. Zheng Shan puffed up her cheeks, grumbling, I'm not like Wang Gui. Besides, I wasn't trying to be Madame's bookboy. When he got chosen, he was so smug that no one else even had a chance. Zheng Fa shook his head. He knew Wang Gui's nature well, arrogant in front of his own people but cowardly before true power. He doubted the boy would dare to actually mislead the 7th young master. The sun had not yet fully set, but the Zheng family ate early to take advantage of the remaining daylight and save on lamp oil. On the small wooden dining table sat 2 dishes. One was a simple plate of green leafy vegetables, pigweed leaves, usually meant for feeding livestock but also a staple for poorer families. Boiled with barely any oil or salt, they were bitter and difficult to swallow. The other dish, however, was different, a small plate of tender bamboo shoots, handpicked by their mother that morning. And on top of them, glistening in the dim light, were 2 thin slices of red, oily bacon. Meat. 2 precious slices of bacon. Zheng Shan's cheeks were still full of pigweed leaves, but her big eyes locked onto the bacon. If she could eat with her eyes, she would have devoured both pieces in an instant. She knew this bacon well. It had been preserved from the last Chinese New Year, a single, thin strip meant to last months. Their mother only ever cut 2 slices at a time, stretching it as far as possible. The last time she had eaten meat was a month ago. She wasn't greedy. 2 slices, one for her brother, and one for her. No, their mother had to eat 2. Maybe she could share half. No, just 1 bite. Just 1 bite would make her happy. Finally, their mother's chopsticks reached for the bacon. Zheng Shan's eyes followed the chopsticks, her little head tilting slightly. The first piece landed in her brother's bowl. That was expected. The second piece, her mother's hand hesitated in midair for a brief moment. But in the end, it too landed in Zheng Fa's bowl. Zheng Shan blinked, feeling a small pang of disappointment, but she quickly convinced herself her brother worked hard every day. He needed the meat more than she did. Pigweed leaves weren't so bad. She lowered her head and focused on chewing the bitter greens, pretending they were something delicious. Then, a pair of chopsticks appeared before her, carrying a piece of meat. The scent of bacon filled her nose, overwhelming and intoxicating. Zheng Shan's head shot up in surprise. Her brother smiled as he dropped the piece of bacon into her bowl. Brother. She grinned widely, a gap in her front teeth making her look even more adorable. Eat, Zheng Fa said, ruffling her hair. Yeah. She carefully picked up the bacon and took small, satisfied bites, savoring each moment. Their mother watched but said nothing. No matter how much she prioritized her son, her daughter was still her flesh and blood. She had her reasons for favoring Zheng Fa. A family's survival depended on its men. A household with a grown son was respected. Without one, a widow and her children had no standing in the village. If her husband had passed away and Zheng Fa had not been there, life would have been even harsher. He was the pillar of their family now. Yet seeing him care for his little sister, sharing the little they had, filled her with a warmth she couldn't quite describe. Unexpectedly, Zheng Fa picked up the last piece of bacon and placed it in his mother's bowl. She looked up at him, something catching in her throat. Ever since her husband died, she had felt as though the sky had collapsed. There were times when she had wanted to give up entirely. But her son had grown into someone dependable, someone she could rely on. "Mom's too old for meat," she said gruffly. "Besides, it won't do me any good. You're still growing." "I'm already tall enough," Zheng Fa interrupted with a grin. His mother glanced at him. 17 years old, yet already towering over the village man. Despite their hardships, this boy had become the strongest among them. No one dared to look down on him anymore. That night, Zheng Fa lay on his bed, staring at the cracked blue tiles above, where faint starlight filtered through. He heard his sister smacking her lips in her sleep and his mother shifting restlessly. His quilt was old, thin in some places, clumped in others, offering little warmth. Yet he closed his eyes, filled with expectation. When he opened them again, the world had changed. Sunlight streamed through a plain white ceiling. The sound of car horns echoed outside. A soft, thick duvet wrapped around him. He bolted upright, barefoot, and rushed to the kitchen. Throwing open the refrigerator, he grabbed an entire roasted chicken and 4 steamed buns, stuffing them into the microwave. The scent of sizzling fat filled the room. Moments later, he tore a leg off the steaming chicken and took a greedy bite. The juicy, savory taste flooded his senses, warming him from the inside out. From bitter greens and thin bacon slices, to this. Zheng Fa exhaled a deep, satisfied sigh. Here's a rewritten version of your text with smoother flow, natural pacing, and refined expressions. Underscore 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 underscore. Alive. After days of barely having enough to eat on the farm, the feeling of a full stomach was almost surreal. Zheng Fa sighed, rubbing his slightly rounded belly. He had long grown used to this cycle, feasting in one world and starving in another. But after experiencing the delicacies of modern civilization, it had become increasingly difficult to stomach the bitter pigweed leaves of the Sunwei world. It was always harder to go from luxury back to hardship. And yet, no matter how tempting that precious bacon was, he always saved it for his mother and sister. He had no excuse to fight over a mere scrap of meat when he could indulge himself freely in this world. 5 years ago, his father had died. He had cried himself to sleep that night, and when he woke up, he found himself in a different world. From that moment on, every 7 days, he would switch between the two worlds. 1 week in modern civilization, where food was plentiful and life was comfortable, followed by another in Sunwei world, where hunger gnawed at him like an unrelenting beast. Now, he was used to it. Zheng Fa stretched and stepped outside. He lived in a small, 2-bedroom apartment in the faculty housing of Qingshui Middle School. The building was over 30 years old, built in the last century, and its age showed. There was no elevator, the corridors were dim and narrow, rust clung to the iron railings, and moss crept along the corners of the stairs. Many found the place outdated, unappealing compared to the gleaming high-rises of modern residential communities. But to Zheng Fa, it was a paradise. The homes of his childhood were nothing more than crude mud brick huts mixed with straw. The first time he set foot in this world, the clean white walls, transparent glass windows, and electric lights had seemed nothing short of divine. And that was before he even saw the wonders of technology: televisions, cars, mobile phones. At first, he had genuinely believed he had been transported to the fairyland described by traveling storytellers in Sunwei world, a land where iron birds soared through the sky, covering thousands of miles in a day. A place where a single screen could reveal the happenings of distant lands. But the more he learned, the more he realized that this was no fairyland. The people here were just ordinary mortals, their bodies even weaker than those in Sunwei world. Back there, his family had always been simple tenant farmers under the Xiao clan. But the Xiao clan itself was no ordinary household. It was a prestigious lineage where every descendant practiced martial arts, and those with exceptional talent could even step into the legendary immortal gates. In contrast, the people of this world had no such pursuits. Immortality and martial arts existed only in fiction, relegated to movies and folklore. Yet, he did not look down on them. After all, without relying on martial strength or divine cultivation, they had achieved feats that seemed nothing short of miraculous in his original world. And to him, that was even more impressive. A morning at Qingshui High School. Now a senior at Qingshui High School, Zheng Fa lived just 5 minutes from the classroom building. As he approached the entrance, a classmate sitting by the door called out to him. "Zheng Fa, Lao Chen wants to see you." "Got it." Zheng Fa nodded, setting his bag on his seat. The boy glanced at him curiously. "What did you do?" Zheng Fa hesitated. He had no idea. Lao Chen, their homeroom teacher and Chinese instructor, rarely called students to his office unless it was serious. Even as a time traveler, the thought of being summoned first thing in the morning was enough to make him nervous. Steeling himself, he walked to the teacher's office and pushed open the slightly worn wooden door. The first thing that caught his eye was Lao Chen's bald head gleaming under the morning light. "Teacher Chen." "Ah, Zheng Fa, come in and sit." The casual tone eased some of his tension. If Lao Chen was acting this relaxed, it probably wasn't anything bad. Zheng Fa sat obediently, knees together, hands resting on his lap, perfectly embodying a model student. Lao Chen chuckled. Why are you so nervous? I'm just asking about your university plans. Zheng Fa was caught off guard. He hadn't expected that. Normally, students discuss these things with their families, Lao Chen continued. But your situation is a little different. He trailed off, but Zheng Fa understood what he meant. When he first arrived in this world, he was just a 12-year-old orphan. His parents' teachers at Qingshui Middle School had died in a car accident, leaving him alone. Compared to his struggles in Sunwei World, it was tragic, but at least this world offered security. Qingshui Middle School had supported him, waiving his tuition. The government provided subsidies, and his late parents had left him a small inheritance. He wasn't well off, but he never had to worry about survival. In comparison, his past life as Zheng Fa in Sunwei World felt like endless suffering. Many of the teachers, including Lao Chen, were aware of his background. Out of kindness, they avoided discussing family matters around him. Seeing him remain silent, Lao Chen pressed on. So, tell me, what are you thinking about? Maybe I can give you some guidance. Zheng Fa was grateful. Though Lao Chen could be rough around the edges, he was undeniably responsible. Every morning, before 7 o'clock, he was already in the office preparing. I want to study physics, Zheng Fa finally answered. It wasn't a common choice among students. Most saw studying as a burden, but for Zheng Fa, it was an opportunity he deeply cherished. Back in Sunwei World, he had attended elementary school for only a single year. At the time, he hadn't cared for it. He had even preferred working in the fields. But after his father's death, he lost the chance to study altogether. He wasn't the only one. In their village, only steward Wang's son, Wang Gui, had finished elementary school before being chosen as the 7th young master's attendant. For the rest of the children, education was an unattainable dream. That was why, now that he had the opportunity to study, he valued it so much. Physics fascinated him. It was the subject he excelled in the most, but beyond that, it ignited his curiosity. After reading about this world's history, he had realized that just a few hundred years ago, it had been no different from Sunwei World, perhaps even worse, since they lacked immortals and martial arts. And yet, through the power of science, they had transformed their world. To him, this was even more miraculous than the immortal sects. Lao Chen nodded thoughtfully. Physics? So you're planning to pursue an academic path? He hesitated. Have you thought about which university? Jiangnan University. Lao Chen raised an eyebrow. Jiangnan University? That's ambitious. Your current grades, it's going to be tough. He didn't sound hopeful. But as he watched Zheng Fa walk away, he couldn't help but smile. A female teacher sitting nearby glanced at him. That's the orphan from teacher Zheng's family, right? Yeah, I thought his grades weren't great. He only got into this high school because of his situation, right? Lao Chen chuckled. They were bad at first. No one else wanted him in their class, so I took him in. Then isn't Jiangnan University too much of a stretch? It's difficult, yes, Lao Chen admitted. But you don't know this kid. He started at the bottom of the class in his first year. By second year, he was in the middle. Now, in his third year, he sometimes ranks in the top 10. The female teacher blinked in surprise. He improved that much? Lao Chen sighed. It's still a long shot. He's at least 20 points short of the cutoff. But if he had started a little earlier, what a pity. Underscore 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 underscore. Lunch break. In the cafeteria, Zheng Fa sat across from his best friend, Wang Chen. Staring at his plate in dismay, Wang Chen groaned. Does the cafeteria manager own an eggplant farm or something? How do we get eggplants every single day? He eyed the other dishes with suspicion. The stir-fried greens looked lifeless. A single pig hair clung to the braised pork, mockingly upright. You coming with me to buy bread later? Meanwhile, across from him, Zheng Fa poured the pork sauce over his rice, mixing it in before shoveling the last bite into his mouth. He sighed in satisfaction. Seeing the pure bliss on his friend's face, Wang Chen hesitated. Was the food actually good? He took a cautious bite. Ugh.
Hey, everyone. If you enjoy my audiobooks, you can also support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. Check out the link in the description to join.
After eating, Zheng Fa and Wang Chen went straight back to the classroom. The classroom was very quiet, with more than half of the seats empty. Day students had gone home to rest, and a small number of seats had people lying on the table taking a nap. Wang Chen was also planning to take a nap. For senior high school students who had morning self-study at 7 o'clock, lack of sleep was normal. What's more, he had just eaten lunch, which made him even more sleepy. As soon as he lay down, he found that Zheng Fa, who was sitting behind him, actually took out a book and muttered something with his lips moving. Fuck. Wang Chen cursed in a low voice. You are so stupid again? You might as well memorize all the textbooks. After being classmates with Zheng Fa for so many years, he had long understood Zheng Fa's quirk, memorizing textbooks. It's okay for subjects like Chinese and English that are more memory-oriented. Zheng Fa actually memorizes mathematics and physics. Heartbroken. Thinking of this, Wang Chen couldn't help but curse again. I didn't recite the textbook. You look like a human being. Wang Chen lay down with peace of mind. Weren't you reciting before? I've recited it. Who can sleep after this? Wang Chen stood up, stretched out his hand tremblingly, and turned the book in Zheng Fa's hand. Conic section breakthrough 300 questions. You are really not a human being. Seeing his unbelievable expression, Zheng Fa was a little embarrassed. I'm just sitting around doing nothing. Fuck. Zheng Fa watched Wang Chen take out the new test paper issued in the morning and started to work hard. Why don't you sleep? Wang Chen glanced at him. Why do you say I am? After reciting the book for a while, when Zheng Fa looked up again, Wang Chen in front of him was already sleeping soundly on the test paper. He smiled and put away the book in front of him. Reciting the textbook, in Zheng Fa's opinion, is a stupid method that he had to do. When he came to this world a few years ago, except for an identity, his head was empty. His knowledge reserve would be considered pure illiteracy in the previous world, not to mention this modern world. As a junior high school student, he might not even get a kindergarten diploma in terms of ability. When he first crossed over, he scored in the single digits in several exams. Fortunately, on the one hand, teachers and classmates thought that his grades plummeted because of a major change in his family. On the other hand, junior high school is compulsory education after all, so as long as you want to learn, you will not be expelled. Zheng Fa naturally wanted to improve his grades and keep up with the progress. But he thought he was at most above average, and he had missed too much basic knowledge, which could not be compensated by ordinary methods. Later, he simply made up his mind and started to use a stupid method, rote memorization. He started from the elementary school textbooks, regardless of whether he understood them or not, he just memorized them word by word. Memorize the book for 7 days in this world, and then spend 7 days in the original world to slowly recall and try to understand it in his mind. The only advantage of this method may be that he can use twice as much time as others. It is very suitable for his situation. Later, after learning some biology, he called this method the rumination method. In the beginning, it was not very efficient. His memory was not naturally superior. At the beginning, he could only remember less than 1/10 of what he learned after 7 days. Later, he learned some messy methods such as the memory palace method, and gradually became proficient in this learning method. Now he dare not say that he has a photographic memory. He can remember 80% to 90% of a book after reading it 2 or 3 times. Compared with the learning skills of those real academic masters, this method is really stupid and tiring. But on the other hand, his foundation is very good. His grades have also improved steadily. He may have relied on his parents' legacy to enter Qingshui High School during the high school entrance examination, but now he can be stable in the top 20 in the class. After all, others went to school for 5 years, and Zheng Fa actually memorized books for 10 years. The hard work and effort involved are not enough for outsiders to understand. 7 days later, Zheng Fa returned to the Sunwei realm again. In addition to a belly full of meat, he also had a head full of knowledge. Even when listening to Zheng's mother talking, he reacted half a beat slower. It was his younger sister's loud cheering that brought him back to his senses. Madam really doesn't want Wang Gui to go back to be a bookboy. Zheng Fa was stunned. This was no small matter. Although it seemed to be just a bookboy position, it was also a class leap for these tenant farmers in the manor. Yes, I heard that manager Wang has been asking people to speak well of him these 2 days, but madam has already said that she wants to choose another bookboy and not his family's. Zheng's mother talked about the rumors in the manor today. The manor was not big to begin with, and it was not that no one was jealous of manager Wang's past glory. What's more, it was not a small matter for Wang Gui to go home to the Xiao family. The gossip in the manor these 2 days was all about this. Zheng Fa thought a little deeper than his mother and sister. In his opinion, manager Wang was a very ambitious and even smart person. In just 5 years, he not only became the manager of the manor, but also caught the eyes of the lady, and his son became the bookboy of the young master. It can be said that he was amazing. It is not impossible for him to become the confidant of the lady and the young master in the future. Losing the position of a bookboy is not a big deal now. What the Wang family fears is offending the wife. The wife must have seen that Wang Gui is a bad guy. The younger sister Zheng Shan is definitely the happiest one. Well, madam is a good person. When your father left, she gave us 10 taels of silver. Speaking of madam, Zheng's mother was also grateful. Madam is a good person. A very good person. Zheng Shan nodded her head and repeated. Zheng Fa saw their little expressions of admiration, and couldn't help but think of the words of a sage in another world. The era of being a stable slave and the era of fighting to be a slave. This sentence is really accurate, heart-piercing, disgusting but irrefutable. He nodded along with his sister's words, and seemed to be excited about madam setting things right. After all, some things are not only useless to say, but also hurt the people around you. The younger sister began to daydream. It would be great if the madam asked my brother to be a bookboy. I wonder if Wang Gui dares to bully us again. I heard from Wang Gui that there is a monthly allowance. You can also learn martial arts from the guards. Then my brother will be the most powerful person in the village. As she spoke, the younger sister Zheng Shan's eyes lit up. If the madam lets my brother be a bookboy, she will be the best person in the world. On the other hand, Zheng's mother looked at Zheng Fa and touched the younger sister's head. If my brother doesn't become a bookboy, won't he be powerful? The younger sister held Zheng Fa's hand and said obediently, my brother is already the most powerful, but he can be more powerful. After the younger sister fell asleep, Zheng's mother came to the door of Zheng Fa's room. Your sister is still young and ignorant. Don't think too much. Mom. Zheng Fa looked at his mother. What bookboy? We don't expect it. When Wang Gui came back, he was weak, and now he can't get out of bed. If that's the case, mother, and your sister don't know how to live. I understand. Watching his mother leave, he lay on the bed and looked at the roof. Book boy, I have to admit that even if his mother didn't agree, he was tempted. The benefits that his younger sister can see, how could he not know? With the monthly allowance, the family doesn't have to eat meat by the slice. No longer have to be looked down upon in the farm. There is even one of the things Zheng Fa is most looking forward to and curious about in this world: practicing martial arts, and even cultivating immortals. Striving to be a slave but not being able to. The next morning, Zheng's mother was rubbing dirty clothes in front of the door, and a familiar farmhand ran over. Old Zheng's? Old Zheng's? What a big happy event. What happy event? Madam wants to choose a book boy. This time she said she wants to choose an older and more stable one. Your family's offer is just right. The day to select the book boy came quickly. On the third day after the news reached Zhuangzi, the ox cart that took Zheng Fa to Xiao Mansion came to Zhuangzi. I also want to go to the city to play. The younger sister Zheng Shan pulled Zheng Fa's sticky sleeves. The main residence of the Xiao family is located in the inner city of Jingzhou City. Not to mention the 6-year-old girl Zheng Shan, even Zheng Fa has never been there. Shan'er. Before Zheng Fa could say anything, Zheng's mother had already raised her little ears and scolded her. Your brother is going to the main house. How many people are watching him? He's not going to play. Why don't you make trouble again? Looking at the little girl with tears in her eyes, covering her red ears, Zheng Fa touched her round head and said, if you have time, I will bring you delicious food in the city. Mom, I'm leaving. Standing next to the bullock cart, Zheng Fa said goodbye to his mother. Zheng's mother didn't say anything. She just took out a clean coarse cloth bag and unwrapped it. Inside was bread and a few slices of bacon. She handed it to the old man driving the carriage. Sir, you have been traveling hard. I made some food here. There is nothing at home. Good stuff, good padding for the road. The old man took off the pipe from his mouth and took it with a smile. Mother Zheng watched him accept the baggage before begging him. This is the first time for my child to go to the city. He is young. I hope you will take good care of him and don't offend the nobleman. It's easy to talk about. The old man glanced at Zheng Fa and said, this kid is obedient at first glance. He can't make any mistakes. There is no doubt that he will still have a future. Zheng's mother glanced at Zheng Fa and whispered, I don't expect anything about the future. I just hope that he will come back safely. The ox cart is getting farther and farther away from Zheng Fa's house. Looking back, you can still see the figure of the mother and her little sister looking at the ox cart from a distance. Sit tight. The old man driving the car suddenly said something loudly, and the black whip in his hand passed through the sky and hit the cow's buttocks. The speed of the car suddenly increased, and Zheng Fa was not prepared. He fell backwards and held on to the guardrail to steady himself. The wind whistled in my ears, and the rice in the field beside the car passed by suddenly. The speed of the ox cart was beyond Zheng Fa's expectation. It was difficult for him to estimate the current speed, but it felt to him that it was not slower than the buses he had taken in another world. The car is a very ordinary car, the kind of cart usually used to deliver food, with wooden boards underneath and guardrails on both sides. But the cow driving the cart was unusual. It was different from what he had seen before. The cow was huge, almost 3 or 4 meters in length. The most conspicuous thing is a sarcoma on the cow's spine. When running, the blood vessels on the sarcoma bulge, and you can even see the surging red blood in the blood vessels. What surprised Zheng Fa even more was that the cow was so huge and so fast, but when its hooves hit the ground, it made no sound and was extremely smooth, as if it was riding on the wind. Are you scared? The old man laughed. This cow. This is no ordinary cow. It's called Danzu cow. I heard it has a trace of the blood of a spiritual beast and can travel thousands of miles in a day. And this precious cow is not only fast, but also stable. Spirit beast? A trace of blood can be so magical. Our Xiao family is not an ordinary family. There are only a handful of people like this in Jingzhou City. Is the Xiao family so powerful? Awesome? More than just awesome. There are immortals in our Xiao family. Speaking of this, the old man felt a bit proud. Since our ancestors multiplied their descendants in Jingzhou City 1,000 years ago, generations of our Xiao family have been able to enter Immortal Gate, get the fate of immortality. The Immortal Sect. I have always heard that the Xiao family has the support of the Immortal Sect. Is this true? Zheng Fa was refreshed. After all, he was born in Zhuangzi, and he might not know as much about this world as he did about the other world. Although I had heard many legends about immortals before, there were none as certain as the old man. Which of the 3 major aristocratic families in Jingzhou City does not have a fairy background? The old man took out a piece of bacon, stuffed it into his mouth, chewed it, took a look and said, do you want to have immortality? Zheng Fa nodded. For the sake of this bacon, I kindly advise you that this is not something we can imagine. I have been in the Xiao family for half my life, and I have never seen even a hair on the immortal's face. Zheng Fa pursed his lips and stopped talking. Only the sound of the long whip accompanied the silent journey. At noon, the bullock cart stopped in front of another Xiao family's farm, and a young man about the same age as Zheng Fa got on the cart. As soon as he saw Zheng Fa, he looked a little uncomfortable and asked with a bit of hostility, are you also going to be the 7th young master's book boy? Before Zheng Fa could speak, the old man driving the carriage said lazily, it's not just you two. There are nearly dozens of people of the same age in the Xiao family up and down in Jingzhou City. Anyone who hasn't come, that is, you live there. It's far away, I'll pick you up. Zheng Fa was stunned. He only knew that the 7th young master was favored, but he didn't expect that the competition for a small bookboy position would be so fierce. The young man who had just got on the bus seemed to understand what the old man meant. The look on his face was slightly calmer, but he still sat in a corner away from Zheng Fa. Zheng Fa could feel that his eyes glanced at him from time to time along the way. After a while, the young man finally said, "My name is Huang Yu, what's your name?" "Zheng Fa." "Did you go to elementary school?" "Been there." Huang Yu's face looked a little ugly again. Zheng Fa added, "I stopped after only 1 year. I went to elementary school for 5 years. Huang Yu said excitedly. He moved and sat next to Zheng Fa. "If I hadn't been too old, I would have gone when the 7th young master chose a bookboy." Zheng Fa secretly laughed in his heart. This guy probably felt that he was no threat to him, so his attitude had improved a lot. "After 5 years of elementary education, you are sure of success this time." Zheng Fa followed his words. Sure enough, even though Huang Yu tried his best to hide it, his eyebrows were dancing and his face was smug. But the old man driving the car sneered. "I don't know what the identity of this 7th young master is. The position of a bookboy can be competed by dozens of people, and there are talents like you, brother Huang. You do not know. My little brother has lived in the farm for a long time, and his eyes and ears are blocked." Huang Yu looked him up and down, and saw that although his clothes were clean, they were old, and the corners of his sleeves were washed so white that they were transparent. The fear of Zheng Fa in his heart disappeared again. He thought for a while, closed his mouth, and didn't answer. Zheng Fa knew that this person probably didn't want him to get some additional information from him. However, the old man driving the carriage spoke up. He answered Zheng Fa's question. "Our Xiao family is divided into 3 rooms, and the eldest room is the head of the family. Could it be that the 7th young master is?" "Yes, the 7th young master is the only legitimate son of the eldest family. The wife only has 1 daughter and 1 son. Therefore, although the 7th young master is young, he will be the head of the Xiao family in the future. Now the outside manager of the eldest house of the Xiao family is said to be the head of the family. He was born as a scholar when he was young and is extremely respectable." Zheng Fa understood immediately. Of course, being a bookboy is not a powerful position, but this thing is similar to the so-called latent official in the history books of another world, and the merits of Kong Long. Winning is a future. Besides, I heard. The old man turned back and glanced at Huang Yu, the 7th young master's sister, but the immortal seed of the Xiao family has long been favored by the immortal sect. The position of this bookboy, let alone you guys, even the kids from the prominent stewards' families in the city are fighting? Hey, so what if you've been to elementary school for a few years? Zheng Fa now understands the value of the 7th young master's position as a bookboy, the only legitimate son of the family head. My sister even got a chance to be immortal. The position of this 7th young master can be said to be as stable as Mount Tai. Zheng Fa glanced at Huang Yu, who was standing aside, and saw that the other person's face was turning red. He probably knew in his heart that the old man was beating him. Don't look at it, you have gone to school a few more years than Zheng Fa, and you are in front of the children in charge of things in the city. You are also from the countryside. The words of the old man driving the cart made Huang Yu, who got on the cart later, fall silent. Zheng Fa did not speak either, leaving only the sound of the old man's long whip crackling in the wind. After a quiet and rapid journey, the ox cart arrived in Jingzhou City an hour later. The inside and outside of the city seemed to be 2 different worlds. The scenery outside the city was a large expanse of farmland, open, comfortable but desolate. The only living people that could be seen occasionally were the 1 or 2 farmers bending over to work in the fields. Although Jingzhou City was large, the dense flow of people on the street made it seem cramped and crowded. The 3 of them were probably walking on the main road of Jingzhou City. There were shops on both sides of the road, and many people came to stroll around. The mighty and majestic Danzu cattle, which traveled thousands of miles a day, could only squeeze in the crowd here aggrievedly, like a kitten, pacing forward timidly. Huang Yu also came to life at this time. He sat on the car, holding the guardrail, and stretched his neck to look at the shops on both sides. The greasy sweet smell in the snack shop made him swallow his saliva. The small things sold in the grocery store made him unable to move his eyes away. The ladies of noble families lingering in the silk and satin shop made him secretly look at them. He dared to look back and take a few more glances after they walked away. When he recovered from the excitement of entering the city, he found that Zheng Fa was sitting steadily beside him. Although he was also looking at the bustling streets on both sides with a smile, he was not as excited as him. As if sensing his gaze, Zheng Fa turned his head and looked at him curiously. Huang Yu coughed lightly and sat upright. Zheng Fa smiled at him, and a look of shame and anger flashed across Huang Yu's face. The ox cart passed through the street and headed towards the West City. There has always been a saying in Jingzhou City that the rich in the east and the noble in the west, and the merchants in the south and the humble in the north. Our Xiao family is in the most prestigious West City, the old man driving the cart said proudly. Sure enough, the further west you go, the fewer pedestrians there are. But this place is by no means desolate. On the contrary, there are continuous deep courtyards with strict gates, and ordinary people dare not wander here at all. Huang Yu, who was a little excited just now has a bit of trepidation on his face. After walking for another half an incense stick of time, they came to a courtyard. It's called a courtyard, but in fact it can be said to be a continuous, magnificent, and vast building complex. From the street, they can't even see where the end of the white courtyard wall in front of them is. Huang Yu was already amazed by the many wealthy families he passed by just now, but when he saw this one, he still opened his mouth wide and showed deep admiration on his face. At the main entrance of the courtyard, there stood 2 lions more than 2 people tall, looking down at the passers-by with arrogant eyes. The plaque at the door reads Xiao Mansion. The ox cart did not stop at the main gate, but bypassed the main gate, then the corner gate, and finally stopped at an inconspicuous back door. "Are you here?" A middle-aged man who looked like a servant was already waiting at the door. When he saw the old man driving the cart, he immediately urged him, "Hurry up, the steward is waiting. We are waiting for them. Aren't they the farthest away?" The man waved his hand to signal Zheng Fa and the others to follow. "In my opinion, these 2 are just here to make up the numbers." The old man did not refute, but just snorted. "Madam said that everyone of this age in the family should come. How dare you leave one behind?" "Ah, I told you." Neither of them avoided Huang Yu and the others when they spoke. Huang Yu seemed to find it harsh and opened his mouth as if he wanted to refute. But he looked up at the high courtyard wall, and a trace of embarrassment flashed across his face, and he kept silent again. But his expression became even more uncomfortable. He shrank his head and moved with restraint, as if he dared not lift his feet when walking. He turned his head to look at Zheng Fa beside him, but found that this person seemed not to have heard what he said, and even looked around leisurely, as if he was very curious. "What are you pretending for?" Zheng Fa heard Huang Yu muttered in a low voice, and saw him straighten his back secretly from the corner of his eye. Zheng Fa looked at the small expression on Huang Yu's face that changed from time to time, and guessed a little bit of the boy's thoughts. Whether it was Jingzhou City or Xiao's compound, he had never seen it before. To be honest, he was not without excitement in his heart. But compared with when he first arrived in modern times, this excitement was a little less. What's more, he had seen high-rise buildings with his own eyes. He had also seen this kind of deep courtyard on TV. Now when he stepped into this courtyard, his mentality was not so much inferiority as novelty. It felt like he had come to a tourist attraction. Compared with Huang Yu, he naturally seemed calmer. The servant led the 2 to a beautiful lotus pond. At the end of the lotus pond was a waterside pavilion. "This is the second study room in the mansion. You 2 go over there." He pointed to the main entrance of the waterside pavilion and said to the 2 without moving forward. Huang Yu followed Zheng Fa from the plank road on the lake to the entrance of the waterside pavilion. He found that dozens of teenagers of the same age as them were standing in front of the door. When they saw the 2 of them, the teenagers first looked them up and down. Then they ignored the 2 of them unanimously, and almost surrounded them in groups of 3 or 2, with almost no reaction. Huang Yu gritted his teeth secretly on the side. Zheng Fa saw that these people were all competitors for the position of bookboy. At this time, if they greeted them with fear or even malicious attitude, it would be more satisfying for Huang Yu than ignoring them. But after taking a closer look at these young men, Huang Yu showed a trace of dejection on his face, as if he was ashamed of himself and lowered his head. "Let's talk about clothing." Zheng Fa was wearing old coarse cloth clothes. Huang Yu was of course better, wearing clothes made by his mother with new cloth, but the material was also rough and hard. Many of the young men here wore silk clothes, and even if they were not silk, they wore neat Confucian robes. This was something Huang Yu's family could not afford. This was not enough to make him give up all hope. After all, the position of a bookboy was not determined by family background. But the turbans on the heads of the 3 people at the door really made him unable to have any idea of competition. After several years of elementary school, he already knew that only scholars who had obtained the title of Tongsheng could wear turbans openly. The dress of these 3 people had clearly shown that they were already people with official titles. It was precisely because of this that Huang Yu was truly desperate in his heart, and finally understood what the old man said. "What if I have studied for a few years in elementary school?" His elementary school teacher was just an old student. Now, the breath he had been holding since he got on the ox cart seemed to have a hole in it, leaking out bit by bit. He looked at Zheng Fa, who still looked calm, but he was no longer disgusted. He even felt a little sympathy. He was already suffering so much. Zheng Fa was dressed worse than himself and had less education than himself. It should be more painful, right? Zheng Fa felt the kindness in the boy's eyes and felt a little puzzled. He hadn't said a word. Why did he look at him so kindly? As for the pain, to be honest, Zheng Fa didn't know what a turban was. It seemed that he was waiting for Zheng Fa and the others. As soon as they arrived, the tightly closed door in front of the boy opened, and a male servant came out and said to everyone, "Line up and enter one by one." Inside the door, dozens of desks were arranged in rows, with pens, inkstones, paper, and inkstones on them. Zheng Fa took a deep breath and felt like he was back in the monthly exam. Not only did he not feel panic, he even had a familiar sense of security. Everyone filed into the waterside pavilion. 2 middle-aged men were already standing in front of the hall. One of them had no beard on his face and was wearing a green shirt. His thin body stood upright. The other one has 2 carefully groomed mustaches on his lips and is dressed in satin, making him look like a somewhat wealthy member of the Communist Party of China. Seeing them come in, Mustache spoke first. "Each of us find a place." Everyone looked for the cases, and Zheng Fa also found an empty seat in the corner and knelt down in front of the case. Zheng Fa has always felt that the most stressful moment in an exam is before the exam papers are distributed. For example, right now, the waterside pavilion is so quiet that only the sound of slightly heavy breathing remains. I am Madam's butler, my surname is Wu, and this is the 7th young master's teacher, Mr. Shen. He pointed to the middle-aged man in green shirt beside him. Today's examiner is Mr. Shen. Mr. Shen nodded slightly, with no expression on his face. He said nothing else and said directly, today we are selecting a book boy for the 7th young master. Your family backgrounds are very different. He glanced at Zheng Fa's short shirt, and then glanced at the young men wearing silk clothes. Learning is also mixed. His eyes lingered on the scarves on the heads of the 3 boys for a while. Therefore, for the sake of fairness, there will be no other tests today. He pointed to the cases in front of Zheng Fa and the others. This is a Taoist book, Jing Jing Jing. I will lead you to recite some chapters of it, and then you need to write down the chapters and sentences that you can remember. After speaking, he didn't care how these teenagers reacted, and started reciting directly without holding a book in his hand. The young men hurriedly opened the Qingjing Sutra in front of them and read it along with Mr. Shen, struggling to keep up with his speaking speed. The Great Road is invisible, giving birth to heaven and earth. The Great Road is ruthless, moving the sun and the moon. The Great Road is nameless, nourishing all things. I don't know its name, so I call it Tao. The Taoist, there is purity and turbidity, movement and stillness. The sky is clear and the earth is turbid. The sky is moving and the earth is quiet. The male is pure and the female is quiet. The pure is the source of turbidity, and the moving is the foundation of tranquility. After reading 4 chapters, he suddenly stopped and said, okay, hand over the book in your hand and start writing silently. It started suddenly and ended so unexpectedly. Many young people sighed, but looking at his dull face, they didn't dare to say anything. They just obediently placed the unfinished scripture in front of him. The waterside pavilion became quiet again, except for the sound of grinding ink and the rustling of paper. Mr. Shen and Butler Wu stood side by side in front of the hall, looking at the dozen or so young men sitting at desks in front of them. Their lips moved slightly, but only each other could hear the conversation. It was obvious that they both had extraordinary martial arts skills. Mr. Shen is very angry, Butler Wu said. These 17 or 18-year-old kids could all see the other party's impatience. Find a mere book boy. What can we do? After all, the 7th young master is Madam's eyeball, and he will be the head of our Xiao family in the future. How can the people around you not be cautious? Sir, it's not like you don't know that those book boys before were all taken by Madam drive away. It's obviously him who is being naughty. At this point, Mr. Shen's expression became even more ugly. Butler Wu didn't dare to answer this, so he just changed the topic. This Qingjing is not popular. We have never read it. These little guys usually read Confucian classics and have never been exposed to the Taoist scriptures. Now they have to endure hardships. Since your wife wants to find a good one, I will find a good one for her. Butler Wu smiled slightly, knowing that the other party was just complaining. As a young master, I come to test these children. Isn't it normal to think that they are overqualified and underutilized? This book is an excellent choice, but none of these children have read it. Who can say that we are unfair in today's assessment? Unexpectedly, Mr. Shen shook his head slightly. To be fair, I think the ones who can stand out are the ones with some background. How to say? You have also read books, how can you not know? Eating meat is better than eating vegetables. If you eat well, your memory will be better. What's more, reading can make you wise. Most of those who have gone to school are better than those who have never gone to school. Be smart. Butler Wu also knew that Mr. Shen was right. The 3 children in this scene each have their own origins. One is the child of the 2nd housekeeper's family, one is the child of the 7th young master's aunt's family, and the other is also the grandson of the family shopkeeper. According to the teacher's wishes, these 3 people. Mr. Shen nodded. I think there is a guy who is interesting. Mr. Shen was startled and followed his gaze to the corner. In the corner, Zheng Fa was slowly grinding ink. This kid. Mr. Shen frowned and said, looking at his appearance, he is probably the worst among this group of people. You actually think he has a chance? Butler Wu chuckled and said, I feel ashamed to compete with you in knowledge. But when it comes to looking at people, my eyes are still pretty good. He raised his chin slightly and pointed at Zheng Fa. This kid is afraid of others coming in, but although he is a little nervous, he seems to have adapted to the environment in 2 or 3 breaths. Sir, you just finished memorizing it. All the 3 children, including him, had sad faces. That's him. There is nothing difficult about his face. I'm afraid he has something in his stomach. Mr. Shen took a closer look at Zheng Fa and felt that under the influence of Butler Wu's words, he really saw some composure on the child's face. More importantly, he knew that Butler Wu was not bragging. He was deeply trusted by his wife and was in charge of almost all major and minor matters in the backyard of the big house. His ability to recognize people should not be underestimated. Zheng Fa finally managed to grind the ink. He is indeed not very nervous. In the 5 years since modern times, he has experienced at least hundreds of exams, large and small. No matter whether you do well or not, your mentality in the examination room can be regarded as cultivated. He is confident that compared to other teenagers, he has more experience in this area. What's more, the test method this time is extremely beneficial to him. The Qingjingjing is certainly not easy to memorize, but when he first started learning English, it was called the Book of Heaven. No matter how difficult it is, can it be as difficult as challenging high school mathematics at the kindergarten level? Sure enough, even though he couldn't quite understand some of the words, Mr. Shen read and listened and memorized everything. He was a little uncomfortable with having to sharpen ink before writing. Others started writing, but he was still fighting against the ink's tone. After finally getting ink, Zheng Fa picked up the brush and remembered a very embarrassing question. He doesn't know how to use a writing brush? No matter which world he was in, he had never learned calligraphy. Zheng Fa could only make do by pinching the pen. Then he realized. He doesn't know the words of this world. It can't be said that he can't do it at all. After all, he has attended elementary school for 1 year, but in general, he doesn't know much. The writing in this world is miraculously similar to modern writing, more like the writing style in modern ancient books. When he read the Qingjing Sutra, he was not aware of this problem. Just like many modern people find it smooth to read traditional Chinese characters, he really understood it. But when I picked up the pen, I felt a little desperate. After completing compulsory education, do you want to be illiterate again? During the exam, I'd rather make mistakes and write all the S than give me a blank paper. Old Chen's earnest instructions were still in his ears. Zheng Fa gritted his teeth and started dictating in simplified Chinese characters. In front of the hall, Mr. Shen watched Zheng Fa write crooked words on the paper, full of errors and omissions, and couldn't help but look at Butler Wu with a smile. Butler Wu touched his mustache and said, "It's an eyesore. Where does this kid get his confidence?" In the waterside pavilion, the teenagers who had handed in their papers were staring at a white wall in front of them. Behind the wall was a room full of bookshelves. In the middle of the room, there was a black wooden desk. Mr. Shen and Butler Wu stood in front of the desk, looking down at everyone's answer sheets. For a long time, the two of them looked at each other, shaking their heads and sighing. Most people didn't even remember 1/10 of it. The better ones probably only remembered 2 or 3%. Manager Wu smiled bitterly. Mr. Shen picked through the pile of paper and took out 4 answer sheets. About 40% of those who can remember them are considered good candidates. Butler Wu picked up the answer sheets and looked at them, nodded, and then sighed. "Sir, you are right, these are the 3 children, and there is another one who has been studying for 6 or 7 years. It's normal." Mr. Shen was not surprised, except for those real geniuses. The more they learn, the better they learn. If nothing else, after studying for a few years, you have more or less mastered the method of memorizing. As for geniuses who are born with knowledge, how can it be so easy to encounter them? As he spoke, he casually rummaged through the pile of papers. After a while, he held an answer sheet and frowned slightly. "Hey, is there any leftover pearl?" Manager Wu looked at his expression and curiously poked his head over to take a look, and then felt that the answer sheet looked particularly familiar. "Isn't that Zheng Fa's?" Manager Wu was deeply impressed by Zheng Fa. He even paid special attention to the other party's answer sheet. After reading it, he had a feeling, what the hell? Not a single word is correct. Recalling the way he had sworn before that Zheng Fa had something in his stomach, Manager Wu had been through a lot and felt slightly embarrassed. Mr. Shen ignored him and just looked at the test paper silently for a long time. Then he suddenly raised his head and suddenly raised his hands towards him and said, "Brother Wu, I have seen your discerning eyes." Manager Wu lowered his head and looked at Zheng Fa's answer sheet again. Looking left and right, he felt it was irritating to his eyes. Of course, his face darkened. "Mr. Shen, I know you are here to test the scholar, which is called killing chickens. You are angry when you use a bullshit, but you are not being honest with me? We are all following orders." Seeing that he had misunderstood, Mr. Shen waved his hands and explained more sincerely, "I really admire your vision." How could Manager Wu believe his lies? He just felt that this scholar had a knack for making people angry. Who could stand this if he mocked him in a serious manner? "Yes, I know, I was wrong. I shouldn't have taken a fancy to this boy named Zhang. I am blind today, right? Brother Wu, you don't know something. There is something extraordinary about Zheng Fa's answer sheet." "What's so extraordinary?" "It seems like so many words have been written, but not even one word is right." Facing Zheng Fa's appalling answer sheet, Butler Wu felt that Mr. Shen was scolding himself for being blind. "That's half a word right." Mr. Shen clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Ah." Mr. Shen put Zheng Fa's answer sheet aside, took out the original text of the Qingjing Sutra, and compared the two. "Have you noticed?" "What?" "This Qingjing Sutra written by Zheng Fa. At first glance, not a single word is correct, but look carefully." Mr. Shen pointed to Zheng Fa's answer sheet with one hand and the original text with one hand, comparing each word. "Right. Is it really just half a word?" It took Steward Wu a long time to figure it out. Zheng Fa's answer sheet was very strange. In almost every word, he only wrote part of it correctly. If you don't look carefully, it's hard to even understand what is written on this paper. "What did you see?" Mr. Shen sounded a little excited. "I see, a desperate but hard-working illiterate. It shows that this child is really talented." Mr. Shen pointed to Zheng Fa's answer sheet and said, "Although the words written are all wrong, if you compare them, he wrote almost 90% of the original text correctly." Photographic memory. Butler Wu somewhat understood what Mr. Shen meant. Yes, the only explanation for how a person who can't read can remember these words in such a short period of time can only be explained by his photographic memory. It turns out you are really not mocking me. Of course not. Although photographic memory is somewhat strange, to be honest, I have never heard of such a person, but there is one thing that actually makes me feel that this person is extraordinary. What? Manager Wu also became interested. Look, each of the words he wrote seems to be lacking in strokes. But if I think about it more carefully, I find that the words he wrote actually have their own rules. I even have a feeling every word, he has his own way of writing, and this way of writing almost retains the essence of the word itself. Manager Wu didn't believe it after hearing this. Create a font on your own? This cannot be explained by a genius, this is called a monster. Is it possible that he just didn't remember the right glyph? This. From the bottom of his heart, Mr. Shen also felt that what Manager Wu said made sense, and his own conjecture was too nonsense. Thinking of this, Mr. Shen shook his head. No matter how you put it, in terms of talent, I think Zheng Fa should be the number one among this group of people. Manager Wu was delighted when he heard this. Let me tell you, with my eyes, I can't see wrong. This guy is a talent. But it can be seen from this answer sheet that his family is generally average. He has not gone to school and is old. Some of his talents may not be successful in a short time. I am afraid that my wife will not look down on him. Mr. Shen is a little pity. Road. At this time, it was Manager Wu who put Zheng Fa's answer sheet into the 4 answer sheets that had been picked out before and held it in his hand. You don't know our madam at all. He smiled and walked outside. For madam. Family background. He pointed at the young men who were still waiting eagerly through the wall. These people may be poor or rich, but they are just the children of servants. Knowledge. He turned around and pointed at himself and then at Mr. Shen. That's all. Use what is useful and replace it if it is not useful. I bet that among these people, the one chosen will definitely be this boy named Zheng. Madam, we cherish talents. He took a few answer sheets and walked deep into the mansion, past the lotus pond and through the back garden, until we came to a 2-story building. Upstairs, there is the sound of silk and bamboo. He walked up the agarwood stairs to the 2nd floor. The 2nd floor was heavily curtained. Through the gauze curtains, he could see a soft and graceful figure lying on a wide low couch. The woman supported her head with one hand, listening to the performance of the 3 young girls in the corner, and lazily playing with the gold hairpin in her hand. Butler Wu didn't dare to raise his eyes or make a sound, just stood quietly in front of the curtain. After a long time, the song ended. The woman raised her hand and gently hit the jade ring hanging on the curtain with the golden hairpin in her hand. Dang! The clear voice penetrated the layers of curtains. Butler Wu knew that he could speak. Madam, today I am selecting a book boy for the 7th young master. There are some answer papers that I can pass by. I have brought them here. Dang! A girl walked out slowly, took the answer sheet from Butler Wu's hand, and turned back to the front. He handed a few answer sheets to the person who collapsed. The lady on the couch lazily flipped through the papers sent by Butler Wu. Butler Wu bowed his head and reported, according to the lady's instructions, all the males aged 16 to 18 from the Xiao family servants who are near Jingzhou City have come. There are 47 people in total. After Mr. Shen's selection, these 5 papers are the ones with the best answers. The person on the couch seemed not to hear it, only the sound of papers flipping could be heard. After a long time, ding! The knocking sound sounded again. Butler Wu immediately said, among them, there is a man named Zheng Fa, who Mr. Shen thinks is the most talented one. The person inside took out Zheng Fa's paper. I have checked. Zheng Fa only studied for 1 year in elementary school, so he doesn't know many words. Although there are all wrong words on his test paper, he remembered more than 90% of them, more than twice as many as others. The lady on the bed stood up, put a few test papers aside, and finally spoke. Do you think Zheng Fa is the best? Her voice was even clearer and more pleasant than the sound of the gold hairpin hitting the jade ring just now. I am short-sighted and can only say what I can see. Butler Wu bowed his head and said, compared with others, he has his own shortcomings. The others are more knowledgeable, have studied for a few years, and even achieved fame. Zheng Fa can only be said to have a slightly better talent, but still needs to be polished, and is probably not useful at this time. The figure behind the curtain nodded gently, as if he felt that what he said made sense. But after a while, she suddenly chuckled again. This answer sheet with the neatest handwriting and the most memories besides Zheng Fa is the one called Gao Yuan. I remember he is the only son of the 2nd house Gao family. Madam, you are wise. Butler Wu suddenly broke out in a cold sweat on his back. Okay, these 3 people. Madam took out Zheng Fa's answer sheet and the other 2 and handed them to the maid beside her. Send them all to Su Zheng to have a look. Yes. Butler Wu took the test paper handed over by the maid, lowered his head and slowly walked out of the small building. The warm wind outside the building was blowing slowly, but he felt a chill all over his body. Although Madam didn't manage things much, she stayed in bed all day and didn't even bother to talk to others. But she really understood everything in her heart, and one sentence made her tremble with fear. The 2nd house Gao family and herself had some discord in the past, which no one knew about. After many years, she spoke for Zheng Fa, and her rejection of Gao family was due to some unspeakable little thoughts, which she thought were secret. Madam. Butler Wu shook his head, knowing that he was still sent by the madam to do things, so he had not really lost her trust. In the waterside pavilion, the young men gradually began to talk to each other. Being in the Xiao family compound, they did not dare to move around casually, but their young minds also made them have little patience to wait. At first, everyone was still afraid of Mr. Shen and Butler Wu next door. Later, through the window, they first saw Butler Wu walking outside, and soon they saw Mr. Shen slowly walking away. They had no scruples in their hearts, so they gathered together and talked about the test one by one. Because the test was just dictation, everyone actually knew the results of their own test. Even when handing in the paper, they knew who had more hope. At this time, half of the people surrounded a young man wearing a turban. Brother Gao, I'm afraid the position of this book boy is already in your pocket. Another boy bowed with a little reluctance. It's hard to say. The young man surnamed Gao shook his head quickly, but there was still a smile on his face that he couldn't hide. Brother Chen's talent is not inferior to mine. Are you trying to flatter me, Gao Yuan? The young man surnamed Chen shook his head. I read Confucian and legalist books all day long. Taoist books are precious. I have never come into contact with them before. I feel that the classic of purity and tranquility sounds difficult to understand. I am not as good as you in this aspect. Seeing his frankness, Gao Yuan didn't know how to express his humility. After all, he also felt that he should be the one who answered the best among these people. Of course, the other young men also saw his confidence, and when they heard that the young man surnamed Chen, who was already the most powerful among them, said so, they naturally felt that Gao Yuan had the greatest hope. Zheng Fa looked at this group of young men from the side. Although they were only 17 or 18 years old, their minds were much more mature than their peers in another world. They surrounded Gao Yuan, flattering him a little awkwardly, and soon threw away the mentality of looking at competitors, or in other words, they woke up very quickly and put themselves in the right position in a short time. They were very flexible. After today, let's go to Juxing Tower for a banquet, which can be regarded as a celebration for Master Gao. Some people started to call him Master. Yes, we took the same exam, which can be regarded as fate. Let's go together, let's go together. Huang Yu originally joined the crowd to flatter Gao Yuan, but soon he came out dejectedly and walked to Zheng Fa's side, looking at Gao Yuan, who was talking loudly in the crowd with a little envy. Zheng Fa turned his head to look at him, with a hint of doubt in his eyes. Huang Yu's flushed face was a little unwilling. They want to go to Juxing Tower to drink. Gao Yuan doesn't pay, and others will pay together. My family has money. I didn't bring any. Got it. There are also thresholds for flattering. Zheng Fa nodded and said very naturally, then I can't go either. My family has no money, and I can't bring any even if I want to. Huang Yu looked at Zheng Fa, and then turned his head to look at those teenagers who didn't take him seriously. He thought Zheng Fa was a little pretentious before, but now in comparison, he actually felt that Zheng Fa's face was much cuter, and he unconsciously felt closer to Zheng Fa. How was your answer? Huang Yu regretted it as soon as he spoke. Zheng Fa shook his head and said nothing. He has always had a rule, no answers after the exam. Well, he regards this as a gambling behavior that has little profit but is extremely harmful. Seeing that he didn't speak, Huang Yu consciously understood Zheng Fa's thoughts. I studied elementary school for 5 years, but this time I only wrote less than 10%. Zheng Fa is naturally worse than him. It's normal to be ashamed to mention it. It's okay, I didn't do well in the exam either. Huang Yu patted Zheng Fa's shoulder hard and encouraged him sincerely, although I may be a little better than you, but only a little. But it's useless, I will definitely not be chosen. After saying that, he quietly approached Zheng Fa's ear and murmured, I have understood it a long time ago. People with the surname Gao are housekeepers in their families and are richer. If you have such good conditions, you are no worse than him. Zheng Fa looked at his sour face and automatically replaced the in his last sentence with I in his mind, and then he understood what he really meant. The two were chatting, and Zheng Fa suddenly saw a few people sitting upright by the window, and he suddenly felt like the teacher is here. Sure enough, Butler Wu's figure was walking towards the waterside pavilion. On the side, Huang Yu also warmly invited, Butler Wu is here. We probably have to go home together. How about you come to my house today? Before he finished speaking, Manager Wu had already strode through the door. These 3 people are coming with me. The others can leave first. Everyone saw that he was holding 3 answer sheets in his hand. Plateau. Han Cheng. Then, he paused slightly while holding the last answer sheet before speaking, Zheng Fa. Huang Yu turned his head blankly and looked at Zheng Fa beside him. Zheng Fa stood up and responded to his previous invitation, with a trace of sincere apology on his face. He said in a somewhat embarrassed tone, I'm afraid I don't have time today, how about another day? Huang Yu opened his mouth slightly, watching Zheng Fa's back as he left with Butler Wu. He couldn't tell what he felt in his heart. He remembered what he had just said. Maybe he is a little better than you. You are not worse than him. I just said this to comfort him. Can you really be no worse than him? The feeling of we are in the same group in his heart just now disappeared, and he even felt that the jealousy brought to him by his new friend was stronger than before. Compared to his inexplicable thoughts, the feelings of others were simpler. Who is this person? Everyone had expected Gao Yuan to be called away. Han Cheng was not without background. He was one of the 3 students, but he was more dull, so he was not so eye-catching among the 3. But Zheng Fa, where did Zheng Fa come from? Does anyone know him? I remember he seemed to be sitting in the corner all the time. I have an impression. He looks ordinary and his family is not well off. I thought he was here to make up the numbers, but I didn't expect. But there were also a few people who saw the way Huang Yu and Zheng Fa talked just now. Brother Huang, are you familiar with Brother Zheng? Huang Yu looked at the person who asked him the question. He was one of the people who had been around Gao Yuan before. He remembered more clearly when he said I didn't bring any money. The undisguised sarcasm in this person's expression. Looking at the enthusiastic smile on the visitor's face at this moment, Huang Yu felt a little strange. I came here with him. Well, his family conditions should not be very good. They are even poorer than mine. A noble son comes from a poor family, he thought. Not only did the other party not show his previous contempt, but he praised sincerely, Brother Zheng is really extraordinary. No, where is your previous face of despising the poor and loving the rich? Huang Yu felt that he was greatly discriminated against. Brother Huang, it's not that I'm changing fast. As if he noticed his depression, the man pointed at his silk clothes. Before, we were both clinging to the thigh, and the thigh was only one. I have money, you don't have money, so I will naturally kick you out. This remark was so frank that it was almost explicit, and it actually had a different kind of sincerity. But it's different now, Brother Huang, Brother Zheng may also be a thigh, and you have already clung to him first. Huang Yu felt a little bit of sudden enlightenment. Is it true that he really cooked the right cold stove? Aren't there 3 more people? Huang Yu thought about it and it was not right. He hadn't decided yet. Then it's too late. The man looked at him as if he was a fool. You came earlier than me, so I came to cling to you. If he gets the position of the book boy, I won't even have the qualifications to cling to you. After saying that, the other party pointed his mouth behind him, and Huang Yu turned around and saw that there were several young men smiling at him enthusiastically. He finally understood in his heart. This is what happens when one person succeeds, and the whole family. When Zheng Fa walked out of the waterside pavilion, he felt more diverse gazes. The doubts and enthusiasm in the eyes of the young men behind him. The scrutiny and fear in the faces of Gao Yuan and Han Cheng in front of him. What made Zheng Fa even more confused was the coldness in the eyes of Wu Guanjia who called him out. It seemed that he had not offended this person. Wu Guanjia had no intention of talking to them, but just led the 3 people to walk quickly. The 3 people did not dare to speak, and could only bury their heads and follow, and had no time to look at the scenery on the roadside. Zheng Fa felt that they seemed to be heading towards the outer courtyard. When Wu Guanjia stopped, they had already arrived at a wide courtyard. It was called a courtyard, but it was more like a very spacious training ground. Half of the ground was paved with large bluestone slabs, on which were placed stone blocks of different sizes and weights. The rough surface of the slabs was stepped on and reflected like water. At the end of the slabs, there was a row of small houses, and there were several racks with weapons at the door of the small houses. The ground without stone slabs was full of grass, and at the end of the grass was a row of vertical targets. A big man was galloping on his horse on the grass, drawing his bow and shooting arrows while leaping and jumping. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Zheng Fa didn't see clearly how many arrows he shot at once, but he heard the butler Wu beside him clapping his hands and laughing. Master Su is a great shooter. When the big man heard this, he turned his horse's head and galloped towards Zheng Fa and the others. Da da da, da da da. The sound of the horse's hooves hitting the bluestone slabs was getting closer and louder. This man had no intention of slowing down, but leaned down, and actually had a charging posture. His chin was covered with messy black beard, and he was big. When he rushed towards Zheng Fa and the other 4, he was amazing. Whoa. Zheng Fa only felt the breath of the horse spraying on his face, and then the big man pulled the reins suddenly, and the horse's hooves flew into the air. The big black hoof, which was bigger than his face, was less than 3 inches away from his forehead. Han Cheng, who was beside Zheng Fa, fell backwards and cried out in pain. The big man got off his horse and picked up Han Cheng, a little dissatisfied. This kid is no good, he is not brave enough. This is not a guard under you, Coach Su. Butler Wu smiled. When Coach Su rushed over just now, he didn't even change the arc of his smile. This is the backup candidate for the 7th Young Master's book boy. Madam said that I will come to you to take a look. Manager Wu then explained to Zheng Fa and the others, 7th Young Master's book boy will not only have to study literature with Mr. Shen, but also martial arts with you, Coach Su. Let's see what the qualifications of these 3 people are like. When Coach Su heard this, he put Han Cheng in his hand on the ground, and pinched Han Cheng's shoulders, back, and waist several times with his big hands. No, this kid has no qualifications for practicing martial arts. Before anyone else spoke, Han Cheng became anxious. No matter how taciturn he was, he knew that this sentence could ruin his future. The coach can judge my qualifications by just pinching me a few times. Ha! Coach Su smiled at him at this time. You are quite brave, are you not convinced? Not convinced. Han Cheng gritted his teeth and said, I have been to all the nursing homes of the Xiao family. I can say that I have never made a mistake about their qualifications or whether they have a future in martial arts. Han Cheng's face was still unconvinced. Then let me ask you, do you not like to eat on weekdays? Don't you like greasy meat? Han Cheng's face turned pale, as if he had been right. In the final analysis, martial arts qualifications are determined by 2 things, being born well and eating well. When you are born, whether your frame is big or not, whether your bones are hard or not, whether you have disabilities and incoordination, and whether your muscles and fascia are strong or not, determine a lot of it. If you have this talent, the biggest performance is, it's edible. Han Cheng was speechless. Of course, it's not enough to have good talent, you have to have something to eat. As if he was getting excited, Coach Su continued, if someone has good talent, but doesn't have something to eat, it's even worse than having poor talent. Butler Wu, you are also a martial arts practitioner, you should understand what I mean. Butler Wu nodded and said, of course, talent is a double-edged sword. People with good talent need more food and are born with greater consumption. If they don't eat enough, their lifespan will be shorter than ordinary people, let alone practicing martial arts. That's right. It's like those precious flowers and plants. In some places, weeds can grow, but they can't even sprout. Zheng Fa felt again that when Butler Wu heard these words, his eyes would fall on him from time to time, as if these words were meant for him. He didn't feel wrong. In Butler Wu's mind, his wife asked Zheng Fa and the others to come to Su Zheng's place, which was just to use Zheng Fa to beat himself up. Since the lady revealed his thoughts, Wu Guanjia was quite panicked. He also felt a little angry when he looked at Zheng Fa. More importantly, he understood that the lady asked Zheng Fa and the other two to meet Su Zheng, which actually excluded Zheng Fa from the list of the 7th Young Master's bookboy. Compared with studying, martial arts requires more resources, which is the so-called poor in literature and rich in martial arts. Among Zheng Fa, Han Cheng, and Gao Yuan, Zheng Fa's family background is the worst. As Coach Su said before, let's not talk about whether Zheng Fa has talent or not. Even if Zheng Fa is really talented, if he doesn't eat enough every day, his body will be ruined. After understanding what the lady meant, his attitude towards Zheng Fa naturally became much colder. Okay, Coach Su, since it's the lady's order, you should take a good look at these people so that I can report to the lady. Hearing the name of the lady, the rough Coach Su couldn't help showing a respectful look on his face. He stretched out his big hand and pinched Han Cheng's skull in front of him. Bone age, 17 years and 2 months. When Zheng Fa heard this, he thought of a question. After 5 years of going back and forth between the two worlds, would his bone age be abnormal? Although every time he was in another world, the time in this world seemed to be stagnant. But his body has grown very fast in the past 5 years. Could it be due to this? His life experience is very clear in the Xiao mansion. If it is found that he is not 17 years old, but in his 20s, what will they think? Zheng Fa became nervous unconsciously. Master Su's hand wandered on Han Cheng's back. Innate bone structure, medium and lower. Then he curled his lips and said with a little disdain, but now it's just the lower aptitude. Zheng Fa vaguely understood that what Master Su meant by aptitude was probably the innate bone structure plus the acquired maintenance. He let go of his hand and said to Han Cheng, who was still unwilling, if you don't eat well, not to mention practicing martial arts, your lifespan will be affected. Hearing this, Han Cheng showed a bit of fear and gratitude on his face. Thank you for your advice, sir. Coach Su waved his hand indifferently and waved to Gao Yuan beside him. Come here. Zheng Fa had just stood shoulder to shoulder with Gao Yuan waiting, and at this moment, he could see a thin layer of sweat reflecting on his forehead. Bone age, 16 years and 6 months. Innate bone structure. Coach Su suddenly smiled. It's actually an upper middle bone structure? Not bad. Hearing this, Gao Yuan's nervousness suddenly turned into surprise, while Han Cheng beside him bit his lower lip. Butler Wu also nodded with satisfaction. The day after tomorrow, have you practiced martial arts? Zheng Fa saw Coach Su's brows slightly frowned, as if he was unhappy. Seeing his expression, Gao Yuan replied a little scared, my father also practiced martial arts, and taught me a few farming skills. Nonsense. You should know that the more you practice martial arts, the higher your requirements for food. If your family can't afford it, it will ruin your bones. For this Coach Su, eating is more important than practicing martial arts. There is no value in discussing bad bones. If you have good innate bones, you have to eat more than others to support yourself. If you practice martial arts, you have to eat more. Gao Yuan has good innate aptitude and has high requirements for food. If you practice martial arts, it is easy to be malnourished. Your father also practiced martial arts, how come he doesn't know this taboo? Coach Su said with a dark face, while putting his hand on Gao Yuan's back. Huh? He is well fed. His bones are not damaged. Gao Yuan bowed and said a little embarrassedly, my father is highly valued by the second master, and he also receives many rewards on weekdays. Got it. There is a mine at home. Not to mention Zheng Fa, even Coach Su had a look of understanding on his face. Your last name is Gao? The son of the Gao family. Gao Yuan nodded. Coach Su shrugged and commented, you have a good father. Letting go of Gao Yuan, Coach Su motioned Zheng Fa to come forward. Zheng Fa was very nervous. What he was most worried about was that Coach Su would find out something wrong with his bone age. Coach Su had a bit of nonchalance on his face. Gao Yuan's qualifications were actually quite rare, so he didn't care so much about Zheng Fa. As if sensing Zheng Fa's nervousness, he patted Zheng Fa on the shoulder. Don't be afraid. I'm afraid you won't grow half a bone. You are really good at comforting people. I'm just afraid that I grow too fast and too much. Bone age, 17 years and 6 months. Hearing this, the big stone in Zheng Fa's heart slowly fell to the ground, and another doubt emerged in the meantime. What exactly is this time travel for me? It can make the body ignore the passage of time. Innate bone structure. Excellent. A little surprise flashed in Su's eyes, and he couldn't help but exclaimed, what day is today? A middle-class person came, and a top-class person came. Gao Yuan, who had just shown a happy expression, looked at Zheng Fa with a bit of fear again. But you? Su looked up and down at Zheng Fa's clothes and began to shake his head. How can we know whether it is a blessing or a curse? There was no need for him to say more. Everyone, including Zheng Fa, understood what he meant. Zheng Fa didn't look like he came from a good family. The better the bone structure, the worse it might be. Gao Yuan's shoulders relaxed a little. Even Wu, who had been a little displeased with Zheng Fa before, looked at Zheng Fa with a bit of regret. This kid, not only has a quick mind, but also has a good aptitude for martial arts. If it were another family, there might be a great future. Now, all he can do is sigh a pity. Zheng Fa felt that Master Su's big hand, like a palm leaf fan, was patting his back. His shoulder blades and every section of his spine were touched by him. He couldn't help feeling a little strange. When he turned around, he saw that this person frowned, as if puzzled. After a long time, Master Su touched his beard with his right hand, looked at Zheng Fa with scrutiny and asked, "You also have a good father?" "My father is a very kind person, but he has been dead for 5 years. Dead." Master Su's face was even more confused. Yes, it seems that no one in the Xiao mansion has heard of any famous family with the surname Zheng. The 3 people on the side also saw something wrong, and Butler Wu asked, "Is he very talented?" As for talent, his innate bone structure is excellent, which is considered to be very good. But this kid eats better than that kid with the surname Gao. Master Su looked strange. The high-ranking family of the second house is also famous for being favored among the servants of the Xiao mansion. Zheng Fa, you can tell at a glance that he is not from a good family. How could he be better than Gao Yuan? Zheng Fa thought of a reason. If time did not pass when he traveled through time, but the food he ate was completely absorbed by him. Then his 5 years were equivalent to eating 14 days of food in 7 days. Although he did not eat much in 7 days in this world, he ate much more than others. What's more, he ate much more than his classmates in the cafeteria in modern times, and occasionally had a few roast chickens. Butler Wu on the side looked at Zheng Fa deeply before asking, "Who is better, Gao Yuan or Zheng Fa?" Coach Su looked at him like a fool. Who is better, the middle upper or the upper upper? Butler Wu understood. He was also a little tangled. He thought Zheng Fa was probably the worst one in this bone touching. Madam should have meant the same. But he became the best one. How to report to Madam? It always felt like a slap in Madam's face. He hesitated for a long while before turning to the others and saying, "Wait here for a while. I'll go ask my wife." After Butler Wu left, the atmosphere between Zheng Fa and the 3 of them became weird. Gao Yuan turned his face away from Zheng Fa, holding the corner of his clothes tightly with his right hand. His posture was very nervous. Although Zheng Fa's expression was calmer, he couldn't help but feel a little uneasy at this time. On the contrary, Han Cheng, who was the most depressed just now, seemed to have lost his temper. His eyes kept wandering on the faces of Zheng Fa and Gao Yuan, with a look of watching a good show. No one spoke. The silent time was the most unbearable. Zheng Fa didn't know how long it had been before Butler Wu hurriedly arrived. Zheng Fa saw with his own eyes that Gao Yuan's Adam's apple was surging up and down, and he was secretly swallowing his saliva. "I have informed Madam," Butler Wu said as soon as he arrived. "Madam has decided on the candidate for the 7th Young Master's book boy." He glanced at the 3 of them, paused slightly, and then said, "Plateau." Gao Yuan on the side couldn't help but swayed. "And Zheng Fa, too?" Su Zheng asked in surprise. "Too," Butler Wu affirmed. In fact, he was also puzzled. Originally, his wife just wanted to find another book boy for the 7th Young Master, and she might even have been attracted to Gao Yuan for a long time. But when he told his wife about Zheng Fa's qualifications, she actually changed her mind. He still remembered that when he left just now, a faint voice came from the curtain. Interesting. Zheng Fa couldn't help but glance at Han Cheng's face. Sure enough, it's hard to describe. Out of the 3, 2 were chosen. Who is embarrassed by this? Zheng Fa can imagine how Han Cheng's mood exploded. "You 2 go home to tidy up today and come to the house tomorrow." After speaking, he motioned for Zheng Fa and the others to leave. When leaving, Han Cheng walked quickly, obviously feeling a little unsatisfied. However, Gao Yuan deliberately walked beside Zheng Fa, and Zheng Fa felt that he had something to say to him. Sure enough, when he watched Han Cheng gradually move away, far enough away that he could not hear the conversation between the 2, Gao Yuan on the side spoke, "Brother Zheng, we will work together in the future." The tone of these words is really profound. Zheng Fa turned to look at Gao Yuan, and saw only sincerity on his face, without the fear and defensiveness he had shown before. This attitude changed a little too quickly. Even the 7th Young Master's position as a book boy is particularly special in the Xiao mansion. But now that Gao Yuan has become a book boy, why should he be so arrogant and respectful? Brother Zheng probably doesn't know that we are not the 7th Young Master's first book boy. I know that the only son of our Grange King's manager was formerly the 7th Young Master's book boy. He was beaten and sent back. No, it's not just him. Zheng Fa looked at the 5 fingers on Gao Yuan's right hand stretched straight. 5 people. Since the 7th Young Master entered Mongolia, 5 people have become his book boys. In the end, they were all driven away by his wife, Luck. The bad ones, like the son of the farm manager you mentioned, will be beaten. Zheng Fa couldn't help but grin. He now somewhat understands why Gao Yuan wants to win over him. In front of the seventh young master, a difficult person, their identities have changed from rivals to comrades in arms. As for the intrigue among colleagues, I can't even sit firmly on my butt, what a fight. Thinking of this, Zheng Fa couldn't help but ask the question he wanted to ask just now. Brother Gao, I heard them say that you have a reputation. Luckily, I passed the exam as a child student 3 years ago. With fame, doesn't it mean you can become an official? Thinking of the history lessons he had learned, Zheng Fa found it difficult to understand why Gao Yuan appeared here. Why are you competing for a small bookboy position? Be an official. Gao Yuan seemed to have not understood Zheng Fa's question. Who said you can be an official? Children have to take the exam to be a scholar, and scholars have to take the Jinshi exam. Well, if you take the Jinshi exam, you can indeed be awarded the position of an official, then not an official either. Official. Brother Zheng, don't you really know that all the officials in our court, whether they are county or government officials, are only descendants of the immortal sect? It's just that they are too lazy to deal with chores, so they need Confucian and legalists like me to serve as officials. Just ask me to wait. As for the position of the little book boy you mentioned, the Xiao family has a close relationship with the immortal sect. What's more, the seventh young master's sister is a disciple of the immortal sect. How can I, a little boy, dare to despise the position of this book boy? Looking at Gao Yuan's back as he resigned, Zheng Fa was still thinking about what he had just said to him. If you pass the Jinshi exam, are you just an official? It was even just because those immortal disciples were aloof and unwilling to pay attention to worldly affairs that they were given a little power. Only now did he understand the difference between the Sunwei world and the ancient times in history books. In history books, the power structure of those ancient dynasties is like a big pyramid, with imperial power, ministers, and people, and power is passed from top to bottom. But in the Sunwei world, everything is centered on the immortal sect, like circles. The immortal sect is the largest circle. The disciples of the immortal sect become local lords and control almost all power. Apart from taking orders from the immortal sect, they are not responsible to the higher level lords. They form families into small circles, and the small circles then expand into officials and family servants who serve these smaller circles. It seems to be more inclined to the concepts of Western feudal lords in textbooks. So for Gao Yuan and others, becoming servants of a wealthy family like the Xiao family is even a very good choice. At this moment, he deeply understood the preciousness of his position as a book boy. However, his understanding of this world is really shallow, and he doesn't know whether his summary is correct, but what he can be sure of is that the Sunwei realm is dominated by the immortal sect, and there is no room for the so-called imperial power to survive. He walked out of the back door and found that the old driver who had sent him here was still waiting there. But Huang Yu was not seen. Master is here. When the old man driving the car saw Zheng Fa's figure, he immediately got out of the car, pulled out a low stool from behind, and stretched out his hand to help Zheng Fa get into the car. One look at Zheng Fa and it was clear that this person had probably heard about his becoming the seventh young master's book boy. The Xiao family has been in the family for thousands of years, and people's relationships are intricately intertwined. News about the family can sometimes be hidden from the master, but not from a coachman like the old man. He quickly waved his hand and jumped onto the bullock cart, holding on to the handlebars. The ox cart has also become different. When Zheng Fa came here before, the ox cart was covered with ordinary wooden boards with a few vegetable leaves. Now the wooden board is actually covered with a thick black blanket. Look at the old man driving the car again, smiling respectfully at him. Sir, shall we set off? After waiting patiently for him to sit firmly, the old man said in a requesting tone. Uncle, you can still call me whatever you called me before. Zheng Fa finally couldn't help it anymore. Just call me Xiao Zheng. Let's go. The ox cart returned quickly. Amidst the noise of the wind, Zheng Fa suddenly heard the old man speaking to him. Sir, Xiao Zheng, the food box you have is for the old man. I bought some food from Juxing Tower in the city. Xiao Zheng, please take it back. Zheng Fa had seen this food box a long time ago. It was made of black lacquered wood and tightly covered. It looked a bit valuable. Uncle, this is no reward for no merit. What's wrong with being paid? Don't I, old man, get your father's bacon and cakes today? I'm not afraid of your ridicule, Xiao Zheng. Your father's craftsmanship is good, even better than the chef of Juxing Tower. In return for this little food, it's my old man who took advantage. Zheng Fa could swear that when he came here, he didn't realize how much this old man liked eating his own bacon. It's just something you make at home. Don't refuse, little Zheng. When you come to Jingzhou City, you have to bring something to your sister, right? Thinking of Zheng Shan's reluctant look, Zheng Fa didn't say anything. In the evening, when smoke began to rise from the huts on the side of the fields on the road, Zheng Fa finally returned to the farm. Before he got out of the car, he heard the voice of his younger sister Zheng Shan under the big elm tree in front of the village. Wait until my brother comes back. Look, how dare you bully me. Zheng Fa's heart tightened, even though his little sister Zheng Shan was a little crybaby at home. But I don't like to cry outside. But now, the voice sounded a little crying. In the dusk, Zheng Fa could clearly see the figure of his younger sister Zheng Shan standing under the big elm tree at the head of the village. Standing in front of her were 3 boys who were at least 1 head taller than her. The middle one was obviously the leader among the 3. Zheng Fa could clearly see the appearance of the boy in the middle at a glance. He is tall and thin, with a hooked nose and sparse eyebrows, and has a very dull face. This man is Wang Gui, the only son of the king in charge of the village. My current position as a bookboy is my ex. I heard from my mother a few days ago that he was beaten by his wife with a cane and rushed home. When he arrived at the village, he was still unconscious and could not get out of bed. Today I can actually stand here and bully my little sister. It seems that Wang Gui's face is indeed paler than usual, with almost no blood on his face, which makes his face look even more gloomy. The way he stood was also a little unnatural, with one arm draped over the boy next to him, which seemed a little powerless. The younger sister Zheng Shan was talking to these people just now, and there was obviously some conflict between the two parties. The younger sister is alone and petite. Facing a few boys who were more crowded than her and older than her, she raised her head high. Her little body was tense, her fists were clenched tightly, and there was still half a piece of dough in the palm of her right hand. There was also half a piece of dough, which was torn open and thrown to the ground, covered with dirt. Zheng Fa knew that this pancake was made by his mother, so he gave the old driver a bag in the morning. This one is probably a snack left specially for her by her mother who feels sorry for her little sister. Although the flour cake is not valuable, for the little girl, this kind of white flour cake is not something that can be eaten every day. It is really a very precious snack. If there is no conflict, it is impossible to lose half of the flour cake. On the ground. Because he was so familiar with his little sister, Zheng Fa could see the fear hidden in her stubborn posture. He walked quickly towards the four people. Then I heard Wang Gui say in a hoarse voice, "Your brother, what will happen if your brother comes back? Do you think I am afraid of him? Are you afraid?" He asked the boy beside him. "Not afraid," the boy said with a smile. "And you? I don't even have a father, so who is afraid of him?" Wang Gui seemed to be amused. He laughed and covered his neck while laughing. It was obvious that the injury was not healed yet. Zheng Shan couldn't help but said, "When my brother comes back and sees you snatching my food, I will ask my wife to beat you again." It seems that in her mind, being beaten by madam is already a huge punishment. "Bah, what is your brother's identity? How dare you instigate madam?" Wang Gui stopped laughing when he heard the word madam, but the anger in his eyes became more obvious. "You really think that after I was driven back, your brother can be the young master's bookboy? Your brother can't even recognize his words? Will madam fall in love with him?" In this regard, Wang Gui's tone was very certain. Zheng Fa discovered that Wang Gui probably really didn't think he could take over his position as a bookboy, but today he was even more irritable than usual. On weekdays, of course he would bully his younger sister Zheng Shan, but he would often just turn a blind eye, or occasionally laugh at the Zheng family's family background in front of Zheng Shan. It is actually rare for a young girl to be stuck at the entrance of the village like today. What's more, Wang Gui is obviously not in good health. Zheng Fa thought for a while. He just heard that his wife was choosing a bookboy for the 7th young master, and he knew that there was no hope of going back. So Zheng Fa, who had the opportunity to go to Xiao Mansion, was angered by him. Zheng Fa's little sister also made him even more displeased. Only today did he deliberately come to trouble my little sister. He gradually approached, and the sound of footsteps made both groups of people turn their heads to look at him. Zheng Shan was looking coldly at Wang Gui and the others, and pursed her lips tightly, not wanting to show weakness. But the moment she saw Zheng Fa, the tears in her eyes finally couldn't help but fall. "Brother, they are taking my cake." Wang Gui and the other three also had a trace of panic on their faces. After all, Zheng Fa was taller than the three of them, and the way he walked over with a dark face seemed a bit powerful. Looking at Zheng Shan whose face was full of tears, Zheng Fa ignored the three people. Instead, he held Zheng Shan in his arms and placed the food box given by the old driver in front of her. "Look, what did brother bring you?" Zheng Shan's little nose twitched, as if she smelled something, and she stared at the unfamiliar food box in front of her with tears in her eyes. "It smells so good." Seeing that she stopped crying, Zheng Fa opened the lid of the food box. This is a 3-layer food box. There are 3 small plates of snacks on the first layer, one in the shape of petals, one in the shape of butterflies, and one round. "Eat." "Yes, these are the snacks from Juxing Tower in the city. I bought them specially for you. Given to me." Zheng Shan stretched out her fleshy hand and pointed at her little nose. "It's all yours." The little girl's happiness was so simple that she didn't even have time to wipe the snot and tears from her face, so she smiled stupidly at Zheng Fa. "Let's see what's down there." Zheng Fa continued to coax his little sister. "Okay." The little girl stuck her head and followed Zheng Fa's hand to untie the food box, holding her breath. "Meat? So much meat." There is only one dish on the second floor, a large plate of meat slices piled high, simple, and without decoration. But for the little girl, this was probably the first time she saw so much meat piled together. She even rubbed her eyes. Zheng Fa opened the 3rd layer again. The 3rd layer was still a dish, a plump, oily roast chicken with its jade body lying across the body, which made the little girl almost unable to extricate herself. "Brother, are these all for me to eat?" Zheng Fa smiled and nodded. He thought to himself that the old man who was driving the car was probably a little confused. Compared with those fancy food, the practice of placing large pieces of meat in front of the little girl definitely made the little girl more excited. "Happy. It's all yours. You have to eat it quickly. Don't cry if it goes bad. It's me, mother, and brother, we all have to eat quickly." Zheng Shan shook her head and pointed at the food box happily. "I will eat, mother will eat too, and brother will eat too. I must finish it." She suddenly patted her belly sadly. Brother, my stomach is growling, and I was told that it can eat half of it alone. The little sister finally forgot her unhappiness just now, but the three boys behind Zheng Fa felt very uncomfortable. Fortunately for Wang Gui, he has some knowledge after all, and manager Wang's family is quite wealthy. But the other two are ordinary young people in Zhuangzi. Their families are a little better than Zheng Fa's, but they rarely see so many delicious food on weekdays. Brother Wang, have you ever eaten the food from Juxing Tower? One person asked Wang Gui while swallowing his saliva. It looks like you haven't eaten it before, and it's not expensive. I'll bring it to you next time too. Wang Gui said bitterly. He was actually more angry at Zheng Fa's attitude of ignoring him when he came over. He didn't know what was going on. Ever since he was a child, Zheng Fa had never been angry when facing him. It's more of this attitude of ignoring and ignoring. On the contrary, it was this attitude that made Wang Gui always a little afraid of Zheng Fa. When he arrived in the city and became the young master's bookboy, he realized that he had seen more of the world, and in his heart he felt that Zheng Fa's attitude was ridiculous. But now when he saw Zheng Fa like this again, he felt a little scared in his heart, just like when he faced the adults of the Xiao family. What are you afraid of? I just go back to Zhuangzi and can't be a bookboy. Am I not as good as him who has no father? He secretly comforted himself and took 2 steps forward, wanting to speak. Outside Zhuangzi, the sound of carriages and horses could be heard. A young man stood on the carriage and shouted towards Zheng Fa, Brother Zheng, I'm here to see you. Zheng Fa turned around and saw that the person standing in front of the carriage waving to him was who it wasn't Huang Yu. Next to Huang Yu, a middle-aged man with a rich figure also smiled at Zheng F. Before Zheng Fa could respond, a middle-aged man walked out of Zhuangzi. Guanxi Huang, why are you here? The person who spoke was also a tall and thin man, who looked very similar to Wang Gui. He was Wang Gui's father, the steward of the farm. He was looking at the fat middle-aged man next to Huang Yu with eagerness. The fat middle-aged man took Huang Yu out of the car, but he just nodded to him slightly coldly and did not exchange too many greetings. Huang Yu pulled him to Zheng Fa and introduced, this is my dad. I told my dad about you and said I wanted to come and see you. The fat middle-aged man, who is Huang Yu's father, looked at Zheng Fa with a smile that was much wider than before. He looked at Zheng Fa with gentle eyes. Zheng Xiao, since Huang Yu has an old relationship with you, I ask you to call me a virtuous person, nephew. Zheng Fa nodded and looked at the father and son, wondering what they were here for. Huang Yu is a useless kid. In the past, I have always been worried about how he would be able to establish himself. But with a friend like you, I feel relieved. Huang Yu's father pointed to the carriage behind him. He wants to come and see his friends, I think. It's my first time to visit, so I brought some small gifts. Seeing that Huang Yu's father, Manager Huang, was very cold to him and overly enthusiastic towards Zheng Fa. Of course, Manager Wang's face didn't look good, but he could only endure it. Although they are both stewards of the Xiao family farm, he has only been in the position for 5 years, and Steward Huang, I heard that he has been the steward of the farm for more than 3 generations. What's more, even if they are all farms, the farm managed by Huang Guanxi is larger than his own in terms of output and area. There is still a clear gap between the two in the Xiao family's status. When people give him cold looks, he can only endure it. Wang Gui, who was on the sidelines, also noticed his father's displeasure, and he was even more dissatisfied with this man's kindness to Zheng Fa. Seeing Manager Huang leading Zheng Fa towards the carriage, he couldn't help but raise his head and poke his head inside the carriage. Opening the curtain of the carriage, 2 large boxes appeared in front of everyone. Zheng Fa's mother also heard the noise at this time, walked to Zheng Fa's side, grabbed Zheng Shan's little hand and looked at it. Huang Yu's father opened one of the boxes with a smile. Inside were several pieces of cloth. The material was not of good quality, but it was new cloth after all. These are some pieces of cloth that my wife ripped off earlier. I had a dream that if this boy becomes the 7th young master's pupil, I will make him some decent new clothes. He glanced at Huang Yu, a little bit annoyed that iron could not become steel. Mean. Huang Yu shrank his neck. Now that my nephew is able to serve the 7th young master, these pieces of cloth will be my gift. My nephew, please don't be too humble. Zheng Fa turned his head and glanced at his mother, who shook her head slightly towards him. Uncle Huang, it's not that my nephew dislikes it, it's that he doesn't get rewarded for his efforts. Hey, a few pieces of cloth are nothing. Manager Huang interrupted Zheng Fa's rejection with a smile. I just said that I am an only son. He is lucky to have such a good friend like you. Zheng Fa glanced at Huang Yu who was standing aside. His face turned red and he looked down without looking at him. Brother Huang and I hit it off right away. We don't need this. If you say this, then you are my junior. Isn't it more appropriate for me to give this junior a little greeting gift? Seeing that Zheng Fa wanted to speak, he waved his hand again and opened another box. Contained inside is a set of pen, ink, paper, and inkstone. Since you are going to study with the 7th young master, you should also get a set of these 4 treasures of the study. I happen to have a lot of them at home, so I brought them to you for not much money. Again, don't dislike them. Uncle Huang, you. Zheng Faju couldn't help but smile bitterly. Although Huang Yu's father always said not to dislike it. However, whether it was pen, ink, paper, inkstone, or new cloth, they were all things Zheng Fa really needed. He even thought ahead than Zheng Fa. It can be said that he is sincere and considerate. Zheng Fa wanted to refuse, but he didn't know how to speak at the moment. As if sensing Zheng Fa's hesitation, Huang Yu's father laughed and asked Huang Yu to move the 2 boxes of things out of the carriage. He actually said directly, "My dear nephew, I still have something to do with the village. Let's go first." After saying that, without waiting for the 2 of them to react, he galloped his horse, whipped his whip, turned around and ran away. Prominent one does not give Zheng Fa a chance to speak. Huang Yu moved the box and stared blankly at his father's retreating figure, his mouth wide open. "Dad? Where's me? I didn't get in the car." "Huang Yu, just stay here, I'll pick you up tomorrow." Zheng Fa, looking at Huang Yu and then at the 2 boxes, he suddenly felt a little headache. But it was not easy to leave him here at this time, so the 2 simply took a box each and walked towards Zheng's house. The little girl followed a few people with a food box in her hand. As for Wang Gui and others, didn't speak, didn't want to speak. Fortunately, there was a food box sent by the old man driving the car, so there was something to entertain Huang Yu at home. But when sleeping, Huang Yu and Zheng Fa can only sleep in the same room. After dinner, Huang Yu sat in Zheng Fa's room, pursed his lips and remained silent for a long time, then suddenly said, "Actually, it was my father who asked me to come. I know. My father has always said that I am ignorant." Huang Yu did not look at Zheng Fa, but continued, "I'm afraid that after he dies, no one will protect me." Zheng Fa nodded. Huang Yu is obviously not the kind of person who has many things to do. It can be seen in the water pavilion that he wanted to curry favor with the plateau, but was so angry that he gave up after being told a word. He first asked me to compete for the position of the 7th young master's servant, and then he told me that he just wanted me to get to know someone like you. He said that if I became the 7th young master's servant, he was afraid that I would bring trouble to the whole family. Speaking of this, Huang Yu leaned back, resting his hands behind his head, looking at the roof, a little depressed. The adults are so annoying, they think too much. Zheng Fa sat next to him and suddenly said, "You have a good father. Your father should have some status in the Xiao family." Zheng Fa could also see this from the attitude of Manager Wang towards Huang Yu's father. "I am just a servant. I am not sure whether I can help you in the future. Why did he send these things to me from so far away? For me?" Zheng Fa shrugged. "So, don't you think he is?" Huang Yu blushed. "Snobbish. Who in the world is not snobbish?" Zheng Fa smiled. "Let's fight over whether the book boy is snobbish? Who is born to serve others? Are you cheap? What you said?" Huang Yu looked at Zheng Fa with shock, disrespectful. "We have been members of the Xiao family for generations. Isn't it right to serve them?" Zheng Fa stopped talking. Huang Yu was stunned for a while, and suddenly said, "Why do I feel that if I make friends with you, I may really get my whole family involved? In the manner, Wang's family." Wang Gui was still indignant. "When I was a book boy, why didn't anyone come to curry favor with me? Yes, many people gave me money. Manager Wang took out a bundle from the bedroom, but I borrowed money to make connections in order to make you the book boy of the 7th young master. Did the money others gave you go to pay off your debts?" Wang Gui felt that he understood. "No, there are these." Manager Wang patted the bundle in his hand. "That's quite a lot." Looking at the size of the bundle, Wang Gui was a little satisfied, but suddenly felt something was wrong. "Dad, where are you going with this bundle?" "Of course, I'm sending it to Zheng Fa's family." Zheng Fa watched Wang Guanxi leave with a slightly stiff back and a calm look. Behind him, Zheng's mother said with a worried tone, "He came here to ease the relationship between our 2 families. We will meet each other sooner or later. Isn't it bad to refuse like this?" Zheng Fa knew that his mother had a gentle personality and didn't want to cause trouble. On the other hand, his younger sister Zheng Shan was clear about the grudges. Who wants a few stinky silver coins? Wang Gui's family is not a good person. Obviously, she still remembered the incident when Wang Gui blocked her at the entrance of the village. Zheng Fa touched his younger sister's head and explained to his mother, "Wang Guanxi probably doesn't have good intentions. I was just chosen by the lady to become the 7th young master's book boy, and I took other people's silver without hesitation. What does this look like? This is completely different from what Huang Yu's family sent." Huang Yu's father sent simple pens, inkstones, paper, and inkstones plus a few pieces of coarse cloth. They are not valuable, but useful. But Wang Guanxi, a bundle of silver is really a waste of money. I'm afraid it's more of a flattery. In the final analysis, one is just trying to make friends, and the other is just trying to be sinister. Zheng's mother was startled, and she understood a little bit. She looked at Zheng Fa with an inexplicable relief. "You are really sensible." Zheng Fa smiled and nodded, without any modesty. "Don't worry, mother, I will earn this money for you in the future." He knew that his mother might have been trembling with fear, and the more confident he was, the more at ease she would be. In fact, he also wanted to scare Zheng's mother a little bit. He was not sure whether Manager Wang was deliberately flattering her, but he knew that he didn't need to take this risk for this money. It was the younger sister who nodded beside him. "Mother, I can also earn money for you in the future. Don't want the money of the surname Wang." The little face was full of determination. Mother Zheng rolled her eyes at her. "If you stop being greedy, I'll be thankful." Zheng Fa picked up the little sister and shook her up and laughed. "It's a little heavier. It seems to be a little taller." He remembered something else, the cloth sent by the Huang family. "Mother, give me 2 sets of clothes, and make the extra ones for you and my little sister." Mother Zheng was unwilling. "These are sent by others, and you have to have more clothes when you go to the Xiao mansion, so you can be decent." But as a book boy, you are not a big shot, so what is decent or not? Zheng Fa pinched the little hair on the little sister's head. Besides, our family hasn't had new clothes for several years. New clothes. The little sister was in Zheng Fa's arms. When she heard the 3 words new clothes, she raised her hands and cheered. Very happy. Then make 2 for you, and the rest for your sister. Mother doesn't want it. Mother Zheng thought about it and said firmly. After staying at home for a night, Zheng Fa wore the new clothes made by his mother overnight and said goodbye to Wongs again. This time, Mother Zheng's eyes were a little red. According to the rules of the Xiao family, Zheng Fa had to study and practice martial arts with the 7th young master, and could only come back once every 6 days. If Zheng Fa had been in the position of a book boy, he would have stayed in the Xiao mansion for most of the time for at least a few years in the future. Zheng Shen had been very happy these days. There were delicious food at home, and her mother had made new clothes for her. Wang Gui did not dare to bully her anymore. But at this time, she hugged Zheng Fa's knees and cried loudly. I don't want to eat meat in the city. I don't want to wear new clothes. I don't want my brother to go to the Xiao family. The old man who came to pick up Zheng Fa was still the old man driving the ox cart. He looked at this scene with a pipe in his mouth and said a little embarrassedly, Xiao Zheng, we are going to set off. We can't let the noble wait. Zheng Fa picked up Zheng Shan and put her in her mother's arms, and nodded to Zheng's mother who was silent with red eyes. The crying of the little sister was louder, and Zheng Fa endured it and did not look back. The old man who was driving the cart gently hit the cow's buttocks with his long whip, and seemed to be talking to Zheng Fa. Is this the first time that Xiao Zheng has left home? Yeah. Zheng Fa didn't really want to talk. When I was a child, when I first went out to drive the cart, my mother looked at me like this. The old man took a puff of cigarette, but young people want to go out and do something big, but if they can look back, they still have to look more. Zheng Fa turned around and looked at the 2 figures who were still looking at the ox cart in the distance. The old man who was driving the cart could still be heard muttering in his ears, Old man, I want to look back at my mother now, but I can't see her. Zheng Fa opened the big bundle on his back, and there was a small bundle inside. You said last time that you liked my mother's craftsmanship, and my mother made some more. The old man was stunned and looked back at Zheng Fa. Do you really believe that I like your mother's craftsmanship? My mother believes it. Why don't you tell her? Let her do these, she will feel more at ease. The old man stayed for a while, picked up a piece of bread from the bundle, and took a bite. You are better than when I was young. The car arrived at Zhao's house and entered from the back door as usual. But this time it was Gao Yuan who was waiting for him. Gao Yuan was wearing a scholar's shirt and carrying an exquisite bamboo bookcase. Zheng Fa was wearing coarse cloth and carrying a large blue cloth bundle prepared by Zheng's mother. After looking at each other, Gao Yuan was a little embarrassed. Let's go, the 7th young master is waiting for us. As soon as he saw him, Gao Yuan hurriedly said, and the 2 walked towards the 7th young master's residence. The Zhao's house is very big. The place where the 7th young master lives is also very deep. When Zheng Fa and the others arrived, his back was already wet with sweat. The 7th young master's small courtyard. No, it should be said to be a large courtyard. This is a typical 3-entry courtyard. Looking at the back of the courtyard, it seems to have its own garden. It can be called a courtyard within a courtyard. This shows the status and favor of the 7th young master in the Xiao mansion. To the right of the main gate of the courtyard, there is a brown wooden sign with 3 words on it. Don't envy the immortals. Zheng Fa thought to himself that in this world ruled by the immortals, it is hard to say that this tone is not arrogant. The courtyard door was slightly closed, and Gao Yuan stepped forward and knocked gently. The door opened a crack, and a maid poked her head out. When she saw the 2 of them, she understood. New book boy. Come in, the young master is waiting for you. Zheng Fa and the others walked into the courtyard and immediately found a very obvious feature in the courtyard. There were no men. The servants who led the way, swept the floor, and came and went were all young maids. Zheng Fa was fine, but Gao Yuan could only look straight ahead all the way and was quite nervous. The place where the 7th young master wanted to meet them was in the study room in the outer courtyard. The maid led them to the door of the study room. A man was sitting on a chair, holding an ancient book in his hand and reading it intently. The sunlight shone through the glazed window on his white robe, with a faint silver reflection, making his eyebrows and eyes look more delicate and white. Even though the 7th young master didn't seem to have a good reputation, Zheng Fa couldn't help but sigh that this guy looked really good. As if he heard the footsteps of the 3 people, the 7th young master raised his eyebrows and looked at Zheng Fa and the others. As soon as he saw them, he laughed, stood up and strode towards the 3 people, and said enthusiastically, You 2 are my new book boys? Gao Yuan. He pointed at Gao Yuan and looked at Zheng Fa. Zheng Fa? Right. He actually remembered their names. I've been waiting for you to come. The 7th young master seemed to be very happy. He threw the book in his hand and came to greet the 2 people, and even kindly helped Gao Yuan hold the book box. Gao Yuan's face was a little red with excitement. You 2 put your things first, I'll make the decision, go to Yanyu Tower to invite a table, and welcome you 2. Even Zheng Fa was a little confused. This 7th young master was a little too enthusiastic. On the other hand, what is Yanyu Tower? It is the most famous place for fireworks in Jingzhou City. The benefits for this book boy are so good. Is it immoral? Looking at Gao Yuan on the side, his face suddenly turned pale and he said, "Seventh young master, your last book boy seemed to have bewitched you to go to Yin Tower, and was beaten up by the lady and sent back, right?" Seventh young master was stunned, threw the bookcase in his hand to the ground, and clapped his hands. "You are well informed." The smile on his face slowly disappeared. "Then tell me, is it better for you two to go away on your own, or be beaten up and driven away like the last idiot?" The bookcase cracked on the ground with a clang, just like the expression on Gao Yuan's face. Zheng Fa rarely felt sympathy for Wang Gui. The seventh young master, who looked like a passionate young man just now, was really unbearable when he acted like a bad boy. He threw Gao Yuan's bookcase on the ground, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised as if he was smiling, but there was no smile in his eyes. It was obvious that what he said just now, asking Zheng Fa and the others to get out, was true. "Don't talk." Seeing that Zheng Fa and the others didn't answer, the seventh young master seemed to understand their thoughts. "Did someone tell you that following me would make you rich and prosperous?" "Bullshit. Am I someone who is easy to serve?" "Don't say it." This guy has a clear understanding of himself. The seventh young master glanced at the two of them, then turned around and slumped in his chair, crossing his legs and looking very lazy. "Are you looking forward to me becoming the head of the family and you becoming my lackeys, so that you can go out and bully others?" He curled his lips. "I am not afraid to tell you clearly that I am just young. When I grow up, whoever wants to be the head of the Xiao family can do it, but I will not. You have to wake up from your daydreams." Gao Yuan's face turned pale. He knew that the seventh young master had a reputation for being eccentric in the mansion, but this degree was beyond his expectations. Zheng Fa was not disappointed. His purpose of coming to the Xiao mansion was very clear. He wanted to see the martial arts of this world and improve his family's financial situation. As for who the seventh young master was, it was important, but not that important. As for leaving after hearing these two sentences, Zheng Fa was not so naive. The Xiao mansion asked him to come for the assessment, and he had no choice. He actually had no choice whether to be a book boy or not. The seventh young master was a little too radical when he saw the two's reaction. This sarcasm didn't even seem to be directed at Zheng Fa and the others. Seeing that they still didn't speak, the seventh young master seemed to find it boring, so he waved at them. "You don't want to leave, right? Stand outside and don't get in my way." Zheng Fa and Gao Yuan stood at the door of the room, watching the seventh young master turn around in the room through the translucent glass on the window, as if he was angry, and then sat down and picked up the book. Then he looked at it, as if he was angry, and stood up and turned around again. The way he read was very serious, helpless, and familiar. The kind of person who you can tell from the exam that he is working hard but is confused. They are collectively called bad students. Zheng Fa was also a little curious. Apart from anything else, this attitude of gritting his teeth to learn even though he couldn't learn was not as muddle-headed as the seventh young master showed. "I just don't know what book he was reading." Time passed little by little, and no one paid attention to Zheng Fa and the others standing at the door. The sun in the sky slowly rose, and with the arrival of noon, the sunlight became extremely hot. Zheng Fa and his partner set out early in the morning, and they had almost no water. Being exposed to such a scorching sun, they were inevitably hot and thirsty, and quite uncomfortable. Gao Yuan, who was standing next to them, kept licking his dry lower lip with his mouth, but the more he licked, the drier it became, and the skin on his lips cracked. The two of them were a little distracted by the sun, and suddenly there was a light sound of footsteps behind them. A maid came towards them with a light blue porcelain plate. On the porcelain plate, there was a tall bunch of clean grapes. There were crystal drops of water on the grapes, shining in the sun. Zheng Fa clearly heard Gao Yuan beside him swallowing deeply. The maid seemed to deliberately walk in front of them, and it could even be said that she put the grapes under their eyes and walked around before lifting the curtain of the study and walking in. When the door curtain was opened, Zheng Fa clearly felt a cool breeze blowing from the house. He couldn't help but look at the house with a little curiosity. There was no ice basin, and it couldn't be a modern air conditioner. Where did the cool air come from? He suddenly saw an inconspicuous blue pattern on the floor of the house, which was actually glowing faintly. The cold wind seemed to be blowing from that corner. Array. Zheng Fa thought to himself, is it still this simple life array? What surprised Zheng Fa more than the fact that the seventh young master could enjoy this array was that this world actually had this array created specifically for enjoyment. In Zheng Fa's mind, this could better show the influence of the immortal gate of this world on this world, and the development level of the immortal civilization. The maid placed the porcelain plate in front of the seventh young master, and the seventh young master pinched a grape in his hand and walked to the window. It seemed that Zheng Fa and Gao Yuan were deliberately letting Zheng Fa and Gao Yuan see clearly. Zheng Fa and Gao Yuan were almost dry in the scorching sun. Inside the window, the seventh young master slowly ate a large plate of grapes one by one. After eating, he smiled smugly at the two of them, and then sat back in his original position to read the book. Seeing his sad face again at this moment, Zheng Fa couldn't help but curse in his heart, it's what he deserves. In the afternoon, it seemed that he felt it was boring, and the seventh young master finally drove the two away. Zheng Fa and Gao Yuan followed the maid out of the seventh young master's yard and walked towards their residence. The more they walked, the more depressed Gao Yuan's face became. Zheng Fa also understood his thoughts. The seventh young master's yard was big enough, but he refused to let them live in it. This rejection of the two was too obvious. When they arrived at their residence, it was a bungalow without a courtyard wall. In the first room, there was a table and a few chairs. In the next room, there were 2 beds with a cabinet at the head of the bed. There was no extra furniture. After the maid led the 2 of them here, she turned around and left without saying anything, with no intention of saying anything more to them. Watching the maid hurried away, avoiding the 2 people's backs, Gao Yuan let out a long sigh, smiled bitterly at Zheng Fa and said, I have heard my father say a long time ago that the 7th young master, sigh. He seemed to be keeping tabs on his holiness, so he did not continue, but muttered a little painfully, it's like this on the first day, how will we live in the future? Zheng Fa took out the clothes from his bag and put them in the cabinet without saying a word. Gao Yuan turned over on the bed and said, don't you have any ideas? What can I have in mind? Zheng Fa arranged the cabinet and shrugged, the 7th young master is actually not bad. Ah, he doesn't like us, does he? That's so obvious. Then what happens to us? It seems. Gao Yuan frowned and thought for a while. The 7th young master was very popular, but it was really not very harmful. So, he doesn't like us, and I don't like him either, but I guess he can't decide whether we are his book boys, we'll just make do with it. But he doesn't like us, so we won't be able to stay here long. Zheng Fa nodded. The 7th young master is a young master after all. I can't be driven back, or my father will beat me to death. Zheng Fa was silent. Compared to the plateau, the price if he was driven back might be more serious. Manager Wong of the farm could not wait for this day. When the 2 of them were speechless, a man walked to the door and said to them, Coach Su is looking for you. Gao Yuan jumped up with an excited expression. This is going to teach us martial arts. Zheng Fa was a little puzzled when he saw that he had suddenly forgotten his worries. Have you not practiced martial arts before? What do you know? What I practice is called the crop hand style. My father doesn't dare to teach the martial arts in my house. On the school field before, Coach Su was already waiting there. His upper body was naked, and his strong muscles were covered with a thick layer of sweat. He also held a spear in his hand and was honing his martial arts skills. Seeing Zheng Fa and the other 2, he shook his arm and the spear flew accurately to the weapon rack like a swimming dragon. Coming. He looked at the faces of the 2 people with a narrow smile on his face. Why, are you exhausted at the 7th young master's place? Zheng Fa, Jayuan. They say this boy is a master of the Xiao family, but this is the 6th time I have taught the boy for the 7th young master. There was a hint of sympathy in Coach Su's tone. Zheng Fa remembered that Gao Yuan once said that the 7th young master did have 5 book boys. Gao Yuan on the side looked even more depressed. The 7th young master is difficult to maintain, and even every book boy can't stay with him for long, but almost everyone in the Xiao family is willing to do this job. Why do you think it is? Coach Su suddenly changed the topic. Zheng Fa looked at him. This is for the martial arts I will teach you later. Coach Su continued, our ancestor of the Xiao family is a disciple of the Immortal sect. There are even people in every generation who can enter the Immortal sect to practice. This has achieved the status of the Xiao family's Millennium County Commander. But the magic of immortality is elusive, and we are from a humble background. The destiny of immortality is beyond our reach. Coach Su's face was a little dull, but his next sentence became more exciting. But my Xiao family not only has the fate of immortality, but also has the martial arts to control the world. Once you learn martial arts, you will no longer be a weakling. Even if you are not a book boy in the future, there will be the foundation of one's life. Like me, if I learn martial arts and have skills, I can train as a nurse in the Xiao family and enjoy a good life. Who doesn't look up to me when I'm away from home? Coach Su's words made Gao Yuan's eyes sparkle next to Zheng Fa, but Zheng Fa felt that it looked inexplicably familiar. This thing was far from the modern class sellers. At least we need to create 2 sentences of anxiety first, right? Coach Su looked at Zheng Fa and the 2 of them, and he was also a little puzzled. He knew he was stupid, so he thought for a long time before he came up with these words to make a big pie. As a result, Gao Yuan, who was born well and experienced the world, was inspired to scream. Zheng Fa didn't react at all. He glanced at Zheng Fa twice and asked Gao Yuan, you have learned martial arts. Do you know what you need to do to find a martial arts school to learn martial arts in Jingzhou City? Gao Yuan thought for a while and replied, generally speaking, you have to pay the entrance fee first, which seems to be at least 20 taels of silver. What else? I heard that the rules of martial arts schools outside are that 3 years of training and 5 years of prostitution. Yes. Coach Su said loudly, stroking his palms, whether you can learn true martial arts skills outside or not, you will have to work as a cow and a horse for others for a few years. As for our Xiao family, Madam thinks that although you are just the 7th young master's book boy now, you will be able to take charge of the family business of our Xiao family in the future, so she graciously allows you to learn martial arts from me? This is Madam's great kindness. Zheng Fa agreed when he heard this. The status of a servant of the Xiao family is unpleasant to say, but it is regarded as a blessing in this world. It is because the Xiao family essentially occupies too many social resources. If they give some to the following, they will be much better off than the real common people outside. What's more, how can the martial arts taught in martial arts schools outside compare to the martial arts treasured by my Xiao family? Teacher, how do you judge the level of martial arts? Gao Yuan asked curiously. Instructor Su smiled proudly and explained, in the final analysis, the martial arts in our Sunwei world actually come from one place, the Immortal sect. Xianmen. According to legend, the disciples of the immortal sect have countless magical powers, and their skills are even more powerful. But there is one thing, these skills require immortal qualifications. Without qualifications, you cannot practice immortal skills. Those disciples of the immortal sect always have relatives and friends who have no qualifications. Right. Is that why martial arts was created? Actually, we can't say creation. The original martial arts was a simplification of the immortal skills, or an incomplete version. At this point, Coach Su's eyes darkened a little. Those who do not have the qualifications to cultivate immortals have practiced martial arts. If you learn, you will be stronger than others, of course, not as good as the immortal method. Hearing this, Gao Yuan whispered, then I still want to cultivate immortality. Bullshit, who doesn't want to? Let's not talk about whether you have the qualifications to become an immortal. From our Xiao family, you can see that the 7th young master is somewhat immortal. Can he be an immortal? 7th young master? Why not? Gao Yuan was stunned. Coach Su patted his cheek gently, obviously a little annoyed because he had spoken a secret in a hurry. Shut up. The martial arts passed down in the city's martial arts halls were passed down by the children of the ruined immortal clan. The inheritance is gradually lost, and the descendants have no ability. It is probably incomplete and cannot match the original power. But our Xiao family is different. Our Xiao family has immortals from generation to generation. The Xiao family's martial arts has actually been revised by generations of immortal disciples. In terms of refinement, it is even better than before. Both Zheng Fa and Gao Yuan believed this. After all, the Xiao family's 1,000-year reputation was better than those martial arts schools. What I want to pass on to you two today is a technique called Songhe Zhuang in the inheritance of my Xiao family. Coach Su didn't seem to want to talk nonsense anymore because of the gaffe just now. Watch it. He put on a posture, with his feet forward and back, his front foot slightly pointed on the ground, the 5 fingers of his back foot tensed, the instep of his foot arched into the shoe to form a bridge, and his hands were clenched into fists and slightly retracted. The most peculiar thing is the movement of his upper body. From the waist to the neck, he stood in an arched position, looking like a crane singing loudly. Watch my movements carefully. Follow me. He said to Zheng Fa and the others, you must root your feet. 5 fingers, you have to poke 5 holes in the floor for me, but your upper body must be loose. Seeing that the two of them had taken similar positions, he continued, follow my breathing. Exhale, inhale. When he inhaled, the muscles in his upper body rolled like wheels until his chest and abdomen became a big ball. When he exhaled, a long breath flowed out of his throat, turning into a clear and loud crane cry. Zheng Fa kept following and learning, but he felt awkward. Coach Su circled around him several times, patting him with his palms. Tuck your back in, don't pull it in too much. Stomach, stomach. Pay attention to the rhythm of breathing. As Coach Su trained, Zheng Fa seemed to have found a little feeling. A warm current ran up and down his body along with his breath. After practicing for a while, Zheng Fa felt sore all over and couldn't keep the posture. Gao Yuan, who was standing beside him, also grimaced. Coach, this Songhe Zhuang is so difficult. It's difficult because it's powerful. How powerful is it? Gao Yuan asked. Coach Su glanced at the two of them, opened his arms, and flew up like a bird. He was a man with muscles all over his body and looked very strong, but at this moment his movements were extremely light, and he even had a kind of elegance of riding the wind. When he landed, he actually jumped over a distance of 5 or 6 feet. Can fly? Gao Yuan asked with his mouth wide open. Of course you can't fly, but after practicing Songhe Zhuang, you will be the most powerful master of Qinggong in the mortal world. Coach Su said proudly. Moreover, Songhe Zhuang comes from a fairy method that is said to be able to achieve immortality. After practicing to the extreme, you can. Immortality. Gao Yuan said excitedly. Dream on your mother, prolong your life. Coach Su rolled his eyes. This. Gao Yuan thought about it and felt that he was thinking too much. How long will it take me to reach the pinnacle? For someone like you, 30 years is probably enough. Coach Su rolled his eyes at him. How many more years can you live if you succeed? 20 years. Isn't that 10 years wasted? This is what the math genius Gao Yuan said. Zheng Fa tried hard to pretend not to see Coach Su's dark face. You know nothing. Coach Su scolded Gao Yuan. Although the martial arts from those martial arts schools outside may be as powerful as that, the people who practice them lose their prestige after they reach their prime, and those who don't practice well will become short life. Zheng Fa understood what Coach Su meant. In the same martial arts, once you practice it, your skills will increase. Then the extra buff that can increase lifespan like Songhe Pile is naturally very precious. But he actually had another thought in mind. Practicing at plateau for 30 years can extend his life by 20 years. My own qualifications, when Professor Su scratched his head, said that they were above average and better than those on the plateau. Does that mean it doesn't take 30 years? What's more important, I can also travel through modern times? If you practice Qigong in modern times, you have double the time. That is, according to Plato's simple lifespan addition and subtraction algorithm, you won't lose money even if you have to. Probably because Gao Yuan was so angry, Coach Su taught them step by step for a while, then turned away from the shopkeeper and continued to play with the gun. Zheng Fa and Gao Yuan have been practicing the Songhe Zhuang posture on the spot. Even Gao Yuan, who was a little disgusted just now, also studied extremely seriously. Zheng Fa sometimes couldn't help but comment on his peers in the Sunway world and modern schools. Those students he met in modern schools would most likely be slacker. People of the same age in this world, such as Gao Yuan, although they were born as slaves, they have fame and money in their families. They are not ordinary people in this world, and they will cherish opportunities more. After standing for a while according to the posture taught by Coach Su, Zheng Fa felt that the heat in his body became more and more obvious, making his bones numb and his breathing gradually became smoother and longer. Coach Su came over and saw Zheng Fa's state, and couldn't help but nodded with satisfaction. I said you have good qualifications and got started quickly. Zheng Fa clearly saw that Gao Yuan's movements on the side were also stiff, and he seemed a little anxious. Coach Su seemed to be aware of his movements, but he just glanced at him and slowly walked away without any praise or lesson. Looking at Coach Su's retreating figure, Gao Yuan showed obvious frustration on his face. When they came into contact with Song Hezhuang for the first time, Coach Su did not let Zheng Fa and Zheng Fa practice for a long time. In less than half an hour, he started chasing them away. Step by step, the most taboo thing in martial arts training is greed for speed. Zheng Feiben couldn't stand any longer. When he left the school grounds, he felt like thunder in his stomach. He was so hungry that the bluestones on the ground looked like matcha cakes, and he wanted to take a bite. He didn't have enough to eat in this world, and it was only when he started practicing martial arts that he realized that Coach Su's statement that the more you practice martial arts, the more you need to eat well, is a very simple truth. As soon as he returned to the two people's residence, Zheng Fa sat on his bed and felt that his eyes were getting dark. Gao Yuan knew what was going on as soon as he saw his expression. Are you hungry? Yes, how shall we eat? According to the rules of the house, we belong to the 7th young master, so we should go get the food after the 7th young master's maid has prepared it. Then do you think they will take advantage of us? Zheng Fa issued a sole question to Gao Yuan. That's not possible. It's really possible that I didn't fight. I'll fight in the big kitchen. After all, he is the child of the housekeeper of the second room. Gao Yuan showed his rich connections. Madam gave me a copy, and they didn't dare not give it to me when I went to the kitchen. After saying that, Gao Yuan stood up hurriedly and walked outside, shouting, wait a moment, I will bring your food later. Looking at Gao Yuan's leaving figure, Zheng Fa smiled. As a roommate, I have some little thoughts like ordinary people, but to be honest, I'm not a bad person. It took nearly half an hour to prepare food on the plateau. By the time he brought the food box over, Zheng Fa was already so hungry that his stomach was cramping. The group of people in the big kitchen said that Madam didn't give orders. They just wanted to steal our meal money. Gao Yuan said angrily, it was me who asked my father to make them tell the truth. When Zheng Fa heard this, he raised his head and thanked Gao Yuan. Then I have to thank your father properly, otherwise I won't be able to eat this meal. It's okay, this is what we should do. Gao Yuan waved his hands and said, there are quite a lot of meals in the food box. On the first floor were 2 large bowls of meat and a large bowl of vegetables. There is a layer of rice in the middle. The taste seems average, but the portions are generous. Zheng Fa picked up his chopsticks and wolfed down the food. While stuffing food into his mouth, he casually glanced at the bottom layer of the food box. It was originally empty, but he saw a piece of paper, or rather a corner of a piece of paper, sandwiched between the 2 layers of the food box. Gao Yuan seemed to have noticed his gaze, and his hand suddenly shrank, as if he didn't want Zheng Fa to see it. Only then did Zheng Fa realize that this guy had been there for so long and probably did some personal things besides fetching food. He lowered his head and stuffed another mouthful of rice into his mouth, as if nothing had happened. On the other hand, Gao Yuan on the side was a little restless and even absent-mindedly eating. Zheng Fa lived a very regular life for the next 2 days. Early in the morning, I would go to Master 7th's yard to stand for punishment, and I would accompany Master 7th to Mr. Shen's class. In the afternoon, I went to Coach Su to learn Song Hezhuang. Zheng Fa's learning speed is indeed much faster than that of Gao Yuan, but Coach Su once told the two of them that although Zheng Fa learned quickly, he started late. Without special opportunities, it would be difficult for him to succeed in Song Hezhuang. In the evening, after dinner, the two of them would each do their own thing. Zheng Fa would be very busy at night. In addition to silently reciting the classics taught by Mr. Shen in class, he also had to recall the knowledge in modern textbooks. He even had to take out half an hour every day to practice calligraphy. But Gao Yuan was different. As soon as he returned to his residence, he hid in the house and looked at something mysteriously. Zheng Fa occasionally saw that he was holding a few pieces of paper in his hand. It looked very much like the ones hidden in the lunchbox. When Gao Yuan was looking at the papers, he often hid from Zheng Fa. Once Zheng Fa entered the house, he put them in his arms. But occasionally when he was absorbed in reading, Zheng Fa accidentally saw what was written on the paper, or what was drawn, all complicated, with lines that could not see any pattern. Although it was just a glance, Zheng Fa also felt a little dazzled. Gao Yuan, who was facing these papers all day, was obviously more frustrated. That night, when Zheng Fa walked into the house, he saw Gao Yuan slumped on his bed like a salted fish. Those precious pieces of paper were scattered on his quilt. The whole person exuded an air of despair and waiting to die. What's wrong? Gao Yuan's eyes were sluggish, and he looked like he didn't want to talk. After a long time, he suddenly sat up and shouted, I don't want to be a book boy, and I don't want to read these things. Zheng Fa was stunned, and his eyes turned to the papers. How can you not be driven away by reading these? What do you think the book that the seventh young master reads all day is? Gao Yuan pointed to the pattern on the paper. It's all these ghostly talismans. Zheng Fa picked up a piece of paper and looked at it. The pattern on it was chaotic and complicated, and even the pattern could not be seen. Why is the seventh young master looking at this? Talisman, this is the talisman of the legendary Immortal Gate. Zheng Fa couldn't help but stand in awe, and looking at the pattern that looked like a child's graffiti, he felt that it was full of mystery. Zheng Fa looked at it again and again, but he really couldn't get any clues from it. Several pieces of paper are messy, irregular, and even seem to be lines drawn at random. If Gao Yuan hadn't said that this thing was related to the Immortal Sect, Zheng Fa would have believed that it was painted by his sister. Where did you get this thing? He put down the pattern in his hand and asked Gao Yuan. My father gave it to me. Gao Yuan looked at the roof in a daze, looking frustrated. Your father said this is a charm. Didn't my father say that? Didn't I tell you that there were 5 book boys before the 7th young master? Gao Yuan explained to Zheng Fa, this was drawn by the earliest book boy. Where did he know that? My dad said that this is actually not a secret in the house. I heard that the 7th young master doesn't know why, but he can't practice even though he has the qualifications to become an immortal. Even though there were only 2 people in the room, Gao Yuan still lowered his voice unconsciously. Zheng Fa remembered that Coach Su had said something similar inadvertently, but the 7th young master has been unwilling to give in. He has been reading these spells, and other books all day long. Zheng Fa pointed at the patterns on the white paper. Is this it? That's right. This was secretly copied by a book boy before. I heard that he was kicked out of the house by his wife for this matter. Gao Yuan frowned and said, as for me, copying this thing is useless. Who can understand? Zheng Fa agreed with Gao Yuan's words. Even though he already believed in his heart that these ghostly painted talismans were really related to those so-called talismans. But no matter how he looked, he couldn't see anything special about these patterns. Can your father do all this? How many people in our Xiao family want to please the 7th young master? They will do what they like. Rats have their own way. This thing is not a big secret. No one can understand it if you can't stand it. Zheng Fa couldn't help but sigh again. The Xiao mansion was worthy of having a fairy background. Although Gao Yuan said it was easy, outside the Xiao mansion, these pieces of paper might not be accessible to ordinary people in their lifetime. He looked at these patterns a few more times and secretly remembered these pictures in his mind. At night, he saw Gao Yuan holding these pieces of paper and thinking hard. Didn't you stop watching? If you don't read it, the position of this book boy will really be gone. Gao Yuan gritted his teeth and said. Zheng Fa nodded, fell on the bed, and fell asleep in the light. When he woke up again, he was in modern times again. It's not completely bright outside yet, it's only after 5 o'clock. Zheng Fa hurriedly filled his stomach and walked outside the school without picking up his school bag. There are very few pedestrians on the road, only cleaners wearing orange vests are cleaning fallen leaves on the road. There is a small park 500 meters near Qingshui Middle School. Zheng Fa walked into the park and found that there were already many people doing morning exercises inside, mainly uncles and aunties. When a young man like Zheng Fa walked in here, he attracted the curious eyes of many elders. He found an open space and set up a pine and crane pile. As he breathed, a familiar heat emerged in his body. Done? Zheng Fa cheered in his heart and could hardly maintain his breathing rhythm. He had always thought of practicing Songhe Zhuang in the modern world to make up for his late start. But I'm a little worried that the rules of the 2 worlds are different and I can't practice martial arts in this world. So I came to the park early in the morning to try it, but I didn't expect it to go so smoothly. Suppressing his inner excitement, he gradually immersed himself in guiding the heat flow within his body. When he finished his daily stance and felt hungry in his stomach, he slowly let out a sigh of relief, and a clear crane moan came out of his mouth. When he opened his eyes again, he saw a wrinkled face in front of him, his eyes full of curiosity. This is an old man who looks to be in his 60s. The small curly hair on his head is all white. He is wearing an old man's sweatshirt and stands in front of Zheng Fa with his hands behind his back. Seeing him open his eyes, the old man smiled sheepishly and took a step back. Are you opening your voice? Are you learning to sing? He asked a little curiously, seeming to be confused by Zheng Fa's last strange breath. Exercise. Exercising. The old man was happy and twisted his body to look like Zheng Fa just now. Does this allow you to exercise? I don't understand either, I just learned it randomly. Zheng Fa couldn't explain the function of his pine and crane pile. Another world or something is nonsense. What do you want to say about the inheritance of the Immortal Sect? This old man can't send you to a mental hospital. I see, you have watched too many short videos, such as ancient martial arts splitting bricks, internal boxing, and external boxing. They are all fooling people. Exercise and running are better than anything else. In the past few years, I have been hit hard. It's not strict enough, otherwise I think all the masters will have to go in. The old man commented seriously, then looked at Zheng Fa's face and said, you live nearby. Zheng Fa felt something wrong when he heard this. This old man sounded like he was from school. Which class are you in? Zheng Fa hurriedly said, I'm from the city next door, and I came here to play. After saying that, he turned around and walked out of the park. Exercising is a good thing, but you can't learn everything. The old man was still shouting behind him, "You are young, you must believe in science." It wasn't until he walked out of the park that Zheng Fa wiped the sweat from his head and vowed never to come to this park again. After the morning self-study, Zheng Fa held the meat buns bought from the cafeteria in one hand and drew on the draft paper with a pen in the other hand. Soon, several patterns that looked like balls of wool appeared under his pen. They were the so-called talismans that Gao Yuan had seen before. Zheng Fa did not study it in depth at that time. The first reason was that he noticed Gao Yuan's nervousness. Zheng Fa's progress in martial arts training has been faster than Gao Yuan in the past few days. After all, this young man is not very sophisticated and has already become a little alienated. On the other hand, he was a little defensive against the people in the Xiao mansion, even including Gao Yuan. The Immortal Gate Talisman sounds very tempting, but it is obviously not something that everyone is qualified to read. Otherwise, why would Gao Yuan's father stuff these pieces of paper in the food box? Zheng Fa knew that he was not as good as Gao Yuan, who had a housekeeper behind him. Maybe Gao Yuan could hold a few pieces of paper and read them openly, but Zheng Fa was not sure what the consequences would be if he showed excessive interest in this thing. So he brought it to this world to study. He had a good memory, and after just a few glances, these patterns were imprinted in his mind. However, as he looked at them, he also understood Gao Yuan's collapse a little bit. This thing, no matter how you look at it, there is no clue. What are you looking at? Wang Chen suddenly popped his head out from behind him and looked at the draft paper in front of him, frowning and looking around. What is this? Are you going to participate in a math competition? Math competition? Yes, if you don't participate in math competitions, why do you look at these geometric figures? Zheng Fa became excited. You said these figures are related to math competitions. I don't know, I haven't participated in competition training, but I have seen the exercises written by contestants. Wang Chen touched his chin and looked at these patterns again. Yes, it's the feeling of nausea and vomiting, and suspecting that I have brainstem loss. Wang Chen's words made Zheng Fa start to wonder if these patterns have something to do with math competitions. Does anyone in our class participate in competitions? Our class? Wang Chen looked at him strangely. There are not many people in Qingshui Middle School who participate in competitions. This stuff is something that only the strong people from provincial key high schools can get involved in. Qingshui Middle School is actually quite good in the city. Every year there are always 1 or 2 top-level colleges, but provincial key schools? It's still hard to get into trouble. However, I heard that Tang Lingyu should be learning about competitions in private. Zheng Fa looked at the front of the classroom. In the first row near the podium, a girl with a ponytail was reading a book with her chin on her hand. The morning light from the front door slanted on her side face and fingers, making her look youthful and delicate. Tang Lingyu, the top strongman in the class, has won the first place in the class for 3 consecutive years, a strong contender for the first place in the school, the little darling of the head teacher Lao Chen, and the uncrowned king of the class without the title of class cotter. Although her face is attractive, few boys in the class are unruly in front of her. There are already brave people who have proved that if you call Lao Chen bald in person, he may not beat you to death, but if you dare to have bad intentions towards Tang Lingyu, sorry, I will ask your parents to change your seat and provide you with a one-stop service to make you a prodigal son. It's normal to fall in love early, but the swan is flying well, why is the toad flopping on the ground? Lao Chen's words almost made the boy cry. From then on, the atmosphere around Tang Lingyu became quiet and studious. However, she was treated specially by Lao Chen, so she couldn't help but walk alone in the class, and seemed to have few friends. Zheng Fa picked up the pattern he drew and walked towards Tang Lingyu. Brother, you are so brave. Wang Chen stopped Zheng Fa in shock. What do you want to do? Go ask Tang Lingyu. Zheng Fa slapped Wang Chen's arm and walked to Tang Lingyu's seat. Tang Lingyu, can I bother you for a moment? Not only Wang Chen, but other students also looked in this direction intentionally or unintentionally. Since a boy expressed his affection for Tang Lingyu and was severely punished, no student, or should I say a male student, would go and talk to Tang Lingyu for no reason. Tang Lingyu put down the book in her hand, turned her head to look at Zheng Fa, and a sentence was clearly written on her face. You have disturbed me. I want to ask you, are you preparing for the math competition? Tang Lingyu nodded. Then, are these pictures in the math competition? Zheng Fa put a few pictures in front of Tang Lingyu. Tang Lingyu frowned, looked at these pictures, and then shook her head slightly. Isn't it? You may have some misunderstandings about the math competition. Seeing his disappointed look, Tang Lingyu actually explained. For example, these geometric figures will be tested, but there must be questions and problems, not just a few figures. Zheng Fa suddenly realized that he had figured it out. Even in the college entrance examination, you will not only be given a picture. What can you see from this? However, these geometric figures should have certain rules. Tang Lingyu looked at them carefully again and frowned, saying, maybe the person who drew the picture had his own ideas in it, but I can't see it. So, compared to his own IQ, Zheng Fa still believed in the academic master Tang Lingyu more. Maybe the teacher who taught me the competition will see it more clearly. Zheng Fa was in high spirits and asked shamelessly, then can you ask your teacher? He and Tang Lingyu were not actually familiar with each other, but he couldn't help being a little presumptuous at this moment. After all, he knew very well that Gao Yuan wanted to understand these pictures just to keep his position as a bookboy. In fact, Zheng Fa needed this position more than him. Gao Yuan at least had a housekeeper father when he returned home. If he was driven back, the days when the family had just started to get better might take a sharp turn for the worse. If there was a glimmer of hope, Zheng Fa was willing to be shameless. Tang Lingyu looked at him quietly for a while, then slowly nodded. Actually, the teacher who taught me the competition lives in Qingshui Middle School. I go to his house for tutoring every weekend. I'll take you to ask him then. Take me. I don't know what you want to ask. Wouldn't it be better if you go by yourself? When Zheng Fa returned to his seat, he still felt that Tang Lingyu was not as cold as she looked. Brother, what did you say to her? Don't you know? I just asked about these pictures. Are you really, for these pictures? Wang Chen's expression suddenly became vulgar. What else? Didn't you just find a few pictures from somewhere and then talk to her? Wang Chen spoke more and more seriously, and he believed it himself. Zheng Fa shook his head and said, you misunderstood. It's not me who misunderstood, it's everyone who guessed that they misunderstood. Wang Chen curled his lips, and sure enough, several classmates nearby smiled at him ambiguously, and seemed to have a hint of respect. Zheng Fa was also a little helpless. For high school students, seeing male and female classmates talking together, sometimes it is easy to make a fuss. It is not true or not, but they just like it. Not to mention Tang Lingyu. Forget it, I can't control what they think, but I really don't. Compared with this group of classmates, Zheng Fa has more things in his mind, and he really doesn't have so many romantic factors. They don't care, but... Wang Chen pointed to the door. Old Chen seems to have misunderstood. Zheng Fa looked up and saw Lao Chen standing at the front door with a stern face, staring at Zheng Fa's face like a searchlight. In the next few days, Zheng Fa attended classes quietly, trying to appear to be focused. On the one hand, he would get up an hour earlier every morning to practice Songhe Zhuang. He didn't dare to go to the park, so he found a place behind the family building of Qingshui Middle School. This place was located in the corner of the wall of Qingshui Middle School, and there were a few old trees outside to cover it. Zheng Fa was standing inside to practice, and it was not easy to see him if he was not deliberately observed. In addition, Zheng Fa got up very early, and it was only 6 o'clock when he finished standing, and most people were still sleeping at this time. So for several days in a row, no one noticed him practicing. On Friday morning, Zheng Fa was still immersed in the heat flow in his body. Since Coach Su taught him Songhe Zhuang, he has been practicing in Sunwei Realm and Modern for almost a week. At the beginning, the heat flow in the body was looming and uncontrollable. Later, he could feel the heat flow every time he breathed. Today, the heat flow no longer disappears when practicing, but instead has a sense of continuity. Really got started. Coach Su once told them that when the heat flow in the body circling around the waist, abdomen and hips like a line, it is the time to really get started with Songhe posture. This is how he felt at this moment. After putting away the frame, Zheng Fa immediately felt the difference. In addition to the hunger he felt every day when practicing, his waist and abdomen were warm, giving him an illusion that his hips and legs seemed to have a strong force that wanted to be released. Zheng Fa looked around at the empty environment and bent down. Use all his strength, jump, shua, ouch. Zheng Fa felt that his thighs were like a spring, sending him directly to the sky. The branches and leaves above his head crackled and hit his face. His head even broke through the treetops that were more than 3 meters high. When Zheng Fa fell to the ground in shock, he couldn't help but touch his chest and said, "Fuck. No, this is not his voice." Zheng Fa looked up and saw the curly-haired old man in the park staring at him blankly. Looking at Zheng Fa, the expression on the curly-haired old man's face is difficult to describe. It was an expression of surprise, curiosity, and embarrassment. Apparently he also recognized Zheng Fa. He looked at the branches above Zheng Fa's head, stretched out his hand to compare the height of his head, and said cautiously towards Zheng Fa, "Little, young hero, are you doing kung fu?" "No, I'm practicing high jump." "Young hero, please don't lie to me. I have practiced high jump." The old man said a little proudly, "When I was young, I even won the first prize in track and field at our city sports meeting. You can't do high jump at all with those moves. I practiced blindly." "I understand. Young hero, the secret that has not been told, the hidden sect." The old man said with an understanding expression, "But look at me, I also practiced Qigong when I was young." "Your old hobbies are quite extensive. Who says it's not the case? My master was most optimistic about me at that time, but something happened later. Otherwise, I should be famous in the world now." "Accident. Oh, he was caught and accused of fraud." "Zheng Fa." The old man looked at Zheng Fa, with a flattering expression on his wrinkled face. "Young hero, I don't think my master was lying to me when he said I have good qualifications. How about you see what I can do? Can't learn your skills? I can become a disciple." Zheng Fa felt a little numb. "Uncle, there is no effort in this world. We must believe in science." "Nonsense. How can science be such a shallow thing? Seeking truth from facts is science. If there is such a thing as kung fu in the world, then science should study kung fu." The old man said with a tigerish face, "Isn't this just scientific research?" Zheng Fa had to say that what this uncle said made sense. "How are you going to study it? Slice it." The old man's expression was a little weird, and he looked Zheng Fa up and down. "I just want to practice it myself. However, if you have such a need, although I am not a professional, I can find someone to take care of it. Don't? You also know that my sect has rules and the law is not taught lightly. Hey, the old man complained, that's what you people are like, you only care about your own business. Isn't this in decline? Yes. Zheng Fa listened to his education and ran away. The old man probably saw that Zheng Fa really had no intention of communicating with him, so he stayed where he was, but his eyes were a little reluctant to leave. In the afternoon, the atmosphere in the class became a little restless. Qingshui Middle School seniors do not have weekends off. Zheng Fa and the others take 2 days off every 2 weeks. They have Friday night off, and come back for self-study on Sunday night. Friday night is the most exciting time for students. Many day students will choose to play for a while before going home. Zheng Fa, let's go play basketball after school. Wang Chen made an appointment with Zheng Fa. Zheng Fa's football skills are not very good, but he is tall and has good physical strength from having to do farm work for many years. He is not a laggard among the boys in the class. No, I have an appointment with someone. Zheng Fa glanced at Tang Lingmu in the front row. Have a date with someone? Who is it? Wang Chen was stunned for a moment. He had never seen Zheng Fa have any other close friends since he was a child. Following Zheng Fa's gaze, he looked at Tang Lingmu. Tang Lingmu. Zheng Fa had never seen such a rich expression on Wang Chen's face. If you have to understand it, it is probably a kind of teeth-gnashing blessing. I saw no movement from you in the past few days, but why are you so playful? She made an appointment with me. Father, I want to learn this. Seeing that he even called out his adoptive father, Zheng Fa knew that this kid really believed it. Believe me, girls like this. At the door of the milk tea shop, Wang Chen persuaded Zheng Fa with a sure look on his face. Let me explain again, I just want to express my gratitude. Zheng Fa tried to explain. Speaking of which, Tang Lingmu was willing to take him to see her teacher, and Zheng Fa would like to thank him both emotionally and rationally. But he has never interacted with girls of the same age in this world. After asking Wang Chen took him to the milk tea shop at the school gate. This shop is really popular, especially on Fridays, when many girls buy milk tea here. But Zheng Fa never came. A cup of milk tea costing more than 10 yuan is still a bit luxurious for Zheng Fa. Bring me one of your hottest drinks. Because he didn't know which one tasted better, he said to the clerk. I don't know if it's popular or not. This is probably one of the more expensive milk teas in the store. The price of 28 makes Zheng Fa feel like he's been ripped off. Tang Lingmu and Zheng Fa made an appointment near the family building. Zheng Fa arrived first, and it took Tang Lingmu nearly half an hour to show up. Sorry, my family has something to do with me. When she saw Zheng Fa, Tang Lingmu apologized. It's okay, I didn't wait long. Zheng Fa did see a black car following Tang Lingmu at the corner behind him. He didn't know much about cars, but judging from his simple aesthetic, this rather conspicuous car was probably not cheap. This way, Tang Lingmu led the way, and Zheng Fa took out the milk tea in his hand and handed it to him. This is for you. Tang Lingmu silently shot a question mark at him. I'm just asking you to bring me here. Tang Lingmu nodded, indicating that she understood, but put her hand on her chest and waved. Thank you, I'll accept it, but I don't want the milk tea. I don't drink milk tea, it's not healthy. Zheng Fa felt a little regretful for wasting 28 yuan. If I had known earlier, I would have asked Tang Lingmu, but they didn't want it, and he didn't want to give it to him. He just wanted to drink it later. Qingshui Middle School has 8 teaching buildings. Tang Lingmu led Zheng Fa into the relatively remote building. As soon as she entered the corridor, Tang Lingmu stood still and stretched out her hand in front of Zheng Fa. Zheng Fa looked at her 5 slender fingers. Look at the milk tea in your hand again. Silently place the plastic bag on the other person's hand. Tang Lingmu didn't leave anymore, she just stood in the corridor and took a big sip eagerly. Isn't it unhealthy? Are you stupid? My mother is watching from the car. Tang Lingmu rolled her eyes at him. I don't drink, it's my mother who won't let me drink. Got it. Waving your hands is just your acting skills. Wait a minute, let's go up after I finish drinking. It was obvious that Tang Lingmu had rich experience in fighting. While happily sipping milk tea, she introduced to Zheng Fa. The teacher who taught me how to compete should be a distant grandpa of mine. My mother knows him. He can't let him see me drinking milk tea. He is also a teacher in our school. Thinking that the other person also lives in Qingshui Middle School. No, his daughter works in our school, and he has retired. Tang Lingmu drank such a large cup of milk tea in 3 gulps, and she still seemed a little unsatisfied. He used to be a university professor, and he seemed to have been a graduate of the Olympiad before. Members of the question group. Sounds pretty awesome. Well, it took a lot of effort for my mother to find someone to say good things to. Although she said she was grandpa from afar, she actually didn't have much contact with her before. Tang Lingmu paused and said. Zheng Fa looked at her face, but there was something he didn't say. It can be seen that your family is also quite powerful. Looking at Zheng Fa, the expression on the curly-haired old man's face is difficult to describe. It was an expression of surprise, curiosity, and embarrassment. Apparently he also recognized Zheng Fa. He looked at the branches above Zheng Fa's head, stretched out his hand to compare the height of his head, and said cautiously towards Zheng Fa, Little, young hero, are you doing kung fu? No, I'm practicing high jump. Young hero, please don't lie to me. I have practiced high jump. The old man said a little proudly, when I was young, I even won the first prize in track and field at our city sports meeting. You can't do high jump at all with those moves. I practiced blindly. I understand? Young hero, the secret that has not been told, the hidden sect. The old man said with an understanding expression, but look at me, I also practiced Qigong when I was young. Your old hobbies are quite extensive. Who says it's not the case? My master was most optimistic about me at that time, but something happened later. Otherwise, I should be famous in the world now. Accident. Oh, he was caught and accused of fraud. Zheng Fa. The old man looked at Zheng Fa, with a flattering expression on his wrinkled face. Young hero, I don't think my master was lying to me when he said I have good qualifications. How about you see what I can do? Can't learn your skills? I can become a disciple. Zheng Fa felt a little numb. Uncle, there is no effort in this world. We must believe in science. Nonsense. How can science be such a shallow thing? Seeking truth from facts is science. If there is such a thing as kung fu in the world, then science should study kung fu. The old man said with a tigerish face, isn't this just scientific research? Zheng Fa had to say that what this uncle said made sense. How are you going to study it? Slice it. The old man's expression was a little weird, and he looked Zheng Fa up and down. I just want to practice it myself. However, if you have such a need, although I am not a professional, I can find someone to take care of it. Don't? You also know that my sect has rules and the law is not taught lightly. Hey, the old man complained, that's what you people are like, you only care about your own business. Isn't this in decline? Yes. Zheng Fa listened to his education and ran away. The old man probably saw that Zheng Fa really had no intention of communicating with him, so he stayed where he was, but his eyes were a little reluctant to leave. In the afternoon, the atmosphere in the class became a little restless. Qingshui Middle School seniors do not have weekends off. Zheng Fa and the others take 2 days off every 2 weeks. They have Friday night off, and come back for self-study on Sunday night. Friday night is the most exciting time for students. Many day students will choose to play for a while before going home. Zheng Fa, let's go play basketball after school. Wang Chen made an appointment with Zheng Fa. Zheng Fa's football skills are not very good, but he is tall and has good physical strength from having to do farm work for many years. He is not a laggard among the boys in the class. No, I have an appointment with someone. Zheng Fa glanced at Tang Lingmu in the front row. Have a date with someone? Who is it? Wang Chen was stunned for a moment. He had never seen Zheng Fa have any other close friends since he was a child. Following Zheng Fa's gaze, he looked at Tang Lingmu. Tang Lingmu. Zheng Fa had never seen such a rich expression on Wang Chen's face. If you have to understand it, it is probably a kind of teeth-gnashing blessing. I saw no movement from you in the past few days, but why are you so playful? She made an appointment with me. Father, I want to learn this. Seeing that he even called out his adoptive father, Zheng Fa knew that this kid really believed it. Believe me, girls like this. At the door of the milk tea shop, Wang Chen persuaded Zheng Fa with a sure look on his face. Let me explain again, I just want to express my gratitude. Zheng Fa tried to explain. Speaking of which, Tang Lingmu was willing to take him to see her teacher, and Zheng Fa would like to thank him both emotionally and rationally. But he has never interacted with girls of the same age in this world. After asking Wang Chen took him to the milk tea shop at the school gate. This shop is really popular, especially on Fridays, when many girls buy milk tea here. But Zheng Fa never came. A cup of milk tea costing more than 10 yuan is still a bit luxurious for Zheng Fa. Bring me one of your hottest drinks. Because he didn't know which one tasted better, he said to the clerk. I don't know if it's popular or not. This is probably one of the more expensive milk teas in the store. The price of 28 makes Zheng Fa feel like he's been ripped off. Tang Lingmu and Zheng Fa made an appointment near the family building. Zheng Fa arrived first, and it took Tang Lingmu nearly half an hour to show up. Sorry, my family has something to do with me. When she saw Zheng Fa, Tang Lingmu apologized. It's okay, I didn't wait long. Zheng Fa did see a black car following Tang Lingmu at the corner behind him. He didn't know much about cars, but judging from his simple aesthetic, this rather conspicuous car was probably not cheap. This way, Tang Lingmu led the way, and Zheng Fa took out the milk tea in his hand and handed it to him. This is for you. Tang Lingmu silently shot a question mark at him. I'm just asking you to bring me here. Tang Lingmu nodded, indicating that she understood, but put her hand on her chest and waved. Thank you, I'll accept it, but I don't want the milk tea. I don't drink milk tea, it's not healthy. Zheng Fa felt a little regretful for wasting 28 yuan. If I had known earlier, I would have asked Tang Lingmu, but they didn't want it, and he didn't want to give it to him. He just wanted to drink it later. Qingshui Middle School has 8 teaching buildings. Tang Lingmu led Zheng Fa into the relatively remote building. As soon as she entered the corridor, Tang Lingmu stood still and stretched out her hand in front of Zheng Fa. Zheng Fa looked at her 5 slender fingers. Look at the milk tea in your hand again. Silently place the plastic bag on the other person's hand. Tang Lingmu didn't leave anymore, she just stood in the corridor and took a big sip eagerly. Isn't it unhealthy? Are you stupid? My mother is watching from the car. Tang Lingmu rolled her eyes at him. I don't drink, it's my mother who won't let me drink. Got it. Waving your hands is just your acting skills. Wait a minute, let's go up after I finish drinking. It was obvious that Tang Lingmiu had rich experience in fighting. While happily sipping milk tea, she introduced to Zheng Fa, the teacher who taught me how to compete should be a distant grandpa of mine. My mother knows him. He can't let him see me drinking milk tea. He is also a teacher in our school. Thinking that the other person also lives in Qingshui Middle School. No, his daughter works in our school, and he has retired. Tang Lingmiu drank such a large cup of milk tea in 3 gulps, and she still seemed a little unsatisfied. He used to be a university professor, and he seemed to have been a graduate of the Olympiad before. Members of the question group. Sounds pretty awesome. Well, it took a lot of effort for my mother to find someone to say good things to. Although she said she was grandpa from afar, she actually didn't have much contact with her before. Tang Lingmiu paused and said. Zheng Fa looked at her face, but there was something he didn't say. It can be seen that your family is also quite powerful. Tang Lingmiu cherished the last sip of milk tea into her mouth, thought for a moment with the empty milk tea cup, stuffed it into her backpack, and then took Zheng Fa upstairs. I drank your milk tea, and this matter is all my responsibility. She just missed patting her bulging chest. When she reached the 4th floor, she stopped, pointed to a security door and said, my teacher lives here. Please wait for me to go in and talk to him. She knocked on the security door, and the person inside opened the door. Tang Lingmiu gave Zheng Fa a waiting look, slipped in through the crack in the door, and left the security door ajar. Zheng Fa stood behind the door and waited, and the voices inside could be heard vaguely. Teacher Bai, can I ask you for a favor? Tang Lingmiu's voice was clear. Zheng Fa grinned. The sweetness of this voice is a bit off the mark. You tell me first. What came was the voice of an old man, full of vigilance, and Zheng Fa felt a little familiar for some reason. I've brought you another student. Are you in love? The old man's voice suddenly became louder. What love? I mean, I have a classmate who wants to ask you a question. A studious student? Male or female? The old man obviously did not believe Tang Lingmiu's words. Male, but we are really not in love. It can be heard that Tang Lingmiu worked very hard for a cup of milk tea. TCH, I don't know what you young people are thinking. This young man is not very eager to learn. I have seen too many lustful ones. I won't agree. The old man obviously regarded Tang Lingmiu as a junior. A certain amount of hostility towards every male around her. Teacher Bai, aren't you a university professor? You answer questions and answer questions. You teach without distinction. The old man's tone was indignant. I'm retired? Do you understand that I'm retired? I taught students before I retired, and I still teach students after retirement. Didn't I retire in vain? This old man obviously resents his job. Simply put, lazy. Then if you teach me one, it's still a lesson. It's not a big deal if you teach one more. Tang Lingmiu was really working hard. Listening to this voice outside, Zheng Fa felt numb all over. It's hard to imagine that it came from her slightly cold face. You are different. Your mother gave you too much. No, I mean you are very talented in mathematics. You are smart. Then since you haven't seen anyone, maybe he also has a talent. There is such a thing as mathematical talent. If you see a person and just say he doesn't have it, this method is actually very accurate. Is this really something that can't be done? Can't do it. Tang Lingmiu walked out of the room with a trace of apology on her face. Sorry, he doesn't want to see you. It's okay, you've done your best. Listening outside, Zheng Fa could imagine how Tang Lingmiu acted coquettishly in front of the other party to please him, and he could even hear the other party's hard work in his voice. What's more, the cup of milk tea was actually to thank Tang Lingmiu for bringing him here. He also heard just now that Tang Lingmiu's family spent a lot of money to find this teacher for her. 100 times $28 is not enough. I just want a cup of milk tea to make this teacher willing to teach me. He is not that greedy yet. How about? Tang Lingmiu turned around and looked at her backpack, which still contained an empty milk tea cup, and said hesitantly, shall I buy you a cup of milk tea? That's not the case. If you are really embarrassed, I will ask you if I have any questions in the future. I can't ask the teacher, but it's almost the same as asking the students. Don't worry, I know how to do it, and I will definitely teach you. What the hell? Just buying you a cup of milk tea? He just wants to take the opportunity to talk to you more. An old man's voice came from behind her, and he seemed to hate iron. Zheng Fa watched helplessly as a white curly head poked out from the crack in the door. Looking at this familiar old face, Zheng Fa's heart suddenly dawned on him. What I said sounded familiar. In the house, the three of them were sitting on the sofa in the living room, and the atmosphere was a little awkward for a while. Zheng Fa and Teacher Bai, as well as the curly-haired old man they met in the park before, didn't know how to speak. Tang Lingmiu's face was still a little confused. She looked at this and then that, as if she didn't know why three people suddenly entered the room. That, young hero. You can just call me Xiao Zhang, or classmate Zhang. Hearing the word young hero, especially in front of a classmate like Tang Lingmiu, Zheng Fa felt an inexplicable sense of shame. Okay, classmate Zhang, please call me Lao Bai or Teacher Bai. The old man continued to ask, is that you the person she was talking about just now? Well, I came across some pictures and wanted to show them to Teacher Bai. No hurry, no rush, do you want to tutor with me? I don't expect to be your student, Teacher Bai. Just ask 2 questions. Zheng Fa recalled the man's categorical refusal just now and said embarrassedly. Don't? I just thought about it. I have been a teacher all my life and I retired all of a sudden. I can't stop my desire to teach and educate people. The expression on Tang Lingmu's face was full of question marks. Isn't that what you said just now? Zheng Fa was also stunned and looked at the old man's sincere face. Teacher Bai, what do you mean? What I mean is that I am a math student, so I want to find some students with good math talent to teach. Young man, no, classmate Zheng, your sect should also find some talented people to teach some secrets. Look at me. Teacher Bai pointed at himself again. I can see at a glance that Teacher Bai has extraordinary talent. Zheng Fa suddenly realized. I think you are also very smart in math. Tang Lingmu watched from the side, her eyes full of confusion. These two men seemed to have completed a dirty deal in front of her. Looking at the pictures handed over by Zheng Fa, Teacher Bai frowned slightly, and his face looked a little serious. Compared to his playful appearance just now, he now has the style of a university professor. He traced a few pictures with his fingers, looked up and asked Zheng Fa, that's all. Yeah. Then I can't tell what it is. Teacher Bai put down a few papers. Why don't you ask those fortune tellers to see? Let them count with their fingers and tell what this thing is. Zheng Fa. But if you ask me if there are any rules in these patterns, there are some. Tell me, this, and this. Teacher Bai pointed to the three pictures and said uncertainly, if we look at it from the perspective of our mathematical topology, it is actually a pattern. Zheng Fa looked at the three pictures in confusion. Looking left and right, he really couldn't tell that they were the same. Topo, what? This involves a relatively elementary and simple topological concept, called homeomorphism. Teacher Bai talked about his professional matters, and he was eloquent and dancing with joy. After talking for a long time, he stopped and asked Zheng Fa, do you understand? Zheng Fa felt like a pedant was trying to pry open his head with a chisel, but he seemed to have mastered the iron head skill without any guidance. Mathematics doesn't lie, but it insults. Teacher Bai talked a lot, and Zheng Fa already sounded like every word was being beaten on his head. Do you understand now? He heard Teacher Bai ask himself, raised his head and gave him a confused expression. And you? The old man asked Tang Lingmu on the side. Absolutely. Tang Lingmu said softly, this isn't difficult, is it? Teacher Bai looked at Tang Lingmu and nodded, then looked at Zheng Fa and sighed deeply. Zheng Fa, although you two didn't target me, I feel that the scoldings you both made were quite dirty. I'll say it again, classmate Zheng, please listen carefully. Teacher Bai didn't give up. He picked up the pen again and wanted to break it into pieces and feed it to Zheng Fa's mouth bit by bit. Then he made Zheng Fa understand that if you don't work hard at some things, you won't know that you are really not good at it. Tang Lingmu on the side had already begun to yawn out of boredom. Zheng Fa's face was still confused and he could only say he half understood. I have never taught a student as stupid as you. Teacher Bai flicked the pen in his hand and said angrily. Zheng Fa was also a little frustrated, and he heard Tang Lingmu on the side whisper. Teacher Bai used to be a professor at Beijing University. You can't compare to normal. Zheng Fa was really comforted. Beijing University was the top university in the country, and it was much higher grade than Zheng Fa's dream school, Jiangnan University. Zheng Fa is very self-aware. He can only be regarded as a hard worker, but he cannot be regarded as a genius. But the old man became more and more anxious, his mouth full of disgust. Fool. I don't have a clear mind. Are all the students in Qingshui Middle School like you? I think the salary teacher you gets is all mental damage compensation. Zheng Fa's mentality was very stable, but the old man had obviously exhausted his patience. He kept scolding Zheng Fa. Even halfway through the lesson, he angrily abandoned Zheng and Fa and ran to the balcony to smoke. Zheng Fa didn't break the defense, he taught him how to break the defense. Are you okay? Tang Lingmu was listening to the old man's evaluation of Zheng Fa. Now looking at Zheng Fa's expression, she was full of sympathy. What Teacher Bai just said was a bit excessive. He is used to teaching those geniuses. If he teaches me again, it will be a disaster for him. Zheng Fa said that his mentality is very stable. This kind of scolding is actually a bit more elegant compared to those shabby jokes in Zhuangzi. That's right. Tang Lingmu nodded. I heard him say before that he didn't understand how those who got perfect scores in the college entrance examination mathematics dared to apply for the mathematics department of Beijing University. Because true geniuses mostly come through competitions. Tang Lingmu explained, and Zheng Fa once again understood deeply how he, a person who could only occasionally reach 130 in mathematics, was a dead wood in Teacher Bai's heart. But he went too far. It's okay. It's a good thing to be strict with me. Zheng Fa also comforted Tang Lingmu. The girl looked at him deeply and said with admiration, I found that you are quite generous. I wouldn't be able to bear it if it were me. Okay, you won't be able to learn anything else for a while. I'll explain it clearly to you with these pictures. Old man Bai finally gave up. These pictures of yours are actually two patterns. Some places are probably incomplete. He added a few strokes to the pattern and drew two relatively simple figures on the paper. These pictures are transformed from these two simplest patterns. Zheng Fa looked at these two figures and remembered them in his mind. Teaching you 30 minutes will cost me 3 years of my life. Old man Bai was still complaining, obviously regretting it and wanting to back down. How about I teach you, a secret that has not been passed down, a master's unique skill. Zheng Fa smiled very innocently. Come on, come on. The old man suddenly became excited and brought Zheng Fa into an empty room. Follow me. Zheng Fa said that what he taught was the true religion, and he demonstrated it to the old man by posing like a pine crane. Tang Lingyu looked on curiously, but he didn't care. The old man twisted his body into a twisted pose. Pa! Zheng Fa slapped the old man on the back of his head. What are you doing? The position of your head is wrong. Zheng Fa looked serious. Oh. Old man Bai straightened his head obediently. Pop. Pull your arm back. Pa. Don't hold out your belly. Pa, stand firm on your legs. The sound of snapping made Tang Lingyu on the side feel pain, and she and old man Bai grimaced together. Legs forward. No, no, my leg is going to be broken. Old man Bai screamed miserably. Then I heard Zheng Fa say in a tone of hatred that iron cannot become steel. Fool. Your body is not oiled. Your previous master was probably so angry with you that he didn't want to teach you, so he surrendered. Tang Lingyu looked at Zheng Fa deeply. I sincerely bowed deeply to the word magnanimity and apologized. When old man Bai stood there for 10 minutes and finally couldn't bear it anymore, Zheng Fa let the old man go. According to Coach Su, the old man's talent is indeed not good. At best, he has a below-average talent. In addition, as I age, my bones become less flexible. It would be good if the speed of practicing Song He Zhuang is 1/10 that of Zheng Fa. Old man Bai pinched his sore arm and jumped on the spot. Don't tell me, I feel a lot lighter. Zheng Fa is sure that with this old man's qualifications, he can become a ghost in such a short time. It is most likely due to psychological effects. Then let's take our leave first. Zheng Fa wanted to run away. Slow down. Old man Bai stopped at the door. Have you had a good time scolding you just now? Do you want to run away? Learn from me for another half hour. The old man pulled Zheng Fa, took out a reference book from the previous lecture from the study, and began to torture Zheng Fa. When Zheng Fa and Tang Lingyu left, it was already around 10 o'clock in the evening. Did you do it on purpose? Tang Lingyu blinked in the corridor and asked Zheng Fa, deliberately angered teacher Bai, let him give you another lecture. No, he did it on purpose. Zheng Fa picked up his school bag and looked back at her. This old man wishes someone could teach him. He didn't miss the flash of loneliness on old man Bai's face when the two said goodbye. When he woke up again, he was in Xiao Mansion again. Gao Yuan slept crookedly on the other bed, with a few papers scattered on his pillow. Zheng Fa was so familiar with the pattern on it that he almost vomited. After a weekend of surprise tutoring at old man Bai's house, although mathematics was still difficult, Zheng Fa still figured out those pictures. At least Zheng Fa remembered how to understand the rules in mathematics. Are you awake? Gao Yuan turned over in a daze, looked at Zheng Fa who was standing up, and rubbed his eyes. Get up quickly, Coach Su is waiting for us. Zheng Fa urged him. After Coach Su handed them the Song He Zhuang, he became the hands-off shopkeeper. Yesterday, or the day before Zheng Fa traveled to modern times, he suddenly said that he wanted to see how the two of them were practicing these days. On the training ground, there were several young men in their early 20s standing next to Master Su. One of them yawned lazily. Master, why did you ask us to come here so early? Of course, there is another apprentice I like. Aren't we going to see the two servants of the 7th young master today? These young men are the guards of the Xiao Mansion, but they have a closer relationship with Master Su than other guards. Although the guards of the Xiao Mansion were all taught by Master Su, they are nominally his apprentices. But these people were serving tea and paying respects to Master Su in a serious manner, calling Master Su Master, and one of them was Master Su's nephew. With Master Su's care, they developed very quickly, and they were also independent in various industries of the Xiao family, and they were all very busy. If Master Su hadn't summoned them today, it would not be so easy to get together. At this time, these people were a little curious about the purpose of Master Su calling them here. One of the guys today is quite talented. If nothing unexpected happens, he will be your junior apprentice in the future. Wait. The young man who just yawned reacted, 7th young master's book boy? Is he willing to guard the house like us? It's not that he is self-deprecating. No matter how much Master Su can protect them, he doesn't have the support of the 7th young master. If he is a book boy, he may be a housekeeper. Who wants to be a poor guard who gets up early and goes to bed late every day, working in the wind and rain? Is it shameful to be my apprentice? Besides, he must be able to hold the position of book boy. Hearing this, Master Su snorted. I'll wait until he is driven away by the 7th young master, and then I will ask the lady for mercy. Several young people looked at each other and felt that what their master said made sense. Who in the Xiao family doesn't know the 7th young master's bad temper? None of his book boys lasted long. Then why did the master call us here? First, you get to know him first, and take care of him if he gets into trouble in the future. Master, you really value this kid. The young man who spoke first curled his lips and muttered. Second, the little guy has good talent, and I guess he will learn martial arts quickly. I'm afraid he will be arrogant. I understand. It's a show of power. The young men looked at each other and rubbed their hands. Who told you to fight? You just talk and make noises on the side to let them know that there are always people better than you. Now these young people are really sure that their master really values this young junior brother who has not yet entered the sect, and is afraid that he will hurt him. When Zheng Fa and Gao Yuan arrived at the training ground, they were stared at by several inquiring eyes, which made them feel a little uncomfortable. He didn't hear the whispers of these people. Which one? Which one? The taller one, the darker one. The other one is not good enough. The talent is not as good as his father, who is the head of the second branch of the family, so he has his own way. He probably doesn't like my small family. This future junior brother, there is nothing special about him. Looking at Zheng Fa and the others approaching, Coach Su couldn't help but explain, not to mention his excellent aptitude, but mainly because of his calm mind. He is a good seedling, don't say anything. When Zheng Fa walked in front of the few people, he saw Coach Su frowning at him with a stern face, as if he was not very satisfied. The young people behind him also looked serious. Today was a test for 2 people, and with this group of people being so serious, the 2 people were naturally more nervous. They didn't even dare to breathe too loudly. You 2 are late. Coach Su blamed them as soon as he opened his mouth, and the 2 didn't dare to refute and bowed their heads obediently. You 2 are just starting to learn martial arts, and it's the time to study hard. Why are you late? It's me. I got up late and wasted time, Gao Yuan said hesitantly. He had been studying those pictures these past few nights, staying up all night. He was at the age when he could sleep, so when Zheng Fa called him, it was too late. Since you slept so well, you must have practiced Songhe Zhuang well, right? Practice for me. Gao Yuan's face was bitter, and his body was honestly posing in the Songhe Zhuang posture. Zheng Fa watched from the side, watching him stand on the ground, his shoulders rising and falling with his hips. From Zheng Fa's perspective at this time, Gao Yuan was almost a beginner. This surprised him a little. You know, if it weren't for the modern Qi Tian, he might not be able to reach Gao Yuan's level now. What's more, Coach Su clearly said that his roots were better than Gao Yuan's. Coach Su was also a little surprised. He walked around Gao Yuan twice. After frowning for a long time, he suddenly said, "Did your father give you some special training?" "Yes," Gao Yuan said hesitantly, a little embarrassed. "Your posture is the same as your father's. Your left shoulder is 1 inch higher. He has injured his shoulder, and you are learning from him." Coach Su sneered. "Relax." He patted Gao Yuan's left shoulder blade. Gao Yuan unconsciously adjusted his posture. It was obvious that his breathing was smoother and his posture was more in line with the essence of Songhe Zhuang. "Okay." Coach Su nodded. "Not bad, you are making great progress. Just ask your father to give you less medicine in the future. If you practice too much and hurt your body, it will be difficult to make up for it with tonics." Zheng Fa suddenly realized. He said why Gao Yuan had to go out for a while at lunch every day and brought himself lunch every day. Now I think Gao Yuan probably practiced martial arts with his father secretly every day. Ordinarily, like Zheng Fa, he cannot practice Songhe Zhuang for an hour every day. But according to Coach Su, Gao Yuan still drinks tonic every day and can practice longer than himself. It's a bit silly to have more money than us and yet be better than us. Gao Yuan seemed to feel embarrassed that Zheng Fa knew about his secret efforts. When he stood back, he lowered his head and did not dare to look at Zheng Fa. "Come on," Coach Su said to Zheng Fa with a tigerish face, but there was a smile in his eyes. "His qualifications at plateau are not as good as yours. He is about to get started. Let me see how you are doing." He did feel satisfied in his heart. On the one hand, Gao Yuan's entry was beyond his expectation. Not only does this kid come from a good family, he is also hard-working. Even though he knew he would never become his disciple, having a good apprentice always made him happy. On the other hand, he felt that having a person like Gao Yuan to compare with him could stimulate Zheng Fa's motivation even more. Their qualifications are worse than yours, but their training is better than yours. Are you panicking? Even calling a few direct disciples here today is a bit redundant. Gao Yuan alone can make this kid not dare to look down on people in the world? He had already thought about how he would beat Zheng Fa when he did not perform as well as Gao Yuan. Instructor Su looked at Zheng Fa, who was arranging the pine and crane pile and was forgetful of both things and himself. He then looked back at his disciples, with a little uncertainty on his face. The disciples also looked a little surprised. They all saw that Zheng Fa's Songhe Zhuang was already in place. Coach Su stretched out his fingers, broke them off one by one, and asked Gao Yuan on the side, 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. If I give the complete pine and crane pile to you too, it will only be 3 days, right? Gao Yuan nodded. Then he started. Coach Su pointed at Zheng Fa and continued to ask Gao Yuan a little doubtfully, your father is so good, why did you give him a small stove? Gao Yuan, my only son? Coach Su just said it casually, and immediately knew it was impossible. Zheng Fa's origin is clear and innocent. Even the tonic that Gao Yuan drinks every day is expensive. With Gao Yuan's family's financial resources, it is already difficult to support Gao Yuan alone. Add Zheng Fa? Gao Yuan is his biological son. Who are you, Zheng Fa? Let alone Gao Yuan's father. Even if Coach Su really accepts Zheng Fa as an apprentice in the future, he will not be willing to spend so much money to train him. Zheng Fa stood still for a long time, and did not hear Coach Su's evaluation of himself. He opened his eyes a little confused, and saw Coach Su looking at him with a very complicated look. This look was like the surprise and helplessness of breaking open a piggy bank and finding a huge sum of money that did not belong to him. Coach Su was silent for a long time before he said, it seems that you not only have a good foundation, but also have excellent comprehension. Zheng Fa was pale when he heard it. He knew how he could practice so fast. His comprehension was probably good, at least he didn't feel any difficulty in practicing Songhe Zhuang, but it was definitely not as good as Master Su thought. What really made him surpass Jaeyuan was the 7 days of practice in modern times and the relatively sufficient nutrition in modern times. Seeing him so calm, Master Su nodded slightly, and felt that this boy's character was more valuable. The more so, the more he cherished his talent, and the more he was afraid that Zheng Fa would have even a trace of arrogance. Hey, I said you are good, but I am talking to ordinary people. You should know that Song He Zhuang is just an entry-level Zhuanggong, and you have just started in martial arts. He couldn't help but start to knock Zheng Fa. You should know that there is no shortage of geniuses in my Sunwei world, and it is not uncommon to get started with Song He Zhuang in 3 days. After saying that, he winked at the disciples behind him. The young people standing behind him immediately followed. Yes, I got the mastery in 5 days. Although I can't compare to you, Song He Zhuang is very simple. Master Su looked at him and vaguely remembered that this kid had an upper middle bone and it took him half a month to get the mastery. It only took me 3 days to get the mastery. It's no big deal. Master Su looked at this disciple who also got the mastery in half a month and patted his chest, looking calm and relaxed. I, the disciple who spoke first, that is, Master Su's nephew, stretched out a finger, thought about it, felt a little embarrassed, and stretched out another one. 2 days? I got the mastery in 2 days. The others looked at him with contempt in their eyes. This guy is really good at bragging? Who doesn't know that you took 10 days? Hey, did you see it? Master Su coughed lightly, not daring to look at the group of disciples, turned his head and looked at Zheng Fa seriously. These are still my most useless disciples. Several young people looked at Master Su's big black face without blushing. There was only one sentence in his eyes. It has to be you? Zheng Fa felt a little strange. After all, his physique was judged to be top-notch by Master Su, and he could practice for 7 days in modern times. How could he not be as good as these people? But he thought about it again. After all, there are immortals in this mysterious world. The top physique might be just ordinary. Moreover, he really didn't expect Master Su to be so well-intentioned. After assessing the progress of the two people's martial arts, Master Su let them go. When saying goodbye to Master Su, Zheng Fa found that Gao Yuan, who was standing beside him, looked depressed. He didn't wait for him when he left. Zheng Fa followed him and walked side by side with him. Gao Yuan's eyes were also staring at the pebbles on the ground all the way, without even looking at him. Zheng Fa sighed softly in his heart. Gao Yuan was not a bad person, but he had been comparing himself with him intentionally or unintentionally. In today's test, he had already entered the Songhe posture, which was probably a bit of a blow to him. From the side of his eyes glancing at him, Zheng Fa could vaguely see some jealousy. When it was almost time for lunch, Gao Yuan went out as usual. Zheng Fa silently recited the modern learning text in the room for a while, but when the sun passed the middle of the sky and began to tilt, Gao Yuan, who usually brought back lunch at this time, had not returned yet. It was not until 2 hours later that Gao Yuan, sweating all over, slowly walked back to their residence. He came back empty-handed and did not bring lunch for Zheng Fa. Zheng Fa looked at his sunburned face and the beads of sweat on his head, and realized that he had gone to practice martial arts again, this time practicing longer and harder than before. As for lunch, Zheng Fa did not ask, but he also knew that the other party would not bring it to him again. He stood up and walked towards the door. Gao Yuan looked at him with complicated eyes. When the two passed by, Zheng Fa stopped. Thank you? Huh. Gao Yuan was a little confused. Thank you for helping me get lunch these days. Zheng Fa's expression was very sincere, but Gao Yuan's face was more uncomfortable. It's nothing serious, I won't. I have to thank you for the previous ones. Zheng Fa said seriously. Zheng Fa smiled at Gao Yuan and walked out of the door. He could feel Gao Yuan's eyes staring at his back. He found his way to the big kitchen of Xiao's house. It was already late for lunch. You come so late? The chef in the kitchen asked him impatiently. Zheng Fa smiled at the other party embarrassedly and explained, something delayed me. Here, these are the dishes left. Who told you not to come earlier? Zheng Fa looked at the rice and dishes he handed to him. The rice was cold, and the vegetables were all green, sluggish, listless vegetable leaves, without even a bit of minced meat. Zheng Fa didn't say anything, took the food, found an empty corridor, sat on the railing, and slowly put the food into his mouth facing the red clouds in the sky. In the next few days, Gao Yuan really stopped bringing him food. Zheng Fa found that the food the big kitchen gave him was not as good as what Gao Yuan brought him before. Not only was there much less meat than before, and the appearance was not as good as before, and the taste was far worse. Zheng Fa understood it as soon as he thought about it. Gao Yuan was the son of the housekeeper after all, and he also had his own face in the big kitchen. The food he brought might have been made by the chef in the big kitchen. As for himself, as the bookboy of the 7th young master, he certainly wouldn't be hungry, but if he had the special care before, it would be impossible. Early that morning, Zheng Fa and Gao Yuan were still standing at the door of the 7th young master's study. The 7th young master was still in the study, reading the book full of so-called spells. When he seemed tired, he looked up at Zheng Fa and the others, his eyes narrowed slightly, as if he had found something interesting. You two come in. Zheng Fa and the others looked at each other, not knowing why the 7th young master suddenly called them today. Are you two breaking up? The 7th young master looked like he was just watching a show. Gao Yuan pursed his lips and said nothing. Zheng Fa's expression did not change. It's just right, I thought about it. It's not good to ask you two to get out together. I still need a bookboy around me. The 7th young master smiled and stretched out a finger. Remember, it's a bookboy. If you two are too close, I can't bear it. Zheng Fa clearly heard that Gao Yuan's breathing beside him was a little quickened, and then he gently clenched his fist. Looking at the seventh young master again, the smile on his face became even worse. Zheng Fa looked at the face of the seventh young master, and the expression on his face was more of a playful one. Glancing at the silent Zheng Fa and the other, the seventh young master stood up, clapped his hands lazily and said, "You two discuss it, I'll come back later." He said to discuss it, but Zheng Fa and Gao Yuan understood that he was almost saying that you two should fight and let me see. The seventh young master walked out of the study leisurely. Zheng Fa and Gao Yuan stood there without moving. No one spoke. Zheng Fa turned his head to look out the window, thinking about the seventh young master's intention in his heart. One or two book boys, it made no difference to him, but for Zheng Fa and Gao Yuan, the difference between the two would completely tear apart their shaky relationship. For him, this matter was probably just like throwing a bone to two dogs to fight for it. Just for fun. You stay. While Zheng Fa was thinking, he suddenly heard Gao Yuan whisper. Zheng Fa was really surprised by this sentence. He turned to look at Gao Yuan. The expression on his face was a little self-deprecating and a little gloomy. Gao Yuan did not look at him, but just looked at the bookshelf full of books. In fact, if I really have to choose a book boy, it should be you. He said calmly, you are more talented than me, whether it is martial arts or reading. Zheng Fa shook his head. To be honest, if there is no modern times, it is difficult for him to say that he is better than Gao Yuan. What's more, people like the seventh young master would care about the talent of the book boy. I'm injured? Gao Yuan's next sentence made Zheng Fa understand why he suddenly gave up. It's funny, I wanted to argue with you. Gao Yuan's tone was a little self-deprecating. You got started with Songhe Zhuang in 3 days, and I practiced for 3 hours or even 4 hours every day without listening to my father's advice. Now my leg tendons are injured, and I need to recuperate for half a year before I can practice again. So, I'm not letting you, I just don't want to humiliate myself again. Gao Yuan's eyes really looked at Zheng Fa. There was some pain in his eyes, but also a hint of relief. Zheng Fa was about to speak. Gao Yuan interrupted him, don't pity me, even if I go home, my father will plan for me. If you really go home, then there will be nothing. Zheng Fa, very good, you are very persuasive. When the seventh young master came in, he looked between Zheng Fa and Gao Yuan with a curious look. It seemed that he was exploring whether the two had fought. What disappointed him a little was that the two had calm faces, neat clothes, and the atmosphere between them was even more harmonious than before. How did you two discuss it? Master Qi, I am not very knowledgeable, I volunteered. Wait. Master Qi raised his palm and interrupted Gao Yuan. Who said you can decide who stays and who leaves? My servant, of course I choose it myself. He looked at the two of them, his eyes narrowed, as if he had a kind of pleasure to play with people's hearts. In fact, if you two had a fight just now, maybe I would have enjoyed it and let you both stay. Now, master, the good show I wanted to watch is gone, I am very unhappy. He sat on the chair in front of the desk with his legs crossed. Why don't you two get out together? You. Master Qi narrowed his eyes and looked at Gao Yuan. You haven't entered the Songhe posture yet? No, your leg is injured. He glanced at Gao Yuan's legs and saw it at a glance. Gao Yuan whispered, yes. You seem to have good talent. The seventh young master turned to look at Zheng Fa. You have mastered the Songhe posture in 3 days. This man usually doesn't say much to Zheng Fa, but he knows everything about them. Even Master Su said you are a talent and wants to take you as his apprentice. The seventh young master tapped his fingers on the desk and smiled, but the Songhe posture is too weak, and you started practicing martial arts too late. If you want to stay with me, you are not qualified. Zheng Fa didn't even know that Master Su wanted to take him as his apprentice. The seventh young master stood up and walked around Zheng Fa and Gao Yuan. One has a leg injury, and the other can only do 2 or 3 punches and kicks. He shook his head and suddenly said, Gao Yuan. Here. I don't like him. I'll give you another chance. Didn't you get the talisman that the idiot secretly copied before? How do you see it? Seventh young master. Gao Yuan's face turned pale. Unexpectedly, the seventh young master even knew about this matter. He might even have known about the talisman that the book boy secretly copied the talisman that he studied all day. Now Zheng Fa had a guess in his heart that those pictures might have been leaked by the seventh young master on purpose. If you can learn something from it, even if you are a cripple and a fool, let alone a leg injury, I will keep you by my side. The seventh young master's eyes were rare and serious. Zheng Fa knew that he really cared about this thing. The seventh young master took the talisman book that he had always carried with him from the desk, opened it, and placed the familiar patterns in front of Gao Yuan. He spread out the paper and pen and gestured to Gao Yuan. You have been looking at it for so many days, what have you seen? Gao Yuan looked at him with a rich expression on his face, some eager, but more helpless. He knew that as long as he could show a little talent in this, he could stay. But, I am stupid. Gao Yuan did not take the pen at all, but just lowered his head. Stupid. The seventh young master shook his head, somewhat uninterested. You too. Zheng Fa suddenly stepped forward and picked up the brush in front of Gao Yuan. The seventh young master frowned and looked at Zheng Fa. He knew very well that Gao Yuan had studied those pictures for several days. But this Zheng Fa, he had only glanced at them. On the white paper in front of Zheng Fa, he picked up the brush and drew the 2 patterns that Teacher Bai had given him before. Gao Yuan watched from the side. Zheng Fa only wrote 2 very simple strokes, which seemed to have nothing to do with the original complicated pictures. Did he draw them blindly? But as soon as he saw the 7th young master's face, he knew it wasn't. The 7th young master frowned and stared at the tip of Zheng Fa's pen, as if it showed something that he had never expected. After a long time, his eyes moved from the paper to Zheng Fa's face. Did you see it yourself? His voice was a little sharp for some reason. Even Gao Yuan could see that the 2 patterns drawn by Zheng Fa must have a great origin. He couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. It turns out that he was a little self-indulgent. Maybe Zheng Fa really doesn't need him to let him. No. Zheng Fa put down the pen, as if he was just drawing casually. Who taught you? The 7th young master hurriedly asked. No one taught me. This is what Brother Gao and I studied together. Zheng Fa smiled and looked at Gao Yuan beside him. Right. Gao Yuan looked at Zheng Fa a little dumbfounded. Oh. The 7th young master narrowed his eyes and stared at Zheng Fa for a long time. Suddenly he said to Gao Yuan, Go, bring me my lunch. By the way, give him an extra portion. He pointed at Zheng Fa. Gao Yuan looked at Zheng Fa hesitantly, and when he saw Zheng Fa nodded, he got up and went out. After Gao Yuan left, the 7th young master looked at Zheng Fa with cold eyes. Playing with brotherly love in front of me? You think I'm stupid for being a young master? Did you comprehend these 2 Yuan talisman alone? Yuan Fu. Zheng Fa's focus was a little off. Yes, you don't understand anything. No wonder you are willing to say that you 2 understood it together. The 7th young master laughed angrily. He pointed at the book in front of him and said, Gao Yuan should have told you that the pattern on it is immortal spell. Said. Zheng Fa nodded. What he said is not accurate. Let me tell you the truth, these things are not immortal talismans at all, and they have no power at all. In fact, they are called talismans. Only by understanding the Yuan talisman from them can you prove that you have the talent of talismans. No wonder the Xiao family didn't pursue the matter and spread it out. Zheng Fa suddenly said. He had doubted it before. If it were really an immortal talisman, Gao Yuan's father could get it, but it would be too worthless. Now it seems that his previous guess was right. The 7th young master, or rather the Xiao family, deliberately let these talismans spread among the servants. It's a bit intentional. The 7th young master seemed to know what he was thinking. If someone in our Xiao family has the talent for this talisman, and can understand the Yuan talisman from this talisman, it won't be a bad thing for us. Are the 2 patterns I drew the Yuan Fu? Yes. The 7th young master said with a smile. What you analyzed are the 2 simplest Yuan talismans, and the minimum requirement to become a talisman master is to master at least 108 Yuan talismans. Zheng Fa looked at the 7th young master and said hesitantly, 7th young master, are you studying this book because you want to become a talisman master? The 7th young master nodded and did not hide anything from Zheng Fa. It is difficult to enter the immortal sect, and the requirements for spiritual root qualifications are extremely high. But if you can comprehend 108 or more Yuan talismans, or even become a talisman master, it will be very simple. Zheng Fa understood that the spiritual root mentioned by the 7th young master was the most important qualification in the immortal sect. It was a bit like the college entrance examination scores in another world where the most important thing for the university was your college entrance examination scores. But understanding the Yuan Fu and possessing the qualifications of Fu Dao is a bit like students with special talents, who can be admitted with reduced scores. So you understand? If your talisman Dao qualifications are good enough, you may become a talisman master and even enter the immortal sect. At that time, you will no longer be a slave of my Xiao family, but become a superior immortal. The 7th young master looked at Zheng Fa, his face full of ridicule. Now, do you still say that you and Gao Yuan realized this together? But, I said I worked it out with him, so my talisman qualifications won't get worse. Zheng Fa said a little doubtfully. The 7th young master is quite speechless. This is quite right. He looked at Zheng Fa, as if he wanted to see something from this dark and handsome face. Zheng Fa looked calm and calmly welcomed the 7th young master's inspection. After a long time, the 7th young master suddenly shook his head and sneered. Then you said this, do you want to keep him? Why did you keep him? For the plateau? No. You are not for the plateau, you are because of anger. You are angry, and you are also it's time to be angry. Since you came to Xiao Mansion, Gao Yuan has brought you food every day, and you will eat whatever he eats. Actually, he knew very early on that neither of us might be able to stay, and maybe only one of us could stay. But from the beginning, he was really willing to make friends with me. Zheng Fa finally spoke. So, the 7th young master continued to sneer. I wonder, what made him jealous? Zheng Fa raised his head and looked back at the 7th young master with bright eyes. So I read it right. You are angry at me. You are angry at me for saying that I only want a book boy. The 7th young master nodded Zheng Fa with his finger. Zheng Fa said slowly, he is jealous just because he is afraid of losing his position as a book boy, and because he is afraid of going home and suffering the disappointment of his parents. If it were me, I would be jealous too. I would even be more jealous, because if I lose my position as a book boy, what we may have to endure is more bullying from people in the village than before, and a more difficult life for my mother and sister. The 7th young master suddenly laughed. I saw it when you two came here. Gao Yuan was well dressed and looked rich, but he was in awe of me in his heart. But you, dressed in coarse cloth, had a look in your eyes, nothing to be respectful about. Zheng Fa did not refute his words. Gao Yuan's change was not because he was really narrow-minded, but because people like the seventh young master deliberately let them fight and be jealous. It's because as a slave, even a small bookboy position can make two people become enemies. Rather than caring about the friendship with Gao Yuan, Zheng Fa knew that he did not want to have his interpersonal relationships at the mercy of these superior people. Even though he was born in this world, but 5 years in the modern era, spiritually he actually agrees more with modern concepts. So he could never be a submissive slave. Over time, he became more talkative and more like a teenager in modern times. In this world, he becomes increasingly taciturn. So, you want to keep Gao Yuan, not because you care about him, you just want to resist. Zheng Fa said no more, because both he and the seventh young master knew that what the seventh young master said was right. After a long time, the seventh young master suddenly smiled and said, "You are very talented. As far as I know, you can see the elemental symbols in these symbols at a glance. With such a talent, even if my mother comes, it has to be respected and nurtured. So, I promise you to stay on the plateau." Zheng Fa bowed gently to the seventh young master. Outside the door, Gao Yuan's footsteps slowly approached. Zheng Fa suddenly said, "Master, why? Why did you promise me to keep Gao Yuan?" I said, "You are very talented, and I love talents." The seventh young master looked at Zheng Fa strangely, wondering if he was deaf just now. "No, master, as soon as you saw me, you knew that I was not a qualified servant. And as soon as I saw you, I knew that you and I had the same anger. So," Zheng Fa's question seemed particularly light amid Gao Yuan's knocking on the door. "Master, what are you trying to resist?" The seventh young master was stunned. Gao Yuan pushed open the door, brought in the lunchbox, and said carefully, "Master, the meal is here." He was followed by several maids who were ready to serve the seventh young master. The seventh young master suddenly said something that no one except Zheng Fa could understand. "Above you, there is me and the Xiao family. And above me, there is the immortal sect." Speaking, he waved his hand as if he was bored, and asked Zheng Fa and the others to leave. Gao Yuan followed Zheng Fa out of the study and asked in confusion, "What did the young master mean just now?" "He meant that we both stayed." "Really?" Gao Yuan said in surprise. "Why?" "Because we solved those pictures together." "Does the young master really believe that we solved them together? Didn't he say that you were lying? Is he stupid?" Gao Yuan lowered his voice. "Well, actually he saw it. He kept you because he is actually a good person." Zheng Fa said his truest thoughts. "Then I still believe that he is stupid." Gao Yuan's voice was even lower. Zheng Fa looked at him strangely. "Young man, your thoughts, it is very dangerous to stay," he said to himself silently in his heart, "who in this world is born to be submissive?" In the small building deep in the Xiao mansion, the seventh young master stood among the heavy curtains, with his head lowered and not looking at the lady on the couch. He stood a foot away from the couch. No one spoke. The maid standing next to the couch was breathing lightly, and the girls who had been playing a little tune in the corner had quietly left long ago. Except for the jingling sound of the jade rings hanging on the curtain when the wind blew the curtain, there was no sound. Finally, Madam broke the silence. "Fanner, how long has it been since you came to see me?" The seventh young master remained silent, neither speaking nor raising his head. "Why are we so alienated when mother and son meet? You stand so far away and don't even want to look at your mother." The seventh young master raised his head and his eyes fell on his wife's face, but there was no emotion in his eyes. They are said to be mother and son, but their faces look like they are of the same generation. From the outside, the lady is just a woman in her early 20s. Her hair is tied up in a bun lazily, and a few strands of black hair hang down on the corners of her raised lips. She is lazy and has a sense of ease as if no one else is around. "What do you want me to do?" the seventh young master asked. "I heard that you are very satisfied with the two book boys this time. Do you want them to stay? What does it have to do with you? You are my child, and I am your mother. I always take your matters to heart." As if she was used to her son's rudeness, the lady's face was still full of tenderness. The seventh young master snorted slightly from his nose. "I am very happy to be my mother. You have been withdrawn since you were a child and have not been close to anyone. It is their blessing that these two book boys can fall in your eyes this time, and it also relieves my heartache." Madam continued. "Thank you for your concern, mother." The seventh young master could hardly suppress the ridicule on his face. "I know you don't believe me." Madam's eyes were still gentle, "but you are my child after all. I wish I had planted every plant and tree around you with my own hands. I also want to help everyone around you. You need to be careful and choose carefully so that you don't get deceived." "So what?" "So I want to ask, why do you value them?" "Eye binding," the seventh young master simply explained. "Really? An ordinary young man who grew up on a farm, the son of a housekeeper, suddenly fell in love with you? Fanner, you don't have such low expectations." The seventh young master was silent for a while, and then he reluctantly said, "Gao Yuan is diligent and honest in his work, and he has also read books. It is good to have him around to do some chores. He will also be a help to my boss in the future. As for Zheng Fa, he is extremely talented in the Tao of Talisman. By studying the Tao of Talisman with him, I can make faster progress in this area." The lady nodded, seeming to agree with his explanation, but suddenly she shook her head. "Zheng Fa's talent is indeed good, but leaving the plateau is not your intention, is it? You are a young master, why do you want to listen to Zheng Fa, a book boy?" The seventh young master's fists clenched suddenly, and the look he looked at his wife was slightly angry. Yes, Zheng Fa reminds you of yourself. Madam seemed to be unsurprised. You still mind that I won't let you go to King Mu sect, but let your sister go. Sister and I both have dual spiritual roots. According to the rules of the King Mu sect, our Xiao family can have 2 dual spiritual roots. The 7th young master's voice was very deep. But back then, there was only one, the same problem you gave Zheng Fa and Zheng Fa. There is another one. Is it not there, or has my great-grandfather taken it away? Fanner, you have grudges against me. I am your mother and I can tolerate you. Madam stood up from the bed and said, but your great-grandfather was a golden elixir monk. How can you, a junior like you, offend him? I don't dare. The 7th young master lowered his head. The lady's tone softened a little. I am your great-grandfather's least favored grandson, and I don't have much dignity in front of him. Fanner, you must not say such things outside. I know, kid. Golden elixir monk, why are you trying to steal my place as a disciple in the Xiao family? The 7th young master's tone softened a little, but the resentment in his words did not diminish at all. I only know a rough idea about this matter. The lady's face showed bitterness for the first time. According to what your great-grandfather said, the spiritual energy of the Sunwei world has been slowly decreasing over the past 10,000 years. According to the calculations of the important figures in the immortal sect, the spiritual energy it will become thinner, and it will not be enough to support more monks' cultivation. 10,000 years ago, a person with dual spiritual roots like Fanner would have been able to enter the King Mu sect, and could even be considered to have excellent qualifications within the section. Madam looked at the 7th young master with some distress, but now, dual spiritual roots want to admission to the Aoki sect depends on whether there is a quota, and only those with single spiritual roots or better qualifications are regarded as indispensable talents. So in our Xiao family, the number of people who have entered the King Mu sect in the past 1,000 years is getting smaller and smaller. That's right. As a golden elixir monk, your great-grandfather can't let every descendant get what they want. So you're going to sacrifice me. Upon hearing this, the 7th young master's tone became angry again. Madam just looked at him and stopped talking. The 7th young master took 2 deep breaths and finally suppressed his inner emotions. Mom, you can't leave 2 places for entry, but I want to keep these 2 people. Good. Mother, since that incident, what have I not promised you? If you continue to mess around, won't I tolerate it? Even if you fail to live up to your expectations, the future of the Xiao mansion will also be yours. The 7th young master lowered his eyes. It's just me, not willing to give in. Madam stood up and stretched out her hand, wanting to touch her son who was almost taller than herself. The 7th young master took a step back, her hand hanging in the air. After a moment of silence, she said, both of them can stay with you, but Zheng Fa, what's wrong with Zheng Fa? I know you like his temperament. Since he has talent, it's okay for him to have some temperament. Madam's tone was flat with a hint of indifference, but having temperament is not enough. We have to see if he really has the brain. Mother. The 7th young master was a little anxious. Don't worry, mother won't harm him. Since the decline of spiritual inspiration, the cultivation of immortal arts has been more valued. Otherwise, why would I let you study the way of talismans? If you are really successful, you may even be able to enter the King Mu sect. Since he has this talent, it will also be good for my Xiao family. I will give him more grace. Go and take out the spirit crane body and give it to Master Su. He knows how to do it. Madam turned to the maid beside her and said, the spirit crane body? Do you have to teach Zheng Fa this too? The 7th young master was a little surprised. His mother and sister are both in the manor. Madam did not answer him, but thought for a while and said, find a time in the next 2 days to bring them here and settle them in the mansion. The 7th young master was speechless. This is indeed a great grace. Fanner, remember, for a true genius, gratitude is the best shackle. What if, he is not a person who knows how to repay his gratitude? So I prepared the last grace for him. Your sister has successfully entered the inner sect and will come back to stay for a while after the new year. Sister. Your sister has become an inner sect disciple and can bring 2 followers to King Mu sect. If Zheng Fa really has the talent to become a talisman master and can practice spirit crane body, I will give him one of the followers. Mother, he is mine. The 7th young master refused. So, can he understand this? Madam smiled faintly. Faced with the temptation of entering the immortal gate, no one would give up, right? By then, you should have grown up. She touched the top of the 7th young master's head. This time, the son who had always been distant did not hide. Outside Jingzhou City, a carriage was speeding. Zheng Fa opened the door curtain of the carriage and praised Gao Yuan, who was driving the carriage. I didn't expect you to have the skill of driving a carriage. Gao Yuan waved his whip and galloped with a smile on his face. The 6 arts of a gentleman, ritual, music, archery, and shusha. At that time, other people were learning calligraphy and archery. My father asked me to learn you. Zheng Fa was even more impressed. Your Majesty is quite ancient. There are not many Confucian scholars who learn to drive. The 6 arts of the gentleman is a somewhat old concept. Not many Confucian scholars really care about this thing. Well, my father probably doesn't think so. Gao Yuan grinned. My father said this, it's useless to study other things, but if I study this, if I can't read well, I still have the skills to eat. Your Majesty is quite wise in survival. Zheng Fa spontaneously felt respect for the executive family whom he had never met before. In the car, the seventh young master put his fist in front of his mouth to hide his raised mouth, frowned and said, "Pull down the car curtain, it's all dust. Most of the roads in this world are dirt roads, and the hooves of horses passing by raise a lot of dust." Zheng Fa lowered the curtain and turned to look inside the carriage. This is the carriage used by the seventh young master to go out. The horse used is the same as the previous Danzunyu, and it also has the blood of spiritual beasts. The layout of this car is even more different from the ox cart that Zheng Fa rides in. There is a main seat inside the carriage, covered with a thick blanket, and the seventh young master is lazily slumped on it. Zheng Fa sat down. The cushion under his buttocks was soft and seemed to have a shock-absorbing effect. He did not feel any bumps during the driving of the vehicle. The seventh young master pulled out a small drawer from under the armrest of the main seat. Inside the drawer, there are several jade boxes stacked on top of each other. The seventh young master's movements were very light. With his character, Zheng Fa had never seen such a cautious look. He opened a jade box and found a palm-sized piece of yellow paper inside. Before Zheng Fa could see clearly what the piece of paper looked like, he saw that it spontaneously ignited without wind and turned into green smoke in an instant. The next moment, a breeze, a cool and refreshing breeze, appeared in the car out of thin air. The dust that had just entered the car was blown away by the wind, leaving only the faint fragrance of vegetation, which penetrated the heart and soul and was pleasant. Zheng Fa felt that he could even breathe much more clearly. This is, yes, talisman paper. The seventh young master put the jade box back. This is the least valuable one, the breeze talisman. Oh, a breeze talisman can only support your family for 10 years. Zheng Fa grinned. Gao Yuan also put his head into the car curiously. Talk paper? Let me see, let me see. Look at the road. The seventh young master almost jumped up. I just haven't seen a real immortal talisman. Gao Yuan retracted his neck. I'll send you home when I get back. The seventh young master still hummed to himself. Not to mention Zheng Fa, Gao Yuan didn't care much. After contacting him in the past few days, even Gao Yuan had to admit that the seventh young master could not speak, had a bad mouth, was annoying when he spoke, and could easily be beaten to death outside. There are no big drawbacks. As for driving him home, this guy has said it more than 100 times in the past 2 days. But Gao Yuan said with a little envy, Zheng Fa, you are really back home, and you can even bring your mother and sister to the city. Madam is so kind to you. When the seventh young master heard this, his expression became uncomfortable. He thought of his mother's teachings to him 2 days ago, and he always felt that there was some other purpose in this grace. This time he came, it was actually his mother who said it. His mother-in-law's saying is that since you want to show kindness, you should lower your body so that no one can find fault. The seventh young master, who was still a young man, always felt that he had an ulterior motive for this trip. He was still struggling in his heart when he heard Zheng Fa's voice. Well, Madam is very good to me, and the seventh young master is also here, which is also very good. The seventh young master raised his head and saw Zheng Fa smiling at him, as if he could understand his faint guilt, and said seriously, it's really good. Zheng Fa did see some of the madam's intentions. Just like Gao Yuan said, in the eyes of others, this is the importance and grace that madam has for her family. As long as he has some reputation and conscience in the future, no matter what achievements he has, he must remember this kindness and must repay it. If the madam thinks more badly, she might have the idea of controlling her mother and sister in the Xiao family. But to be honest, Zheng Fa didn't think it mattered. After all, his wife could reunite him with his mother and sister, and also allow his mother and sister to live a better life. That's enough. As for the rest, it's all about deeds and regardless of heart. The seventh young master was startled, looking a little embarrassed, and pursed his lips without looking at Zheng Fa. He turned around and opened the curtain to look outside, muttering, I haven't been to the village to see it yet. I want to take a good look this time. In Zhuangzi, the sun was almost setting, and Zheng Fa's mother was still standing at the door, looking anxiously out the door. Wait until the sky gradually darkens. Only then did a small figure appear, carrying a bamboo basket as big as 3 of her heads, slowly jumping towards the door of Zheng's house. Shanar. Zheng's mother walked forward quickly, picked up the basket in her daughter's hand, and looked at her daughter up and down. Zheng Shan's trousers were still stained with mud, and her head was wet with sweat. Zheng's mother breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that her daughter had no missing arms or legs. She angrily reached out and pinched Zheng Shan's ears. Why are you coming back so late? Do you know that my mother is worried to death? Mom, it hurts. Zheng Shan screamed, tilting her head and explaining, I didn't play. I walked a long way. Did you take a detour? Mother Zheng asked, letting go. Yes, Wang Gui has been blocking me on the road these days and causing trouble for me. I was afraid, so I took a long detour. Zheng Shan nodded. Wang Gui, he has gone too far these days. Mother Zheng frowned and said, his father doesn't care about him. Zheng Shan also muttered angrily. Zheng's mother sighed. Ever since her son refused the money from steward Wang's family, Wang Gui's bullying of Zheng Shan had become even worse. Because of Zheng Fa, he didn't dare to really hurt Zheng Shan, but it was disgusting enough. As for manager Wang, after knowing Zheng Fa's attitude towards his family, he probably wouldn't care about Wang Gui anymore. Because Zheng Fa was still working as a bookboy in Xiao Mansion, he certainly would not take action himself. But these little things now, afterwards the big deal is to say that the child is not sensible. Don't tell brother Yu about this when he comes back. Mother Zheng suddenly said, tomorrow, Mom will go pick pigweed leaves. I'll go. After my brother left, all the work in the house was done by my mother. I can go, just avoid Wang Gui. My brother used to do more work than me. Zheng Xin refused, holding the basket. Don't tell your brother. Mother Zheng felt distressed and wiped the sweat on her daughter's forehead with her sleeves, and gave another warning. I won't tell you, but mother said it must be very difficult for my brother to be a bookboy in the Xiao mansion. Zheng Shan nodded seriously. We can't let my brother worry about us. Mother Zheng held her sensible daughter in her arms. Zheng Shan nuzzled in her mother's arms coquettishly, and suddenly said in a complaining tone. Wang Gui also said that my brother is very popular in Xiao mansion and drinks spicy food. He asked me to beg him to take me to the city to enjoy the blessings together. This is not okay. Your brother is helpless in the Xiao mansion, and he is very scared. How can he have such dignity? These words make people think he is frivolous. I know, he just wants his brother to be beaten and driven back like him. Zheng Shan raised her head, with a look of pride that she knew everything. Whenever my brother eats delicious food, he will bring it to me. After saying that, she licked the corners of her mouth, as if she was remembering the food in the food box. It was completely dark, and the carriage was speeding through the stars. The seventh young master had a look of despair on his face. He opened the carriage door and asked Gao Yuan, where are you? It should be arriving soon, right? Gao Yuan replied uncertainly. You can go the wrong way, so what do I need from you? The seventh young master scolded. Wait until I get back, then get out of here. I've learned to drive, but I haven't learned to recognize the road. Gao Yuan said plausibly and hurriedly said, Master, why don't you scold Zheng Fa? He can't even recognize his own way home. The two of them turned back together and stared at Zheng Fa, who was watching the excitement as if it had nothing to do with him. Zheng Fa, this pot really belongs to him. After leaving the city, the roads are all of the same length. Who knows which fork in the road is right? After the advent of mobile phone navigation in the modern world, many people can no longer even recognize maps. What's more, there aren't even road signs in this place, so we all rely on old horses to know the way. Well, this road should be the right one. It can't be wrong. Fortunately, Zheng Fa had a good memory and recalled the scenery along the way, and finally found the right intersection. Hearing Zheng Fa's affirmative reply, the seventh young master turned around and sat on the chair, touched his stomach and frowned. I'm so hungry. Is there anything to eat? They originally set off after lunch. According to the speed of the carriage, they should be able to reach Swansea, where the Zheng family is, before dinner. But now I took the wrong route and was delayed for most of the day, let alone dinner. The time for late-night snacks was missed. All three of them were actually hungry. Zheng Fa keenly noticed that when the seventh young master said this, he was staring at the food box at his feet. He thought for a moment and picked up the food box. The seventh young master smiled, and then watched helplessly as he hid the food box behind his back. You won't even show it to me? Zheng Fa. Huh. Zheng Fa seemed a little confused. I'm hungry. I'm hungry too. Zheng Fa had a sympathetic expression on his face. I saw that you took so many snacks from the kitchen and they are all in there. Seeing him pretending to be stupid, the seventh young master made a fool of himself. I brought this for my sister. Zheng Fa refused coldly, that's all. Elder brother. Even though Zheng Fa had always felt that he was more knowledgeable than people in this world, he was still shocked by the seventh young master's shamelessness. She is only 6 years old. There was something Zheng Fa didn't say. Are you embarrassed? I'm hungry. Zheng Fa sighed. With the seventh young master's background, he should have never been hungry since he was a child. This is so unbearable. He opened the food box and found 2 plates of snacks piled inside. Zheng Fa had eaten them and found them delicious, so he picked them out. Now everyone in the Xiao family also knows that Zheng Fa has some respect in front of the seventh young master. Zheng Fa can go to the kitchen and ask for these snacks, and someone will prepare them for him. Here. He handed over a plate of snacks. The seventh young master grabbed a piece of bean cake and stuffed it into his mouth. Zheng Fa thought for a while, opened the curtain, and said to Gao Yuan, Gao Yuan, are you hungry after driving all the way? Come and have something to eat. He handed the plate out. Gao Yuan nodded and eagerly took a piece. Zheng Fa thought that after all, the two of them were at an age where they could eat, and a small snack might not be enough for them, so he placed the food box in the carriage and said, take it after you finish eating. The seventh young master quickly finished a piece of bean cake. Seeing that he sat back down without taking any snacks, he said with some confusion, aren't you going to eat? I'm not hungry. Zheng Fa smiled. The seventh young master looked at his palms, which had even been licked clean of snack residue, and then looked at Zheng Fa, remembering that they had lunch together. He and Gao Yuan were both hungry. Isn't Zheng Fa hungry? Maybe you want to leave more for your sister? The seventh young master swallowed a mouthful of saliva and suddenly said, I'm not that hungry anymore, so I won't eat. Outside the carriage, Gao Yuan also said, there is no water. I will choke if I eat too much. I won't eat either. Zheng Fa actually didn't feel too hungry. He was probably used to enduring hunger. I did have the intention to leave a few pieces for my sister to eat. These two. He didn't try to persuade her anymore. He closed the food box with a smile and said, we're almost there. You can eat when we get there. Just like Zheng Fa said, in less than half an hour, they saw the dark shadow of the house under the starry sky arrive. The seventh young master looked at the small houses in the distance and wished he could jump out of the car. Suddenly, the first house lit up with a torch. Gongs and drums sounded. The bankers who had already fallen asleep got up one after another and lit candles at home. The whole Zhuangzi was in chaos as if it had been awakened. What's going on? The seventh young master looked at the farm in chaos and said in shock. This is because we are afraid of bandits. We arrived too late and the sentry could not see the carriage clearly and thought we had bad intentions. The Sunwei world is not peaceful. Jingzhou city is okay, but the farms outside the city often face robberies by bandits. There are young and middle-aged men on guard duty every night in the farm. His tone was a little sad. Zheng Fa's father was the man who stood sentry in the village that night when the monster came down the mountain. At this moment, the farm was already in a panic. Zheng's mother held Zheng Shan, who was sleeping in her arms, looking out through the window. Mother. Zheng Shan felt her mother trembling. Zheng's mother forced a smile at her daughter. When her husband passed away, Zheng Shan was only 1 year old and had no memory. But she never forgot. Back then, there was the same gong sound and the same chaos. After a while, a farmer suddenly ran over and said loudly, "It's okay, everything is okay. The carriage from the mansion has arrived." Zheng Shan felt her mother's arms suddenly loosen up, and a breath came from above her head. After a while, her mother suddenly stiffened. She let go of herself and ran out frantically. "Mom, what happened?" Zheng Shan looked at her mother who was not wearing shoes and stumbled after her. Mother Zheng did not answer, nor did she dare to answer. Some time ago, Wang Gui was beaten by his wife and sent back. It was also a carriage. It was also a night. The people from the mansion suddenly came with Wang Gui, who was unconscious and dying. At the house of Steward Wang, Wang Gui was dressed and whispering excitedly with his father. "I said Zheng Fa won't stay long? We should clean up the Zheng family sooner. Dad, you always say wait, wait. Shut your stinky mouth." Wang Gui stopped talking, but his face was still unconvinced. Manager Wang knew that what his son said was actually not wrong. He also knew a little about the temper of the seventh young master. It was one thing that his son was driven back and was useless, but the seventh young master was really hard to serve. What's more, no one would come to the mansion so late at night. Just as Zheng's mother thought, he also remembered the night when his son was driven back. It's right to be cautious. Besides, he was disliked by the seventh young master. The whole family is in the manor. Where can he run? Why are you in such a hurry? Manager Wang taught his son a lesson and walked out of the manor. Wang Gui followed and laughed. He knew that his father would never stop him again. A carriage was slowly approaching. Wang Gui looked at Gao Yuan, who was driving the carriage, and was a little puzzled by the man's youth and strangeness. And where is Zheng Fa? Lying in the car? He leaned over to look at the carriage, only to see the curtain lifted and the seventh young master poking his head out. Seventh young master? Wang Gui stared at the seventh young master's face in amazement, wondering why he came here. Could it be that he was here to pick him up? Young master. He shouted excitedly, swearing in his heart, the seventh young master actually came to pick me up in person. I must die? Even if my wife breaks his legs this time, I will take him to the Misty Rain Tower. Huh? You live here too? At this moment, the seventh young master's surprised face made Wang Gui feel so cold and hurtful. Hearing Wang Gui calling young master, the people in the farm also knew that the person who came was a big shot in the mansion. Almost all the farmers surrounded the carriage, looking at the seventh young master with awe and a little flattery. Steward Wang was the most conspicuous. He knelt in front of the crowd, prostrating himself, with a very standard posture. This was specially trained by him. His reputation for loyalty among some big shots in the Xiao family was accumulated from the small details of his every move. For a long time, the seventh young master didn't speak. Steward Wang looked up carefully and saw that the seventh young master didn't look at him at all, but at the door of the carriage. Zheng Fa was getting out of the carriage and jumping to the ground, just jumping in front of Steward Wang. When the two looked at each other, their eyes were a little confused. Perhaps his posture was too respectful. Zheng Fa even unconsciously made a gesture to stand up. But Manager Wang stood up consciously first, then his face stiffened unconsciously, his cheeks turned red, and his eyes slowly moved from Zheng Fa to the seventh young master, who smiled as if he hadn't seen anything. Wang Gui watched from the side, his heart full of doubts. My father knelt to Zheng Fa? No, why is Zheng Fa still standing? Not only can he walk, but he can even jump? Why is the seventh young master standing with Zheng Fa, talking and laughing, and looking very close? He had an incredible jealousy in his heart. When he was a book boy, the seventh young master never smiled at him. Master, why are you here at the manor? Wang Gui couldn't help wondering. Oh, I'm here to pick someone up. Wang Gui's heart was filled with joy again. Sure enough, the seventh young master was still thinking about the Misty Rain Tower, no, thinking about his loyalty. Although it seems that Zheng Fa has won the favor of the seventh young master through some dirty tricks, the arrival of the seventh young master makes him sure that the young master still has feelings for him. Wang Gui is very confident in his talent as a lackey. One day, Wang Gui, will become the #1 lackey under the young master. Pick someone up. When Manager Wang heard these two words, he also looked at his own Wang Gui. Doesn't the seventh young master only know his own son in this village? Zheng Fa, where are your mother and your sister? Are they here? The seventh young master patted his head and turned back to ask Zheng Fa, brother. Seeing Zheng Fa's eyes looking at him, Zheng Shan, who had been holding back for a long time, finally couldn't help it and jumped and shouted beside Zheng's mother. The seventh young master pulled Zheng Fa to Zheng's mother. Zheng's mother first looked at Zheng Fa's face carefully and found that he not only had no signs of suffering, but was even fatter. A smile appeared on her face. Mother, Madam Grace asked me to take you and your sister to live in the city. Zheng's mother, who wanted to speak, was suddenly stunned and didn't know what to say. Wang Gui was more like being struck by lightning, and couldn't believe his ears. Aren't you here to pick me up? To take Zheng Fa's family? It was the farmers around who heard it and reacted more loudly and quickly. Go to the city? The whole family is going? The Zheng family is going to be prosperous, and the ancestral graves are smoking. What nonsense are you talking about? It's obviously Zheng Fa who is respectable in the mansion. Look, even the seventh young master came back with him. I told you that Zheng Fa is a great kid. Bullshit, you said before that Zheng Fa didn't speak all day like a mute, and he must have no future. Amid the envy and regretful discussions of the people around her, Zheng's mother seemed to have just come back to her senses, but she looked at Zheng Fa, then at the seventh young master, and opened her mouth but didn't know what to say. Zheng Fa gently held her hand. Mom, we haven't eaten yet, we are all hungry. Can you make us something to eat? No. Zheng's mother heard that her son was hungry, and she didn't think about anything else at once. She turned around and walked home. Mom will make it for you right away. After walking 2 steps, she suddenly stopped, looked back at the seventh young master beside Zheng Fa, and whispered to Zheng Fa. Seventh young master didn't eat either. Yes. This. There is no meat at home, only coarse grains eaten by farmers. I'm afraid that a noble like the seventh young master can't eat it. On the side, the seventh young master frowned and wanted to say something. But Manager Wong suddenly spoke. Young master, my family has some simple meals. Although it is not as good as the mansion, it is more decent than the Zheng family. Young master, please come to my house for a simple meal. Zheng Fa felt that his mother's hands holding his arm tightened, and when he turned back, he saw Zheng's mother's slightly gloomy expression. He knew that Mother Zheng was overthinking. At this moment, she probably felt that the conditions of the Zheng family and her own reaction had embarrassed Zheng Fa. After Steward Wong said this, the seventh young master fell into a brief contemplation. He looked at Zheng Fa, and then at Steward Wong. Steward Wong smiled respectfully and enthusiastically. Do you have wine at home? Yes. Do you have meat? Yes. Do you have grain? Yes. Then your family is well off. It's all the grace of the mansion. The farmers around looked at Steward Wong with a little envy. To be fair, they had to admit that Steward Wong's family was the most respectable in the farm. If the seventh young master went to his own home, they would probably be as terrified as Mother Zheng. Bang! The seventh young master clapped his hands and said, Isn't this simple? The young master wants to go to the Zheng family for dinner. Your family has everything, so just take some and send it to the Zheng family. Even though Steward Wong claimed to be indifferent to fame and fortune, the smile on his face froze at this moment. Looking at the face of the seventh young master as if it was a matter of course, he turned his head and looked at Wang Gui. For the first time, Wang Gui saw not disdain on his father's face, but deep apology. At this moment, he understood the expression on his father's face. What kind of life did you live when you were a book boy? Zheng Fa and Gao Yuan looked at each other. This man is really happy to see when he is a dog to others. Young master, this. Why, you don't allow me to eat your things. The seventh young master's dog face turned black. Of course you can. Wang Gui, go and send all the wine, food, and bacon in your home to the Zheng family. Steward Wong suppressed his anger and patted his son who was in a daze. Dad, send all the meat over? Then there will be only a few chickens left at home. Wang Gui was of course unwilling in his heart. His family was richer than Zheng Fa's, but he didn't lose his family like this. Does your family raise chickens? The seventh young master answered, looking very interested. Kill another chicken. Steward Wong kicked Wang Gui and told him to get out of here, fearing that if he asked again, he would have to give his newly built house to the Zheng family. The table is a little small, master, please bear with it. Even with the generous support of Steward Wong's family, eating at the Zheng family was an unprecedented experience for the seventh young master. There were only 3 stools, so the seventh young master, Zheng Fa, and Gao Yuan sat down. Zheng's mother and Zheng Shan had no place to sit. Zheng's mother was at ease, hiding in the kitchen. She didn't dare to let her sit with the seventh young master. Zheng Shan didn't care whether there was a seat or not. She leaned against Zheng Fa, tiptoed and looked at the small table, which was full of dishes. The Wong family, the food is so good. She stuffed her fingers in her mouth, saliva all over her little hand, and said enviously. Zheng Fa picked up a handkerchief and wiped her hands, but he knew in his heart that Manager Wong probably didn't eat like this on a daily basis. Serving the seventh young master every day? Such a great blessing, Manager Wong would have to hang himself at the gate of the Xiao mansion. The seventh young master frowned and asked, Is there a conflict between your family and Wang Gui's family? If he hadn't seen this, he wouldn't have bothered the Wong family. Before Zheng Fa could say anything, Zheng Shan had already complained with a stern face, It's his family that has been bullying my family. Oh. The seventh young master looked a little interested. The younger sister Zheng Shan seemed to realize that she had said the wrong thing, covering her mouth and looking at Zheng Fa. Zheng Fa glanced at the seventh young master with a melon-eating expression on his side, smiled down at his little sister, and stroked her little head. The little girl understood now, raised her face and started to complain. Wang Gui's family is the worst. Among all the people in Zhuangzi, he is the one who likes to bully people the most. Why did you bully you? Tell me, I'll make the decision for you. The seventh young master put down his bowl and looked at Zheng Shan with a smile on his face. He snatched my pigweed leaves? It took me 2 hours to pick them, and he snatched them all. Piggrass leaves. The seventh young master looked at Zheng Fa. It's used to feed pigs in the village. Zheng Fa lowered his eyes and said, my family also eats it. The seventh young master was holding the rice bowl and looking at the white rice inside. He seemed speechless for a moment. He didn't eat it after he robbed it. He threw it on the ground and trampled on it. The younger sister wanted to file a complaint, but she couldn't help but get angry when she talked about it, with tears rolling in her big eyes. It can be seen from her expression that compared to Wang Gui snatching her pigweed leaves, having the pigweed leaves trampled on made her more sad. Really? The smile on the seventh young master's face slowly disappeared. That's not all. The new cloth someone gave my brother and the beautiful new clothes my mother made for me were torn apart by Wang Gui and his men as soon as I put them on. Zheng Fa looked at the old clothes on his little sister's body and his eyes became dark. When he was at home, although Wang Gui was unfriendly to his family, the most he could do was isolate him and his little sister. Now that he is staying in the Xiao mansion compound, Wang Gui probably feels that he has robbed him of his position as a book boy. He has resentment in his heart and is acting more and more unscrupulously. Is there anything else? Zheng Fa asked before the seventh young master could ask. Also, he also said bad things about the seventh young master and my brother. Zheng Shan pouted and said, he said that the seventh young master has a weird personality and is difficult to take care of. He just gave birth to a good child, and said that my brother will definitely be beaten to death by the seventh young master. Zheng Fa looked at the seventh young master, whose expression was even worse, and gave a complicated look at the young girl who was filled with indignation. This little guy can still stir up dissension. More importantly, even Zheng Fa believed that the younger sister could not say such a thing at her age. It could only have been said by Wang Gijin. In this world, words that praise others are generally not sincere, but words that criticize others are often full of sincerity. The complaints about the seventh young master are definitely from the heart. However, the seventh young master also knows what kind of person he is, and even speaking from the bottom of his heart, maybe he feels that Wang Gui is right? Isn't this more irritating? At the door, Wang Gui was holding a basin of freshly cooked chicken, looking at Zheng Shan blankly, his face paler than the peeled chicken legs in the basin. Behind Wang Gui, manager Wang directly pulled him to the ground, not even daring to say a word of begging for mercy. The seventh young master looked at the father and son kneeling on the ground and pursed his lips. He lowered his head, forced a smile to Zheng Shan and said, Wang Gui is so bad, how do you want me to punish him? Zheng Shan's eyes lit up and she asked, do you listen to me? Listen to you? The little guy bit his finger and struggled for a long time. I can't think of it. Then let me give you an idea. Yeah? My brother said, Master 7, you are the smartest. Zheng Fa, I never said that. The seventh young master glanced at Zheng Fa in surprise, and the expression on his face became brighter. After all, children can't lie, right? My mother gave him a good beating last time, and it seems that he hasn't changed. The seventh young master glanced at Wang Gui, who was kneeling on the ground and trembling. How about another good beating? Okay. Zheng Shan clapped her hands and looked a little dissatisfied, but after he was beaten last time, he became even worse. Don't worry, I'll kill you this time. When he said this, the seventh young master's expression did not change. Wang Gui, who was at the door, could no longer hold on. He collapsed on the ground, his face full of despair, but he was still muttering unconsciously, Master, spare your life. Death. My younger sister Zheng Shan was also shocked, like my father. Her concept of death almost all came from her father Zheng, who died young. Thinking of this, she showed a trace of tangle on her face, carefully pulled the seventh young master's sleeve and said, don't beat him to death. Oh. The seventh young master looked at Zheng Shan, who was pleading for Wang Gui, with a hidden smile in his eyes. Don't you hate him the most? I hate it, but I can also forgive him. Zheng Shan said, patting her small chest, showing that she was very generous. Then, her voice lowered, my father is dead, and my mother said that I was still young at that time, don't even remember him. The seventh young master touched her lowered head and said nothing for a long time, then nodded and said, since you have forgiven him, then I will spare his life. Thank you, master. Wang Gui had tears on his face, and he didn't know if he was crying with joy. Behind him, manager Wang also had a look of relief on his face. Thank her. The seventh young master pointed at Zheng Shan. Wang Gui and his son kept kowtowing to Zheng Shan. The younger sister Zheng Shan looked a little scared and hid behind Zheng Fa. The seventh young master suddenly said to manager Wang, you are Wang's father. It is the fault of a son not to teach his father. So don't take your position as a manager. Manager Wang trembled, but did not dare to speak. Go away. Wang Gui followed manager Wang with a face filled with joy, but did not notice the slightly desperate look on manager Wang's face. Zheng Fa guessed what Wang Guanxi was worried about. He had managed such a big family business for 5 years, so his methods were not very bright. If he lost his position as a manager, he might face a backlash. As for Wang Gui, Zheng Fa, who had experienced similar ups and downs in life, could only wish him that he could really bear this gap. He glanced at the seventh young master, and felt that this young master probably understood his treatment, and might make Wang Guanxi despair more than beating Wang Gui to death. Maybe it was intentional. After dinner, the seventh young master and Gao Yuan had to stay at Wang Guanxi's house. There was really no place for them in the Zheng family. Zheng Fa saw the two off, and when they reached the intersection, the seventh young master suddenly spoke. Zheng Fa, I envy you very much. I am a young master, you are a farmer, but I envy you very much. The seventh young master looked at the night sky. Your mother is very worried about you. When you return home in glory, she will first see if you are doing well and taking care of yourself. Your sister is so young, but she also knows how to say good things about you in front of me. Zheng Fa nodded, unable to see the expression on the seventh young master's face. This is something I can't get. The seventh young master waved his hand. Today I am doing this for them. Let's go back. Zheng Fa watched the two go away, turned around, and walked towards the light in his mother's room. When he reached the door, he heard Mother Zheng scolding his younger sister Zheng Shan. Why are you disobedient again? Mom, how am I not obedient? Zheng Shan said with a little grievance. Didn't I tell you not to let your brother complain? I didn't ask my brother to say it. I said it myself. What if you offend the young master? Don't let your brother get involved. Mother Zheng seemed to think her daughter was a little too bold. I'm only 6 years old. How dare the young master make a fuss? Zheng Fa pushed open the door, picked up the little sister who was staring with wide eyes and making a fuss, and said with a smile, Mom, don't scold my little sister. The seventh young master even praised her. That's right. The little sister raised her head, smug, and proud of her good acting skills. On the way to the Xiao family compound, the cheerful chatter of the younger sister Zheng Shan floated. The seventh young master was still sitting in Jie Yuan's car, but Zheng Fa accompanied his mother and sister in the ox cart that took him to the Xiao mansion. He held his younger sister Zheng Shan in his arms, and Zheng's mother sat in the back of the car, looking after the few belongings. The younger sister went out for the first time, and she found the monotonous rice fields around her very interesting. She kept asking, Brother, is the city really so lively? I heard Wang Gui brag that everything is sold in the city. Can you take me to have a look? What does our new home look like? Can I have my own bed? Her questions seemed endless, and Zheng Fa answered them in a disjointed manner. Although there was a smile on his mother's face, Zheng Fa could see a little bit of worry in it. Mom, he asked with concern. Going to the city. Mom is a little nervous. Zheng's mother said embarrassedly. The old man who was driving the cart comforted her first. Madam, your son has made a good career. You should wait to enjoy the good life. Why are you so anxious? Zheng's mother said. I know. She looked at Zheng Fa with a little pride, and sighed. My son is so respectable. I am afraid that he will become a burden to you if he goes. Zheng Shan looked at her mother in confusion. Zheng Fa wanted to speak to her mother to make her feel relieved. Zheng's mother stopped Zheng Fa from talking. Mother has not been out of the village much, and has no experience. I have heard that living in the city, a bowl of tea and a grain of rice cost money. The old man also looked sympathetic when he heard this, who said it's not true. The city is good, but you can't live without money. Mother, you don't have to worry about money. After all, the city is peaceful. After entering the city, I plan to let my younger sister go to school. Zheng Fa said. Peaceful is good. Hearing the word peaceful, Zheng's mother's face was much less entangled. Zheng Fa knew her best and knew that her father's death had dealt a heavy blow to her. No matter how bad the city was, there were city walls that could stop the monsters from causing trouble, which was enough to convince her mother. It's just that this school is too expensive for a girl. Her mother was a little skeptical about this. My little sister is smart, it's a pity not to go to school, and didn't I just say that you don't have to worry about money? Zheng Fa, who had experienced the modern world, was much more persistent in education than Zheng's mother. Looking at her son's determined face, Zheng's mother nodded. Invisibly, Zheng Fa has become the backbone of this family. Zheng's mother held Zheng Shan's little hand and looked back at the luggage in the back of the car. The largest one was a loom that Zheng's mother had disassembled. When we get to the city, I'll go to those ready-made clothing shops to ask if there are any odd jobs, she said in a firm tone. I don't want my own bed either. Zheng Shan understood that her mother wanted to save some money for her tuition. She said with a troubled face, there will be no pig grass leaves for me to pick in the city. The old man driving the car laughed loudly. Madam, judging from your determination and your daughter's filial piety, life will definitely get better and better. Zheng's mother smiled and thanked her, with a little expectation in her eyes. But when she entered the city, Zheng's mother's worry became heavier. The more prosperous the city, the more worried she looked. When she saw the price of rice and flour in the grain store, she looked a little restless. Zheng Fa knew that she was frightened by the price. The ox cart passed the familiar street and arrived at the back door of the Xiao mansion. Compared with Huang Yu, who came here for the first time, Zheng's mother and Zheng Shan were even worse. Even Zheng Shan, who had always been eccentric, held Zheng Fa's arm tightly, looking a little scared. Gao Yuan was waiting at the back door. When he saw the ox cart coming, he said directly, the young master said that you don't need to get off the car, just go in directly. Zheng Fa felt a little warm in his heart. Normally, this ox cart could not enter the Xiao mansion. The seventh young master obviously thought of this. The old man driving the cart looked at Zheng Fa with a little more awe. The residence that the lady gave Zheng Fa was in the corner of the Xiao family, far away from the core area of the Xiao family, very remote. But, this is an independent courtyard with one entrance? The moment he saw the courtyard wall, Zheng Shan opened his mouth wide and asked in disbelief, "This courtyard, is it all ours?" Zheng Fa nodded. Zheng Shan leaned forward, excited as if she was about to jump out of Zheng Fa's arms. The ox guard approached the gate of the courtyard, and a fat figure stood at the door, with several large loads beside him, and several male servants carrying the loads beside him. "Are you here?" The man greeted Zheng Fa and others enthusiastically. Zheng Fa looked at this strange man and heard Gao Yuan say a little embarrassedly, "Zheng Fa, this is my father." Zheng Fa hurriedly jumped out of the car and said to the man, "Hello, Uncle Gao." Zheng's mother also got out of the car with Zheng Shan and looked at Zheng Fa with doubtful eyes. Zheng Fa explained to Zheng's mother in a low voice, "Gao Yuan's father, the housekeeper of the second house." Zheng's mother looked shocked. According to her cognition, the housekeeper is a big shot. Compared to the housekeeper, Wang Guanxi in the manor is really nothing. Zheng's mother bowed and wanted to salute, but she saw Gao's family bowing first and said, "This is Madam Zheng, nice to meet you." Zheng's mother was stunned. Before, the old man who drove the car called her madam, and her expression was a little awkward. Now even Gao's family called her like this, she didn't seem to know how to answer. Seeing that she was speechless, Gao Jiajia put on a friendly smile on his face, "My son is grateful for your help. Today, I heard that your family moved to a new house, so I came here uninvited and prepared some small gifts." He pointed to several large boxes behind. Zheng Fa said, "Uncle Gao, you are too polite. This gift looks very generous. It looks like a lot, but it's actually worthless stuff." Gao Jiajia smiled honestly, "I just thought that you just moved in, and there was no time to make furniture or buy rice, flour, grain, and oil, so I prepared some for you." Zheng Fa looked at the carved step-out bed behind him that looked very valuable and fell into deep thought. Seeing that Zheng Fa didn't speak, Gao Jiajia showed a little uneasiness on his face. Uncle is thoughtful. Finally, Zheng Fa's words made him smile. "My dear nephew, you are too polite. In the future, I will urge brother Gao more." Zheng Fa suddenly said sincerely. Gao Yuan on the side, "Ah." The politeness on Gao's face was much less, revealing a sincere surprise, "Okay, push me to death, urge." On the side, Zheng's mother heard the old man driving the cart muttered, "This good day, it comes easily." She looked back at the loom she cherished, which was so big that it seemed a bit redundant. The Xiao family went into the yard to settle down. Gao Yuan followed Gao's family to walk away, and Gao Yuan's face was a little gloomy. "What's wrong? Do you think your father is rushing to curry favor with others?" Gao Yuan knew what his son was thinking as soon as he saw his son's face. "Dad, Zheng Fa and I are friends. How did you keep your position as a bookboy? Don't you know it yourself? How many people in the mansion are willing to exchange this gift for a bookboy position? Dad, remember, the longer the friendship, the more you can't take other people's kindness for granted." Gao Yuan understood and nodded sincerely. "Besides, who am I doing this for? Zheng Fa will be at least the confidant of the 7th young master in the future. If you are generous now, you will benefit from it in the future." "I know, Dad." Gao Yuan felt guilty and touched. His father gave Zheng Fa gifts for his own good. How could he say that he was fawning on him? In fact, there is no need to wait until the future. Gao's Hejia showed a cunning look on his face. "I heard that Zheng Fa might have the possibility of entering the Immortal Gate. A few days ago, the 7th young master quarreled with his wife for him, and the wife rewarded him with a yard." "Dad, what do you mean?" "I mean, even if the 7th young master does not need to use him in the future, his wife is very optimistic about Zheng Fa." At this point, Gao's Hejia patted Gao Yuan's shoulder. "You are still young and can't grasp it." "Ah, brother? You said this room will be for me from now on?" Zheng Shan asked Zheng Fa dizzily, her mouth stretched to her ears, as if she couldn't believe what Zheng Fa had just arranged. "Why, don't you dare to sleep alone?" Zheng Fa laughed. "Dare?" the younger sister hurriedly said. Their new home in the Xiao family was not really big, but compared to the mud house they lived in before, it was too spacious. There was a small house on each side of the small courtyard, which Zheng Fa planned to use as a kitchen and a firewood room. There were a total of 4 rooms in the main house, not to mention the living room in the middle. The remaining 3 rooms, Zheng Fa planned to give 1 room to each of the 3 people in the family. This made Zheng Shen very happy, and she pulled Zheng Fa's index finger and looked at her room. She nodded seriously, "My new room is so beautiful." Zheng Fa looked inside, and the room was empty, with nothing but dust on the floor. I don't know how the younger sister saw it as beautiful. "Your sister is still young, so this room should be left for you as a study." Mother Zheng hesitated for a while before saying, "You are the young master's bookboy now, and studying is a big deal. Your sister should just sleep with me." Zheng Shan lowered her head when she heard this, but she didn't say a word, just pouting her little mouth, looking very aggrieved. Zheng Fa knew that Zheng Shan and her mother had always felt uncomfortable sleeping together. Since her father's death, her mother had been overworked, couldn't stay up late, and slept lightly, while Zheng Shan was energetic, slept late, but was sensible and knew how to feel sorry for her mother. Every time Zheng's mother fell asleep, the little guy didn't dare to move, for fear of waking up her mother, which was really a bit tormenting for her lively and active mother. This was also the reason why Zheng Shan's biggest wish before coming to the new home was to have her own bed. "Although my little sister is small now, she will grow up after all. Since there are extra rooms, it will save her from moving again in the future if she sleeps there," he said to his mother. The little sister raised her head suddenly and smiled at Zheng Fa. Seeing that Zheng's mother wanted to talk, he continued, I want to study. I can study in Mr. Shen's classroom and in the 7th young master's study. Even if I go home, can't I study in the living room? I saw that after Wang Gui entered school, the housekeeper Wang set up a study room, saying that scholars should have a room dedicated to books. Zheng Fa waved his hand and smiled, poor students have too many stationery. I mean, it's useless to put books on the shelf, you have to put them in your mind. But, Mom, he has studied in Yunyu Tower, and his father's position as a housekeeper has been lost. If we want to study, we should learn something good. That's right. Thanks to Wang Gui, Zheng's mother has become very obedient. Zheng Shan raised her hands above her head and cheered, Mom, I want to decorate my own house. Then clean it yourself. Zheng's mother saw her daughter so happy and smiled. I'll sweep it myself. I'll sweep my brother's room and my mother's room too. The mother and daughter were so happy that they put their heads together and started to discuss how to arrange the furniture sent by the Gao family. Zheng Fa looked at the son and said to them, Mom, you guys discuss it first. I have to go to Master Su to practice martial arts. Mother Zheng waved her hand without even looking at Zheng Fa. She was immersed in the joy of decorating the new house, which made him feel a sense of loss of favor. In the room in the training ground, Master Su sighed while stroking several thick books in front of him. His rough face was filled with delicate sorrow. Su Jiaota's apprentice, who was also his nephew, came over and saw his master's expression. He couldn't help but ask with concern, Uncle, what's wrong with you? Alas, the lady sent me spiritual crane body and asked me to teach it to Zheng Fa. Spiritual crane body. Su Jiaota's nephew exclaimed and looked at the book in Su Jiaota's hand. Sure enough, the 3 big words spiritual crane body were written on the cover. He couldn't move his eyes away. Uncle, can I take a look? Do you want to die? I worked for the Xiao family for 20 years before I was appreciated by the lady and let me learn this spirit crane body. Unfortunately, Uncle, it took you 20 years to get this qualification. Su Jiaota's nephew lowered his voice a little. It's too biased. Shut up, you are getting more and more daring, and you think the lady can talk nonsense. Su Jiaotu slapped his nephew on the head. Su Jiaota's nephew touched his head and grinned. I saw you sighing, Uncle, and I feel sorry for you. Su Jiaota's face looked much better, and he said, I'm not here for this, but didn't I want to take Zheng Fa as my apprentice before? I can't do it now. Su Jiaota's nephew suddenly realized. Yes, he has won the favor of the lady now, how can I be so bold? What will the lady think of me? Su Jiaota nodded, it's just that I should have told Zheng Fa about taking a disciple earlier. Tell him earlier that he is my junior brother. His nephew understood. Even if we can't become apprentices, telling him earlier can still make a good relationship. Su Jiaotu seemed very regretful, and didn't see his nephew's eyes rolling and quietly walking towards the outside of the training ground. When Zheng Fa walked to the gate of the training ground, he saw a young man squatting there as if waiting for someone. This person looked familiar, and seemed to be one of the people standing next to Su Jiaotu last time. He stopped, bowed slightly to the other party, and prepared to walk into the door. He saw the other party jump up, looked at him with joy, and said enthusiastically, Brother Zheng. Zheng Fa stopped and looked at the other party in confusion. Who are you? We met last time. Coach Su is my uncle. Brother Su, what do you want to talk to me about? No big deal. The other party walked up and enthusiastically pulled Zheng Fa's arm. Last time we met briefly, I felt that Brother Zheng and I hit it off right away. This time is even more coincidental. We met here by chance. It's really fate. Zheng Fa glanced at the 2 shallow pits on the ground where the man squatted, tilted his head back, and avoided the other party's enthusiastic saliva. It's really a pleasure to meet. How about this? Let's become sworn brothers. Before he finished speaking, Zheng Fa looked at the place where the other party had just squatted, took out an incense burner, inserted 3 incense sticks on it, and 3 wisps of green smoke rose. Isn't this a bit hasty? As the saying goes, we are close friends. This is how I felt when I met Brother Zheng. The other party was so enthusiastic. As the saying goes, you shouldn't hit someone who smiles at you. Zheng Fa could only say politely, there is no need to become sworn brothers. How about you and me call each other brothers every day? So, seeing that he was not willing, the nephew of Coach Su seemed to feel that it was difficult to force him. He could only nod reluctantly and said sincerely, you have to remember that I regard you as my brother in my heart, Brother Zheng. Brother Su, I have something else to do. I'm leaving first. Zheng Fa replied and ran away in a hurry. The other party was still standing there shouting, let's talk about brotherhood another day. Zheng Fa walked into the training ground and found the room where Coach Su was. He saw Coach Su standing in the room with his hands behind his back, looking at him with tears in his tiger eyes and a deep affection on his face, as if he was looking at an old friend. Coach, he asked cautiously. Xiao Zheng, do you know what day it is today? What day? When I was young, I had a younger brother. We had a very good relationship, but unfortunately he died young. Today is his death anniversary. Zheng Fa whispered, Master, please accept my condolences. Master Su wiped his face and said, to be honest, when I first saw you, I felt that you looked like my younger brother who died young. Let's become sworn brothers. Wait, this sounds a bit familiar. Zheng Fa looked at the incense table behind Master Su and frowned. Uncle, aren't you the only younger brother to my father? Listening to his nephew's questions, Coach Su's dark old face couldn't help but flush with shame. Then he became angry and pointed at the incense burner in front of him and said, "You evildoer, you still fell in love with me at the first sight, squatting at the door. You have ruined the family tradition of my Su family by forcing people to become sworn friends." His nephew looked at the incense table behind him, with obvious doubts in his tone. "The Su family's family tradition. You. That's right, it doesn't matter whose nephew I am or who taught me my apprentice. Oh, forget it, the child is still young and ignorant." Zheng Fa stopped in front of Su's nephew, who was at least 5 years older than him, and said earnestly to Coach Su, "Speak well, teach well, and don't do anything." Coach Su looked at Zheng Fa, his face even more embarrassed. He lowered his raised palm and whispered, "I made you laugh." Zheng Fa knew that if he didn't comfort him at this moment, Coach Su would probably never want to see him again in his life. He looked into Coach Su's eyes and said, "Let's not talk about the kindness you have shown to me, Coach Su. I also heard the young master say before that Coach Su still wants to accept me as a disciple. In fact, I have always kept your love in mind." Hearing what he said, Coach Su quickly waved his hands, but his expression became much more natural. "You are a jade, without me. Without the guidance of the coach, I might not even have the chance to stay with the 7th young master as a book boy. How could I be where I am today?" When Zheng Fa said this, even though the Su family's uncles and nephews knew that he meant it mostly to comfort him, the sincerity in his tone still made the atmosphere less awkward. "What happened today?" Coach Su sighed, with a hint of "It's because of this spiritual crane body that I lost my normal mind." Spiritual crane body. When Zheng Fa heard that today's encounter was caused by the martial arts books in front of Coach Su, he couldn't help but look at those books with some curiosity. "This is what Madam asked me to teach you. It is one of the secrets of the Xiao family that is not taught. Remember, if you learn it, you can never teach it to anyone without Madam's permission." At this point, Coach Su, the gentle face just now, also had a solemn look on it. Zheng Fa nodded, but he still had doubts in his heart. What about the martial arts spiritual crane body? That's great. Coach Su wanted to say something, but suddenly saw his nephew listening with his ears propped up, pointing to the door and saying, "You go out first." Go out. Seeing Coach Su's dark face, despite some reluctance, his nephew turned around and walked out of the door. Coach Su stood up and closed the door tightly. Outside the door is his young disciple, and even his nephew, and he is still so defensive. Obviously, he is really cautious about matters related to Ling Shan. "You know, when I taught you Song He Zhuang before, why did I look down on the martial arts schools outside? Because the martial arts of our Xiao family are inherited from the immortal sect, such as the Song He Zhuang. If you practice it, you can extend your life." Zheng Fa recalled what he said before. The inheritance is true, and the extension of life is also true. Coach Su's voice lowered again, but the most important reason is that only our Xiao family's martial arts, which is inherited from the immortal sect, can be used as Wu Rodeo, using martial arts to enter Taoism. Zheng Fa couldn't help but cast his eyes on the spiritual crane body. "I don't know exactly what it means to enter the Tao through martial arts, but there has always been this legend in the world. According to the legend, one can enter the immortal sect through martial arts. More importantly, our Xiao family comes from the immortal sect, and there is also this saying." He turning to look at spiritual crane body. "When Madam taught this to me, she told me personally that this is the martial arts that leads to Taoism through martial arts. I was still thinking that maybe after practicing this, I could also enter the immortal sect." Zheng Fa nodded, understanding the preciousness of spiritual crane body and the caution of Coach Su. "But, Coach, haven't you practiced before? Why are you still?" Before Zheng Fa finished speaking, it was difficult for him to explain. "Why are you still deliberately licking, to please me?" Coach Su seemed to understand what he meant, and his face was a little embarrassed, but after a while he laughed to himself. "I thought I let it go." Zheng Fa vaguely guessed what he meant. "Zheng Fa, do you know how long I stayed at the Xiao family?" "I don't know. Like you, I am also a son of the Xiao family. I have grown up in the Xiao family since I was a child. It is now 55 years. But I am luckier than you. I have been in the Xiao family since I was a child. I was appreciated and started practicing at the age of 10. Woo." Coach Su looks like a middle-aged man, but he is already over 50. He is obviously accomplished in martial arts. A hint of memory appeared on his face, and he continued, "I have good qualifications. I stood out from the nursing home in 10 years and was promoted to a trainer. In 20 years, I have become a first-class master in the world. I think that the world is big and I can go there have to." Zheng Fa didn't say anything. He waited for Coach Su to say what he wanted to say next. "At that time, Madam saw that I was very talented and rewarded me with the book Spiritual Crane Body. Coach Su pinched the edge of the desk with his fingers so hard that the veins on his fingers popped out. "At that time, my heart higher than the sky, I heard that after practicing this martial arts, I could enter the immortal sect, and I was naturally extremely happy. I was determined to cultivate this spiritual crane body, transcend the ordinary world, and become an immortal in one step." Having said this, he slowly relaxed his fingers and a wry smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "You can probably guess what happened next. I didn't practice it well." Zheng Fa nodded, but Coach Su's next words still surprised him. "Do you know how long I wasted trying to practice spiritual crane body? 20 years. Instructor Su's voice was full of bitterness. For 20 years, I have studied the body of the crane every day, and I have kept these books with me every day when I eat and sleep. I feel like I am crazy, but I have no idea. Get. Zheng Fa did not expect that spiritual crane body would be so difficult to practice according to Coach Su. At this time, Coach Su looked completely different from the rough man Zheng Fa knew before. His expression was full of vicissitudes of life. When I woke up, I realized that time is like a thief and I have wasted 20 years. Without a wife or children, nothing could be achieved, and all my ambitions were gone. I finally decided to put down the body of the crane and returned the book to my wife. In the room, neither of them spoke, and only Coach Su's unspeakable regret echoed. After a long time, Coach Su shook his head and broke the silence with a complex smile on his face. I heard that Madam is going to teach you the spiritual crane body. I thought that you are more talented than me, so maybe you can practice it. To achieve this martial arts, Zheng Fa knew clearly that according to Coach Su, he was not necessarily more talented than Coach Su. I became selfish and wanted to form a good relationship with you first. If you say that I have mastered it in the future, I will ask you for advice and there is still hope that I can master this spiritual crane body, and I will give it up. I'm still full of delusions. As he spoke, he raised his hands towards Zheng Fagong and said, I didn't expect it, I made you laugh. Zheng Fa didn't think that Coach Su was too delusional. Anyone who had wasted half his life on spiritual crane body would find it difficult not to have inner demons. Okay, take this spiritual crane body back. Madam asked me to teach you. To be honest, I can't teach you much. The little things I understand may even lead you astray. Zheng picked up a few books and just stood up when he heard Coach Su say, Zheng Fa, I have another unkind request. This spiritual crane body is difficult to practice, and I don't know how many years it will take for you to master it. But if you become famous, even if I die, you have to tell me in front of my grave. Coach Su turned around without looking at Zheng Fa, he just said in a serious tone, let me know that this idea of using martial arts to enter Taoism is not a lie. This half of my life is not a joke. Forget it, if you can't practice within a few years, don't practice. Zheng Fa nodded, and when he turned to go out, he heard Coach Su's somewhat deep voice again. Don't imitate me. In the study, Zheng Fa opened the cover of Spiritual Crane Body, and his ears seemed to still echo with the last words of Master Su that he could not express any emotion. Don't learn from me. In fact, even if he hadn't heard Master Su's story, Zheng Fa felt that he would not waste half his life for this Spiritual Crane Body. Because he wanted to enter the Immortal Gate, he already had another better choice, the Talisman Master. For Master Su, Spiritual Crane Body was his only chance to transcend the mundane world, so it was naturally difficult for him to give up. But according to the 7th Young Master, becoming a Talisman Master also had the opportunity to enter the Immortal Gate. The bigger reason why Zheng Fa didn't value Spiritual Crane Body as much as Master Su was actually the way his wife did it. He showed a little bit of talent as a Talisman Master, and even analyzed 2 of the simplest Yuan Fu, and the wife gave him Spiritual Crane Body. This indirectly showed that in the wife's heart, this spiritual crane body that entered the Tao through martial arts was far inferior to Zheng Fa's talent as a Talisman Master, and even inferior to the simplest 2 Yuan Fu. There was another thought that made Zheng Fa even more suspicious of the so-called martial arts. If you can enter the Immortal Gate by practicing Spirit Crane Body, why did the 7th Young Master study the Talisman diagram? There must be some problems that Master Su didn't know. But these thoughts did not hinder Zheng Fa's interest in Spirit Crane Body, a martial art that was legendary in the martial arts world. On the side, the 7th Young Master leaned over and followed Zheng Fa to read the Spirit Crane Body secret book. After taking a look, the 7th Young Master frowned. This person talks a lot of nonsense. Zheng Fa nodded. He hadn't seen the power of martial arts yet, but he understood the author's narcissism. This set of Spirit Crane Body has a total of 4 books. Zheng Fa thought they were all about martial arts, but the first and thickest one was actually the author's own preface. This person was nagging and wrote every detail of his life in the preface. He said that he was originally a martial artist, but later he entered the Immortal sect, but he still loved martial arts, so he created this set of Spirit Crane Body, hoping that later generations would carry it forward. Most of the content was about bragging about how powerful his martial arts were, how highly valued he was in the Immortal sect, and how exquisite the skills he created were. He didn't create such a skill just because he wanted people to listen to his bragging, did he? The 7th Young Master said, touching his chin. Zheng Fa actually felt that this view of listening to bragging to get martial arts was a little reasonable. He flipped through the next few books, and surprisingly, the martial arts recorded in the 2nd book was the pine crane posture that Zheng Fa had already entered, so this was the reason why the lady asked him to learn Spirit Crane Body? Because he showed a certain talent in pine crane posture? He skipped the 2nd book and looked at the 3rd and 4th books. The 4th book was a martial art, the Spirit Crane Piercing Cloud Hand. It was very powerful according to the book, but it was not the core of the Spirit Crane Body skill. Only the 3rd book, with Spirit Crane Heart Sutra written on the cover, is the essence of this technique. But Zheng Fa frowned unconsciously when he opened the 3rd book, and the 7th Young Master beside him was also confused, muttering, "What is this painting about?" On the page, there is a human head and body, but there are 2 wings on the shoulder blades, and a pair of crane feet on the lower body. The unidentified creature covered with feathers poses in some incomprehensible postures, without any explanation or annotation. Zheng Fa looked at it for a long time, but he really couldn't get the point. He was not discouraged. It was normal for him to not understand the martial arts that Master Su had not been able to comprehend for 20 years. In the ladies' small building, the seventh young master lifted the curtain and strode in. Hey, look who's here. The lady had a mocking smile on her face, a rare guest. The seventh young master blushed. Isn't it my duty to visit you, mother? Is it my duty? Who has been avoiding me these years? Isn't it? Okay, you never come to my house for no reason, just tell me if you have anything to say. I want to learn spirit crane body these days, but I can't understand it at all. Do you know the secret? You want to learn? The lady raised her eyebrows and looked at her son. Didn't I give spirit crane body to Zheng Fa? I'm the young master, I want to see and learn, can he stop me? The seventh young master looked domineering. Really? I was thinking that Zheng Fa, a fool, would never learn it. If there is a secret, I will learn it and make him angry to death. The seventh young master coughed and said, Is that so? The lady nodded, as if she was convinced by him. Mother, where's the secret? Secret. Madame patted her forehead and said, I seem to have heard someone say that the person who created this technique once said that if you want to practice spirit crane body, the secret is all in the first volume. Really? Can mother lie to you? Mother, I have something to do, so I'll leave first. The seventh young master turned and ran away. Madame looked at his back as he left, smiling. Zheng Fa, my mother said that if you want to practice spirit crane body, you have to read the first volume of the secret book. The seventh young master rushed in and said impatiently, Young master, did you ask Madame? Zheng Fa was a little surprised. Just chatting about this. The seventh young master waved his hand. Take out the first volume quickly, let's study it carefully. Zheng Fa glanced at the seventh young master and took out the first volume of Spirit Crane Body. Gao Yuan stood far away, consciously not looking at this Spirit Crane Body, but his eyes were still curiously looking over here. Zheng Fa and the seventh young master flipped through the first volume carefully and both frowned. This is just an ordinary autobiography. Because the author was born a warrior and probably didn't go to school, the plot is vulgar and boring. Is there any secret code? Seventh young master guessed. Zheng Fa shook his head. It's not impossible, but we have to know the rules of secret codes. Seventh young master didn't give up after hearing this. He pulled Zheng Fa to read the book over and over again, trying to find some rules. After a long time, seventh young master threw the book hard, and angrily launched a personal attack on the author of Spirit Crane Body. What a broken book. It's not even as good as the 9-rate storybook. Young master, I'm going to vomit after reading it. Is this person too idle? He climbed Qian Shan to watch Qinyu and learned the unique skills. If he has this time, why doesn't he go to school and learn how to write a book? Zheng Fa shook his head and put the book on the table flat, but he had to admit in his heart that this book really didn't show any tricks of cultivation. Gao Yuan, who was standing by, saw the two people's somewhat depressed expressions, and a smile unconsciously hung on the corners of his mouth. The seventh young master saw his expression and asked, What are you laughing at? Nothing. Gao Yuan shook his head. Do you think that I, the young master, and Zheng Fa, who is more talented than you, can't understand, and make you feel happy? Gao Yuan blushed and said honestly in a low voice, I haven't been practicing martial arts well recently. Now it seems that everyone seems to be about the same. Zheng Fa understands Gao Yuan quite well. Gao Yuan is the kind of person who likes to compare with others, is easily influenced by others, and is particularly prone to anxiety. He is even confident that Gao Yuan should not have any bad intentions towards him, let alone say that he is jealous. But according to Zheng Fa's observation, when a person does not do well in the exam, no one's comfort is as effective as his good brother's failed test paper. Almost. The seventh young master glanced at Gao Yuan. Have you mastered the Songhe posture? Almost. You didn't practice the Songhe posture, and he didn't practice the spiritual crane body, which is equivalent to one failing to pass the Tongsheng exam and the other failing to pass the Zhuangyuan exam. The seventh young master had a sincere and heartbreaking doubt on his face. Do you feel the same as him? The smile slowly disappeared from Gao Yuan's face, and then appeared on the seventh young master's dog face. Zheng Fa's understanding of Linghe Shen is not ideal. He has basically learned Songhe Zhuang. The martial arts skill Linghe Cloud Sword in the 4th secret book is based on Linghe Heart Sutra, and Linghe Heart Sutra. I really can't understand this thing. He studied the 4 volumes of Spiritual Crane Body for more than a week. If you include the 7 days of traveling through modern times in between, it would be almost half a month, but he didn't study anything. School grounds. Instructor Su. Zheng Fa handed the 4 volumes of Spiritual Crane Body to Instructor Su. What are you doing? Coach Su took the secret book blankly. Teacher, please help me return it to Madam. You gave up. Coach Su misunderstood. He really doesn't plan to put all his attention on the body of the crane anymore. He has a lot to learn. Old man buys mathematics, and he still faces the college entrance examination in modern high school. In this world, he has to study with Mr. Shen, and also to practice pine and crane pile. Even though he has twice as much time as others, he is still a little overwhelmed. But the main reason for returning Spiritual Crane Body to his wife was that during the past 10 days of study, he had memorized all 4 volumes of Spiritual Crane Body in his mind. Spiritual crane body is a top-secret martial arts in the Xiao mansion. He keeps these books in his hands, and it is easy for him to get into trouble. Before he could speak, Coach Su waved his hand. It's a good thing to give up, so as not to waste time. It's a good thing. After saying that, Coach Su ignored Zheng Fa and walked back with the spiritual crane body, his back looking a little lost. His nephew looked at him in the school grounds and asked worriedly, "Uncle, tell me." Coach Su touched the cover of the book and wrote the words Spiritual Crane Sutra on it, and asked a little self-blame, "Did I scare Zheng Fa by telling him about my experience?" His nephew also knew how much effort his uncle had put into the Spiritual Crane Sutra, but he just said hesitantly, "Maybe Zheng Fa doesn't have the perseverance. No, he is smarter than me and knows the trade-offs. I still don't want to give up." Coach Su sighed, "It's time to give up." When the seventh young master heard Zheng Fa say that he had returned the spiritual crane body to the mansion, he just nodded and said, "Young master, even a genius like me can't figure out why. You can't do it, it's normal." He turned around and pointed at Jie Yuan, "Look at him, you haven't even seen him yet." Looking at Gao Yuan's innocent and helpless face, Zheng Fa also felt that the seventh young master was acting a bit suddenly. He didn't smile this time. Modern, old man buys home. Give. Zheng Fa took out a hidden cup of milk tea from his backpack and handed it to Tang Lingmuo, who was standing aside. Tang Lingmuo took it and inserted the straw into it and took a big sip. There was already a tacit understanding between the two of them. "I'm still here," the old man on the side hummed. Tang Lingmuo blinked and looked at Zheng Fa. "You are his master, you don't care about him. How about, bring him a drink next time?" Zheng Fa hesitated and decided to be fair. "Is that why I am doing this?" Old man Bai looked at Tang Lingmuo, who was pretty and graceful, and then looked at Zheng Fa, who became more and more displeased with him, who said, "He is my master? He taught me that bad kung fu. I have been practicing it for so long, why haven't you mastered anything?" It can be seen that his 3-minute enthusiasm for learning martial arts has faded a bit, and he even wants to bully his master and destroy his ancestors. Zheng Fa would never take the blame. "It's because your qualifications are a bit poor. I estimate it will take about half a year before you can get started." "Getting started? How long did it take for you to get started?" Old man Bai asked curiously. 10 days. Zheng Fa specially added the time between the two worlds and said considerately, so as not to shock the old man too much. "It sounds like my qualifications are very poor." Old man Bai nodded, not looking depressed. "Grandpa Bai, don't you feel frustrated?" "Why am I frustrated?" Old man Bai waved his hands with a smile and said, "At my age, why should I argue about the quality of my qualifications or the speed of my practice? I have to be open-minded when it's time to be open-minded." Zheng Fa and Tang Lingmuo nodded with admiration in their hearts. This old man is really open-minded and considerate. Besides, Zheng Fa is as clueless as an unevolved monkey when it comes to learning mathematics. He is not frustrated at his age. Why should I be frustrated? Today, my teacher will let you experience the power of Songhe Zhuang. Oh, I won't hide it from you today. I have a secret skill that I have practiced for 60 years. Once I take action, I will make you kneel down and beg for mercy. What secret skill? Zheng Fa was curious. I saw the old man lying down on the chair, covering his chest, with a ferocious expression on his face, and began to cry out, "Someone's coming, they're beating me, I can't move. Zheng Fa, I want to kneel down. I don't know if I can survive for half a year. It takes half a year of training to get started. It's too long." This old man really backed down. This is not possible. It doesn't matter whether he practices or not, but Zheng Fa, the free top tutor, cannot be thrown away. I studied mathematics with old man Bai, and Zheng Fa couldn't understand topology at first. Later, old man Bai taught him to start with high school mathematics. Although old man Bai has no qualities, you will benefit a lot if you ignore the insults he makes to your IQ during his teaching and distinguish the teachings from top professors from a bunch of personal attacks. It may not be so effective for others, but Zheng Fa's foundation is actually very solid. Sometimes the only thing missing is 1 or 2 sentences. But we can't let old man Bai's heart that yearns for the world settle down. Did you know that the Songhe Zhuang you learned has the ability to extend your life? Zheng Fa suddenly sounded a little deeper. Extend life. Old man Bai's face moved slightly, and he was obviously tempted. At his age, it was difficult to resist this temptation. More than that? Zheng Fa said with a solemn face, "This pine crane stake is just the introductory skill of my master's secret skill, spiritual crane body, and spiritual crane body is a secret skill that can be used to enter the Tao through martial arts. Enter Taoism through martial arts." It can be seen that old man Bai was a little shocked by Zheng Fa's seriousness, but most of him still didn't believe it. According to the records of our master's sect, this spiritual crane body is an ancestor who spent his entire life traveling across thousands of mountains, learning from nature, and imitating the unique skills that only thousands of birds in the world could comprehend. He practiced Songhe Zhuang after that. If you can practice the Linghe Heart Sutra, you can enter Taoism through martial arts and your lifespan will be greatly increased. Thanks to the boastful senior, Zheng Fa felt comfortable fooling the old man. Traveling through thousands of mountains, only birds in the world can understand this? Does it sound so mysterious? Old man Bai murmured. More than that, I heard that after this ancestor practiced the Linghe Heart Sutra and then became immortal, he has attained enlightenment. Zheng Fa is not exaggerating. The ancestors who wrote the Linghe Heart Sutra have all entered the immortal sect. Rounding it all off, isn't this the attainment of enlightenment? Is this the way to enter the Tao through martial arts? Although Old Man Bai didn't believe in the theory of ghosts and gods, he still admired him a little. This patriarch is a master with great perseverance and perseverance. Want to learn? Zheng Fa said seductively. Think. Just the word extended life was enough to shake Old Man Bai. If you practice the Songhe Zhuang well, I will accept you as a disciple and teach you the spiritual crane body. Master? I am very loyal to my section. I will definitely study hard and practice hard to revitalize our sect in the future. On the side, a look of doubt slowly appeared on Tang Lingmu's face. I have a question. You, the ancestor of our school, are indeed very powerful. But is it difficult to understand this? We want to see birds and so on, and there are so many more to see, so why not go to the zoo? Well, Zheng Fa and Old Man Bai looked at each other and felt that the image of their senior sect had suddenly collapsed. Tang Lingmu held the milk tea cup and said weakly, did I say something wrong? Then, the flower and bird market. The bus stopped at the station. Zheng Fa walked out of the door and walked towards the zoo following the map on his phone. He checked online and found that there was actually a zoo in the prefecture-level city where he was located, although the evaluation on the map software was not very high. Tang Lingmu said it unintentionally, but he listened with interest. Before, the seventh young master told him that if he wanted to practice spirit crane body, the secret was in the first volume. But the two of them studied the first volume over and over again, and did not find any hidden code words. The seventh young master felt that this spirit crane body was a copy after all, and maybe some key points were missed. But, what if the secret is in this autobiography? Among the 4 spirit crane body, only the first one has the most content. If we exclude the author being an extremely narcissistic person, well, this is difficult to exclude. If this author has some other intentions besides narcissism and bragging, the most likely one is the author's self-described experience of climbing thousands of mountains and watching thousands of birds during the process of creating the skill, which is the content most closely related to the martial arts of spiritual crane body. In the Sunwei realm, what Old Man Bai said is actually right. This author is definitely a person with great perseverance and even a big problem. The Sunwei realm is not like the modern world. The mountains are often the territory of various powerful monsters. Mountaineering is often a life-threatening life. It is not excessive to shout extreme sports. As for watching thousands of birds, you want to see birds, but are they willing? How do you know if it has any cultivation? Even if it is an ordinary bird, how do you know if it has monster parents? Consider again that spiritual crane body is just a mundane martial arts. No matter what martial arts it talks about, it is just a mundane martial arts. What are you risking your life for? So, even if someone has the same idea as Zheng Fa, it is almost impossible to try it out. But it is not possible in the Sunwei realm. The modern world is too simple. Zheng Fa walked to the entrance of the zoo. It is called a zoo here, but it is actually a large park surrounded by fences. There was a table with mottled red paint at the main entrance, and behind it sat a woman in her 40s wearing a red armband. There was a piece of paper on the wall behind him, which read, ticket price is 15 yuan. 20 yuan. Zheng Fa paid the money obediently. He came during the lunch break, and time was tight, otherwise he would have saved 5 yuan. The inside of the zoo looked like the table at the entrance, both of which were a bit old. At noon, there were not many people in the zoo, and not many animals either. As soon as he walked in, he saw a sign the size of a person, which read treasure of the town and a bright arrow. Zheng Fa couldn't help but be curious and took 2 steps inside. Sure enough, outside a house, he saw a sign that read, Panda. There is also this thing? Zheng Fa excitedly hooked his neck to look inside the house, and sure enough, 2 black and white balls were running and rolling happily on the ground, barking. Looking back, on the sign, next to the big 2 words panda, there was a small word dog. Zookeeper, you are such a dog, why don't you paint yourself black and white and squat inside? After being deeply hurt, Zheng Fa went straight to the so-called bird paradise area in his park. Although he had lowered his expectations, he looked at a group of pigeons pecking on the ground and the black net above his head. He still fell into a long silence. The moment he walked out of the zoo, he took out his mobile phone and wrote a bad review for the zoo. After returning to school, Zheng Fa lay on the desk, a little depressed. The experience of the zoo is one thing, but more importantly, the net made him realize a problem: birds can fly. So whether it is a zoo or a flower and bird market, they are eager to raise flying birds as beasts. Even in the most high-end zoos, the birds in them should have lost their nature. It probably won't work to comprehend the spiritual crane body through these birds. In the desk, the mobile phone vibrated twice. Zheng Fa quietly took out his mobile phone, and a kitten's head was jumping. Who is this? A big face appeared next to Zheng Fa's head. Wang Chen curiously and gossipingly rubbed Zheng Fa's shoulders and stared at the kitten avatar. It looks like a girl. Tang Lingmu. Zheng Fa replied and clicked on the avatar. Tang Lingmu sent 2 messages. The first one was a link. The second one was a long sentence. I saw you said you wanted to go to the zoo? Are you going to see birds? The zoo in our city is not good. I found a few documentaries for you. Clicking on the link, it was a network disk folder with several subfolders in it. He clicked save and felt something was wrong. Wang Chen, who was standing next to him, was staring at his face. His eyes were full of confusion. What's wrong? You are Tang Lingmu's friend. Is there a problem? It's a big problem, you've been cheated. Wang Chen said with certainty, she doesn't have an account. Zheng Fa was stunned, she added me in person. Wang Chen couldn't hold it anymore. Didn't you see the class group chat? I blocked it. Their class has a group with no teachers but only classmates. But there are a few people in it who are very active and chat in the group every day. Zheng Fa thinks it's too noisy and blocks them directly. Wang Chen took out his mobile phone and wanted to stick it on Zheng Fa's face. He clicked on the interface of the class group chat. This group was surprisingly quiet. The last chat happened 2 months ago. Tang Lingyu, I added you as a friend, why didn't you accept it? The person who was speaking was a boy in the class, who was usually very active in the group. She doesn't have an account. A person with Tang Lingyu's name replied. Then who are you? I'm her mother. Then everyone in the group seemed to be dead, and no one has spoken since then. We already have a new group, I'll add you. Wang Chen knew from Zheng Fa's expression that he had no idea about this, and whispered, I don't know which idiot brought Tang Lingyu's mother in, this group is useless. Zheng Fa finally understood why Wang Chen said that Tang Lingyu didn't have an account. He flipped through the chat history with Tang Lingyu. There were not many chats between the two. The first sentence was sent to him by Tang Lingyu. Medium cup, 50% sugar, add pearls, no ice. There was another sentence below. Change to a large cup. And then there was a red envelope. You guys are drinking milk tea together. Wang Chen was amazed at the record. He didn't see the previous 2 messages and was still asking, why did Tang Lingyu look for you just now? She gave me. The teacher is here. At the back of the classroom, a man who did not want to reveal his name said in a low voice. Old Chen appeared at the back door with a stern face. He first glanced at the classroom and then stared at Wang Chen. Wang Chen, what are you doing with your phone? Wang Chen stared blankly at the phone in his hand, then turned to look at Zheng Fa. Zheng Fa held a textbook in his hand, frowning, immersed in the ocean of knowledge. Look at Zheng Fa, he is reading and studying during class breaks. Why don't you study hard? Wang Chen. Zheng Fa, we martial artists pay attention to keeping an eye on all directions and listening to all directions, and being quick to avoid danger. The videos Tang Lingyu found were very complete, even too complete. Domestic and foreign, Chinese and English. There were more than a dozen documentaries about birds lying in the network disk, which made Zheng Fa feel happy that he didn't know how to choose. However, the lost overlord of the sky, pterosaur, is this thing also considered a bird? Zheng Fa frowned, thinking that Tang Lingyu might have found the wrong one. The film is great. Tang Lingyu must have spent a lot of time to find high-quality documentaries. The clarity is full, the production team is top-notch, and every frame has the beauty of burning money. Some of them have very high ratings online and are called the Bible for bird lovers. What makes Zheng Fa even more satisfied is that the photographer will hide the lens in the tree, next to the bird's nest, and even on the cliff, and even worse, hang it on the bird itself. Try to get close to the natural life of these observers. Even if you put aside the idea of wanting to understand spiritual crane body from them, these carefully made documentaries are enough to attract Zheng Fa, a country bumpkin. 1, 2. Every night, Zheng Fa watches these documentaries. Watching these flying birds in the camera, watching their daily lives. Watching them take off, soar, and land. Hunting, eating, and playing. He felt that he seemed to see some very familiar pictures from them, which seemed to be vaguely similar to the patterns in the 3rd volume of Spiritual Crane Body Spiritual Crane Heart Sutra. But what exactly it is, there is still a layer of window paper between them, so Zheng Fa still can't figure it out. Even when these documentaries were almost finished, he still couldn't connect the two. That night, he unconsciously clicked on the disappearing sky overlords, pterosaurs that he had never seen before, and the opening remarks in it made him stunned. Among the many hypotheses about the origin of birds, the conjecture that birds originated from dinosaurs is the most recognized by mainstream scholars. So some people say that birds are close relatives of dinosaurs. Zheng Fa was stunned for a moment, and when he came back to his senses, he was still a little surprised. It really is a bird? Pterosaurs have long been extinct in our world. We can't know how they lived, but we can simulate the image and movements of pterosaurs through fossil evidence and observation of bird habits through modeling. Zheng Fa stared at the pterosaur model made by special effects on the screen, and a series of weird pictures flashed through his mind. This is it? The author of Spirit Crane Body seems to have the same idea as this documentary. By observing the movement patterns and living habits of many birds, creating a birdman that has never existed, the pictures in the book gradually matched the image of the pterosaur on the screen. Zheng Fa almost wanted to pull the man's collar and ask, "You draw an animation, why don't you write a comment?" Zheng Fa has been watching documentaries day and night for several days. Especially after he really understood the secret of Spirit Crane Heart Sutra, Zheng Fa watched the documentaries he had watched before again, split and combined each picture in Spirit Crane Heart Sutra, and compared it with the movements of birds in the documentary to deepen his understanding of these pictures. After staying up late for several days, even with his physical fitness from Songhe Zhuang, he couldn't help but look haggard at school, with a faint blue-black under his eyes. "Zheng Fa, what are you doing recently?" Wang Chen asked with some concern when he saw his face. "What are you doing? I mean, did you not sleep well at night? Why are you so tired? Are you sick?" "Oh, I've been watching videos these past few nights." Zheng Fa touched his face and explained. Watching videos, what videos, you, huh? Wang Chen's face suddenly looked a little strange, as if he had thought of something. Tang Lingyu gave it to me. Tang Lingyu gave it to me. Wang Chen seemed to be in a state of great incomprehension. That day, the day when Lao Chen confiscated your phone, Wang Chen twitched his lips. This day was too unforgettable, and he really remembered that Tang Lingyu did send a message to Zheng Fa that day. But at this moment he had no intention of talking about this, but was full of gossip. Don't tell me, let me guess. Is it that kind without clothes? Why do they need clothes? Zheng Fa was surprised and didn't understand why this person asked such a question. The kind with very few people. Well, it can be counted. Wang Chen's eyes flashed with an inexplicable excitement. Indoors. No, basically outdoors. Tang Lingyu actually likes this. Wang Chen muttered, as if he had discovered some great secret. He patted Zheng Fa's shoulder and said leisurely, although the adult world is wonderful, you still have to take care of your body. Zheng Fa didn't say anything, just looked at Wang Chen with a look that said you are seriously ill. Wang Chen sighed, Tang Lingyu is in our class. She has good grades and is beautiful. Old Chen also keeps a close eye on her. The boys in the class dare not talk to her, but according to my observation, at least half of the boys in our class have some affection for her. So many. Zheng Fa really didn't pay attention to this. Who likes who in the class has never been within his scope of concern. You are devoted to study. I dare say, she knows much more than you think. I didn't expect that her private hobby is so exciting. Wang Chen touched his chin, with an expression of having learned something new. If all the boys in the class knew, tut what? It can fascinate the remaining half of the boys. Zheng Fa looked at Wang Chen with a confident face. For some reason, his words sounded contradictory, very vulgar, but it seemed to make sense. Zheng Fa, who the seventh young master saw in his study, looked even more haggard. In order to watch those documentaries, Zheng Fa almost stayed up all night in the last 2 days of modern times. I comprehended spiritual crane body. Zheng Fa explained. The seventh young master and Gao Yuan beside him looked at each other and shook their heads, obviously not believing it. After all, Zheng Fa even returned the book, what can he comprehend with? The seventh young master glanced at Zheng Fa, shook his head, picked up a book from the bookshelf behind him and handed it to Zheng Fa. What is this? Don't think about spiritual crane body, I tell you, there is no future in practicing martial arts. Come and learn talismans with me. The seventh young master sighed. Zheng Fa looked at the book in front of him. The cover of the book read, Futu Quanja Volume 1. What is this? Didn't I tell you before? Futu. Zheng Fa flipped through it, and it was indeed full of those complex and abstract patterns. Zheng Fa, who had just been tortured by the birdman, looked a little headache. He put down the book and asked, after learning this book, you can understand the way of talismans. Oh, finish learning? Do you know how many books there are in this set of books? I don't know. The seventh young master stretched out a finger. 10 books. The seventh young master shook his head. 100 books. A whole room. The seventh young master pointed to a room on the side of the study and said with some grief and anger, it's all in here. Zheng Fa turned his head and looked at the rows of bookshelves in the room that were as high as the roof, and swallowed his saliva. Moreover, this set of books will add new ones every year. I started learning since I was a child, and now there are more and more books I haven't read. The seventh young master's tone was aggrieved and distressing. Zheng Fa really understood. This time, there is really no end to learning. Master, what exactly is a talisman? I don't understand either. The seventh master shook his head. According to this book, all talismans come from the understanding of heaven and earth by the immortal monks, and contain the great way. In fact, many of the earliest talisman papers were drawn with talismans. But later, some people found that although some talismans looked different, they had the same effect, so some monks proposed the concept of yuanfu and tried to find their similarities. As for these, it is because the immortal monks are still understanding new talismans every day. Zheng Fa suddenly realized and finally understood the books in the room. Exhaustive method. Zheng Fa opened the comprehensive explanation of talisman diagrams, volume 1 that the seventh young master had in hand, and looked at it horizontally and vertically, and finally saw 4 densely packed words between the words. Save the child. He turned his head and looked at the room full of bookshelves, feeling a little panicked. No matter how good his memory was, it wouldn't be enough for him to face the books in this room. The exhaustive method must die. Then how can we prove that we have mastered 108 basic elements? Zheng Fa asked the question he had always wanted to ask. He remembered that to become a talisman master, you need to be able to solve 108 UN talisman. If you only take the test on these, there doesn't seem to be that much. The seventh young master sat down and began to explain to Zheng Fa, I just said that the number of talismans is growing, right? Zheng Fa nodded. But the number of UN talismans is limited. No, the seventh young master frowned. Now the immortal monks are not sure how many UN talismans there are, but what is certain is that the number of UN talismans is greater than the number of talismans. Fewer, much less. Some monks even said that one elemental symbol can correspond to countless symbols, and the basic elemental symbol is the simplest and most common elemental symbol. Zheng Fa vaguely understood what the seventh young master meant. For example, you solved 2 basic talismans from those talisman diagrams before. The same is true for the talisman master's assessment. It's just that because there are too many new talisman diagrams, you can't see them in these books. You can only rely on your own understanding of the basic symbols to analyze them on the spot, and not all basic symbols are as simple as the two you analyzed. So it's impossible to memorize these books. Zheng Fa said a little disappointed. Memorize it? This whole room of books? The seventh young master glared. Are you kidding? The expression on Zheng Fa's face was very innocent, and the seventh young master slowly opened his mouth. Are you serious? Zheng Fa is really not joking. Memorizing it will torture your memory. If you don't memorize it, the only possible way is to continue learning topology from old man by, which will torture your own IQ and self-esteem. But it's useless to memorize it now, so I can only try topology. Although Zheng Fa is not sure that topology is really effective in analyzing all elemental symbols, it is at least a potential method. Thinking of old man by, Zheng Fa shook his head slightly. This old man, I deceived him for a long time last time, but Tang Lingmu called him a zoo. This old man seemed to be a little timid again, and seemed to have lost his enthusiasm for martial arts. This is not good. Students are tired of learning, which affects my progress as a teacher. Early in the morning, the seventh young master yawned and took Gao Yuan to look at Zheng Fa, who was standing on the school field. It was now slightly brighter, and Zheng Fa's hair and trousers were stained with dew. It was obvious that he had been standing for more than a while. When did he start practicing? The seventh young master asked Gao Yuan beside him. Gao Yuan shook his head. When I came to practice in the morning, he was here. In the past few days, Gao Yuan felt that he was about to get started with Song He Zuan, and he practiced more diligently. He often came to practice in the morning before morning classes. As a result, Zheng Fa looked like this when he came this morning. The seventh young master stared at Zheng Fa's face for a long time, frowning slightly, seeming a little worried. Looking at Gao Yuan aside, Master 7 patted him on the shoulder and said, "Did you sleep well yesterday?" "It's okay," Gao Yuan said hesitantly, with a bad feeling in his heart. Zheng Fa is more talented than you, and he works harder than you. He gets up before dawn to practice, and you actually sleep soundly. Coming? There was an expected calmness on Gao Yuan's face that he had long been accustomed to. Practice. Oh. Gao Yuan stood beside Zheng Fa, his expression calm and undisturbed. He also stood up on the pine crane pile, while silently reciting the 9-character mantra he had recently learned. If you can't hit, treat it as fart, you are a waste. The two of them were practicing, and the seventh young master didn't leave, just stared at the two of them, not knowing what he was thinking. Uncle, I was sleeping soundly. A wailing sound came from outside the school grounds. Then came the voice of Coach Su. Sleep? Why should you sleep? Zheng Fa is more talented than Qi and works harder than you. How can you sleep? These somewhat familiar words made Gao Yuan couldn't help but open his eyes and look towards the entrance of the school ground. Teacher Su kicked a sleepy young man into the school grounds. Hearing Coach Su's title, Gao Yuan knew that this young man was probably his nephew. Coach Su's nephew is still unconvinced. He has great talent, and he will get better every day after practicing. Give me his talent, and I will practice every day. I don't have such talent, and it won't be a waste to sleep more. Gao Yuan actually felt that it made sense. This man had some great wisdom. Are you practicing? Coach Su asked, clenching his fists. Practice? Isn't it enough to practice? Instructor Su's nephew stood up, and it looked like it was not a pine and crane pile, but another martial arts. Seeing his unwillingness but not daring to resist, Gao Yuan couldn't help but feel a little sympathy for him, and smiled kindly at him. Why are you laughing? The man snorted when he saw Gao Yuan's smile. Gao Yuan was stunned when he heard the other party glance at him and then at Zheng Fa. His breath came out of his nose and he snorted softly. Getting up so early is like a bird of a feather. The calmness on Gao Yuan's face could no longer be maintained. Is it natural for me, such a loser, to have to endure this kind of jealousy that only a genius should endure? The three of them were practicing their kung fu, and Master 7 and Coach Su looked at each other with the same worry in their eyes. The two went to a corner and started talking quietly. Coach, what do you think? Master 7 asked, glancing at Zheng Fa. It's too hasty. Coach Su frowned and shook his head. I told them before that you can't be greedy for too much when practicing martial arts. Haste makes waste, and the more greedy you are, the more likely you are to get hurt. I've seen Zheng Fa's temperament before. He is quite calm and I don't think he will have this kind of problem. Was he like this before? The seventh young master seemed to have thought of something and asked. No. Coach Su's expression changed and he looked at the seventh young master. Master, you mean, spiritual crane body. The seventh young master nodded, with a heavy expression on his face. He probably didn't sleep much in the past few days. He said he was meditating on the spiritual crane body. Coach Su also looked at Zheng Fa, shook his head and sighed. I also said that he is more free and easygoing than me, but I didn't expect, like me, he was too smooth before, and it is difficult to look away when he encounters setbacks. Seeing that the seventh young master was still a little worried, Coach Su comforted him. Don't worry, I'm here to watch. The seventh young master nodded, looked at Zheng Fa and Gao Yuan again, turned and left. In Madam's small building, the seventh young master and Madam sat opposite each other, both holding a cup of tea in their hands. I didn't expect that after I selected 2 book boys for you, you would be willing to come to my place more often. Madam smiled. Mother, the seventh young master snorted. I know, it's not for them. Speaking of which, mother, please find a bookkeeper for Jaeyuan. The seventh young master suddenly said. He is good at studying, has certain qualifications in martial arts, and knows how to work hard to make progress. The seventh young master no longer dislikes Gao Yuan. Find him a husband to learn accounting, and he will be the chief steward of the house in the future. The lady nodded and asked, where's the other one? Zheng Fa. The seventh young master couldn't help showing a little bit of complaint on his face. He has the talent of Talisman. Maybe he can enter the immortal sect. It's just the spiritual crane body you gave him, mother. He could have practiced it's nothing, but he can't practice it now, and he seems to be possessed these days. He couldn't practice it in the first place. Madam lowered her eyes and looked at the rising heat in the teacup in front of her. Mom. The seventh young master slowly turned his neck and looked at his mother. What did you just say? He can't practice it. I can't practice. The seventh young master stuttered a bit, as if he didn't understand what the lady said. What does it mean? If you can't practice it, you can't practice it. Madam didn't seem to notice his expression. Her eyes still fell on the tea leaves floating in the teacup. Spiritual crane body is not a martial art practiced by ordinary people. Didn't Coach Su say that this martial arts can lead to Taoism and enter the immortal sect? Using martial arts to enter Taoism? Using lies to spread lies is more or less the same. Madam's face was slightly mocking. People in the world often turn effects into causes and have wild whims. Why? The seventh young master's expression turned even more ugly. It's not that you can enter the immortal sect by practicing this martial arts, but you can practice this martial arts by entering the immortal sect. Seeing the puzzled look on her son's face, the lady explained, do you know the origin of spiritual crane body? The seventh young master shook his head. Everyone says that cultivating an immortal depends on your qualifications, but what are your qualifications? Spiritual roots. Yes, spiritual roots are the most important, but in addition to spiritual roots, the immortal sect also values a kind of qualification, Taoist body. The top geniuses of the immortal sect often have a single spiritual root plus an innate Taoist body. Madam continued, the Tao body is created innately, but there are also some powerful predecessors who have created some methods to achieve the Tao body later in life. Spiritual crane body is actually. The seventh young master's expression was a little moved. What are you thinking about? How can it be possible with a martial arts? However, the spiritual crane body is indeed created based on an innate Taoist body, although the effect may not be 10% of it, and it may even only work in the early stages of practice. Since it can only be used in the early stages of cultivation, and ordinary people cannot practice it, what's the point of this technique? The seventh young master pointed out the contradiction. Because this kind of technique, although there is no requirement for cultivation level in practice, it often requires very high requirements to be understood. Madam said the reason. For example, spiritual crane body. I heard that in order to understand it, you have to watch it all over. How can ordinary people do this among all the birds in the world? The seventh young master was still puzzled, and his wife explained, these martial arts are originally used by the powerful to train their own children. Those powerful juniors can invite real people who are at least nascent soul to use the technique of mirror, flower, water, and moon to reflect the universe and observe the world's feathers. The lady stared at the seventh young master and said, can Zheng Fa do it? The seventh young master understood. So, mother, you knew from the beginning that Zheng Fa couldn't practice it. Yes. Why? Since you knew it wouldn't work, why did you give him the spiritual crane body? Madam didn't seem to hear his anger. Her eyes fell on the teacup again. Her right hand shook it gently, and the tea leaves in the water drifted involuntarily under her movements. Back then, Coach Su had achieved great success in martial arts in the first 20 years, and he wanted to leave the Xiao family and try his luck in the world. She seemed to have answered the wrong question. I didn't want to use my power to overpower others and hurt their feelings, so I gave it to him. He spiritual crane body, and then, he and Xian served as the instructor in Xiao Mansion for 20 years. The seventh young master looked at his mother with half understanding. Failure made him realize that his talent was nothing. He recognized himself and accepted his fate. Zheng Fa, the same thing. Same. Madam looked up at the seventh young master with no warmth in her eyes. He is more talented, but more ambitious, and he has no respect for you at all. The seventh young master couldn't help it anymore. Mom, I didn't even care. But I care. If he doesn't have the qualifications to go to the immortal sect, I can tolerate his ambition, but if he can go, I can't tolerate it. I'll tell him. The seventh young master suddenly stood up. Zhao Jingfen. Madam said in a high tone, you are the master and he is the servant? Zheng Fa should be your hands and your legs. He should assist you in taking charge of the Xiao family and help you enter the immortal sect. However, I will never tolerate him stepping on my son's shoulders. You don't have to remember your identity, he must remember it. The seventh young master looked at his mother, his cheeks bulging, but he was speechless. In the end, he could only walk away in silence. The teacup on the table was still steaming. The lady looked at her son's leaving figure and remained silent for a long time. Madam, the maid on the side said cautiously, don't be angry with the young master. The young master is just kind-hearted. Kind-hearted? I think he is stupid. Madam curled her lips, sat down and said, I have been stupid since childhood. His father plays with women outside and makes a few bastards out of him. It would be better for him to go and be someone's younger brother. He doesn't even know he's been cheated. Later he learned a little better and pestered his sister all day long. He would go wherever her sister went. His sister went to Xianmen, and he went to his sister's room crying and sleeping for a year with his pillow and quilt in his arms. It was like a little girl. Madam complained with a cold face, does he hate me because he hates that he can't go to the immortal sect? I'm happy that he has such ambition. He hates me for separating him from his sister. The maid on the side lowered her head and did not dare to speak. The lady continued to scold, when I grow up, I have a cold face and offend people every day, pretending to be smart, but in the end, when I meet a book boy who likes me, I will rip my heart out. Madam, didn't you say before that, with you watching, there's nothing wrong with the young master being more naive, the maid said a little doubtfully. Hearing this, the lady rubbed her head. His sister wrote a letter, saying that she would come back early and find a way to let this boy enter the fairy gate. Miss. The maid was a little surprised, that's a good thing. What a fart? What if he has such a brain and no one can protect him when he enters the immortal sect? So madam, Zheng Fa is a good candidate, with good qualifications and a stable temperament, but he is a little arrogant. I plan to let him go to the immortal gate with this boy, so I feel relieved. The lady shook her head, before going, I have to cultivate this seedling, but unfortunately, I am a little anxious. The maid also understood what she said, and could only sigh, Madam has worked hard for the young master. I owe him for giving birth to him in this life. The lady sighed. I'm afraid, the young master really told Zheng Fa, and Zheng Fa will feel resentful. Resentful? Who does he blame? He just blames me. Madam smiled, and she looked towards the training ground. Didn't this kid get the secret of practicing spirit crane body from me? Now isn't he going to sell me as his mother to comfort him? Shouldn't he be more grateful to his young master? The worse I am, the more loyal my stupid son will be. But, the young master doesn't understand you, madam, and Zheng Fa hates you. I don't want him to understand, I want him to be good. As for Zheng Fa, I can still bear the hatred of a book boy. Madam blew the tea leaves floating in the teacup, not caring at all. After a long time, the maid spoke with some doubt. If Zheng Fa's talent is really extraordinary, and he enters the immortal gate and soars to the sky in the future, what should we do? What should we do? My son is a fool with good luck. He has been making good friends with him and is sincere to him. Can he ignore this friendship and kill me? The lady seemed to be happy and joked, if he really has this talent, I am happy to see it. After saying that, she frowned and looked towards the training ground, with her ears slightly tilted and her eyes focused. A subtle crane cry came from the training ground, from melodious and pleasant to high and fierce, rushing straight to the sky, and the white sea of clouds in the sky rolled with the sound waves. The people in the whole Jingzhou city looked up and looked at the sky curiously, looking for the source of the sound. Madam thought of the records she had read, her hands trembled, and the teacup fell to the ground without paying any attention, muttering, has he succeeded? The maid lowered her head, looking at the tea leaves floating freely and wantonly in the tea on the ground, and sighed deeply in her heart. Madam, you don't look like you are happy to see it happen. In the school field a moment ago, Zheng Fa had his eyes closed, and he didn't know how long he stood there. When standing on the Songhe Zhuang, the looming airflow in his body would flow from time to time. The most obvious feeling was from the roots of his thighs to his toes and the inside of his shoulder blades. Every time the air flowed through, there was a sensation in these places. Feeling itchy from bones to skin, Zheng Fa seemed completely unaware of this and remained motionless, constantly recalling the postures of the birds in the documentary, especially those similar to those in the Heart Crane Sutra. Miraculously, whenever a similar movement appeared in his mind, the airflow in his body would tremble, giving him a wonderful sense of coolness. Contemplation method. A guess emerged, and the airflow in the body stopped beating. He calmed down his mind again and stopped thinking about it. The itch in his shoulder blades and pelvis was getting more and more maddening, and it was almost impossible for Zheng Fa to maintain his posture in Songhe Zhuang. The itching reached its peak and suddenly disappeared. The shoulder blade where it was most itchy just now seemed to have an extra organ that had never been there before. Zheng Fa suddenly realized that he had grown wings, crane feet, and his body was covered with feathers. In other words, the images of flying birds that he had previously visualized in his mind gradually merged with his own, and he became the weird birdman in the Linghe Heart Sutra. And his consciousness seemed to have entered the birdman's body. Although his eyes were closed, the darkness in front of him was broken by a bizarre sight. He is flying. He was waving his wings, crossing the sky, soaring into the sky, as if he was going to reach the blue sky. The boundless sea of white clouds rolled under him. His feathers reflected the red sun in the sky, and the edges of his feathers were dyed with golden light. The continuously trembling and growing airflow in his body became more and more restless, rushing left and right until it broke through his throat and turned into a loud and clear sound. The sea of clouds broke and the sun set. Zheng Fa slowly opened his eyes. The familiar school ground was still in front of him. Everything just now seemed like a dream. The sky was already dark. Coach Su put on his clothes and leaned on the stone bench nearby. He closed his eyes and fell asleep. He seemed to be awakened by Zheng Fa's crane roar. He rubbed his eyes and looked at Zheng Fa with some confusion in his eyes. What's the sound? Hey, have you finished practicing? His eyes slowly fell on Zheng Fa's feet, and he was a little surprised. Have you mastered Songhe Zhuang? Zheng Fa looked at his feet and found that the green bricks under his feet were shattered inch by inch, forming cracks. This was the manifestation of the success of Songhe Zhuang. The secret book of Songhe Zhuang says, the body is like 9 clouds in the sky, with 9 roots under its feet. When you practice this skill to the extreme, you can crush bluestones like the solace of Zheng Fa's feet with a single step of your thumb. In the process of comprehending the Linghe Heart Sutra, he unknowingly completed the Songhe pile. It can be seen that the Linghe Heart Sutra is indeed the core of the martial arts Linghe body. How long have I been sleeping? Coach Su looked at the sky around him, as if to determine whether he had been dreaming for 1,000 years like in the storybook. When he saw the familiar scenery, he turned his head and stared at Zheng Fa, frowning deeply. Muttering in his mouth, no matter how good your qualifications are, you can't succeed so quickly. He thought of the crane's roar he heard just now, his eyes trembled slightly, he looked at Zheng Fa, opened his mouth, wanted to ask, but did not dare to ask. He seemed to have an idea in his mind, but the expression on his face told Zheng Fa that he himself couldn't believe this conjecture. Zheng Fa Zhenren was about to explain, but Coach Su jumped up in front of him. He was like a galloping horse and his fist was like a shooting star, hitting him in the face. Zheng Fa had no time to speak and instinctively stretched out his hand to parry. The two were masters and apprentices, and had actually fought against each other a long time ago. Although Zheng Fa's talent was very high, it could not match Coach Su's lifelong martial arts. Therefore, it was said that they were fighting against each other, but it was more of a point-and-click show. Coach Su showed his strength maybe less than 10%, and he is just feeding Zheng Fa. But today, Coach Su is different from the past. His punches are like moving mountains and seas, and he actually strikes with all his strength. As soon as Zheng Fa moved his body, he realized that he was no longer what he used to be. Although the airflow in his body was still so thin and weak, it became continuous and full of vitality, moving around according to the movements of his body, making he has an extra level of reflexes that he didn't have before. He felt as if he had just walked from the sea to the shore, and he had a sense of freedom and freedom. The most important thing is that he felt as if there was a strange power in the surrounding space. As his movements flowed, the power of his movements increased greatly. This has never happened before. In this state, Zheng Fa not only did not fall at a disadvantage, but he and Coach Su fought fast and looked evenly matched. Instructor Su's eyes shone brightly, and his movements suddenly changed. Zheng Fa could only take advantage of the situation. After 2 or 3 moves, Zheng Fa suddenly realized that the move he was using at this time was actually the Spirit Crane Piercing Cloud Hand from the 4th volume of Spirit Crane Body? Yes? Instructor Su was still giving moves, but he was deliberately guiding Zheng Fa to use Linghe Chuanyun Hand. Although he had not mastered Linghe Body, he had been immersed in this martial arts for 20 years, and one of the moves the formula is all too familiar. You've mastered it. Instructor Su saw that although the moves of his Linghe Chuanyun Hand were unfamiliar, each move was extremely powerful, making him a little confused and afraid to resist. If it weren't for the blessing of Linghe Heart Sutra, he wouldn't be able to resist. Probably so. Not only was he not frustrated, but he laughed and repeated, "You've done it? You've done it." The laughter shook the night sky, then gradually became deeper and deeper, faintly choked with sobs. The corners of his mouth were raised, grinning, showing 2 rows of big teeth, and he was almost getting carried away with his smile. But at the same time, his eyes actually shed 2 lines of hot tears. Outside the training ground, Gao Yuan and the nephew of Master Su walked towards the training ground with lunchboxes in hand. Master Su's nephew was still apologizing to Gao Yuan. "I didn't expect you to have such a hard time. I misunderstood you, brother. Brother, you don't know, I deeply understand what it feels like to be around a genius. Alas, I thought I was used to it." Gao Yuan was depressed, but when I met someone as reasonable as you, brother, I couldn't help but vent these grievances. It's okay. Master Su's nephew patted Gao Yuan's shoulder. "Although Zheng Fa has talent, I have a way to solve your knot. Brother, teach me. Who am I?" Master Su's nephew patted his chest. "I am your master's beloved disciple and personal disciple. I am also his nephew, the Su family, the only male of the next generation." "What do you mean?" "I'm going to talk to my uncle. Since Zheng Fa is such a genius, the standards should be higher and the requirements should be stricter. Let Zheng Fa practice more in the future, and encourage us more. The most important thing is, don't compare us with him. Isn't this too unmotivated?" Gao Yuan's expression was a little tangled. "Shouldn't we learn from the good? No, this is called being down to earth." Seeing his expression, Coach Su's nephew smiled and said, "Compared with us, what good is it for Zheng Fa? Isn't this an insult to his talent? Are we worthy?" Gao Yuan opened his mouth and couldn't say anything. Compared with him, what can we get except not being able to sleep every day? Listening to this, Gao Yuan couldn't help but nod his head. Obviously, he felt sympathetic and seemed to think it made sense. "So, it's not us who have the problem, it's your young master, my uncle? They are the ones who are using Zheng Fa's standards to demand us." Seeing that he agreed, Coach Su's nephew patted his shoulder and said, "We should persuade them in the future not to compare us 3. It seems that there is no need to persuade them." Gao Yuan suddenly said, "Huh. As long as Coach Su is not crazy, he will not compare us with Zheng Fa." Coach Su's nephew looked at Gao Yuan a little confused, obviously not understanding why this man said that. He was beaten to tears by Zheng Fa. Gao Yuan pointed at the 2 people fighting in the training ground, paused, and added, "Well," he cried miserably. Seeing Gao Yuan and the 2 carrying lunch boxes, Coach Su closed his fists and said, "Let's eat first. Zheng Fa, you have been hungry all day." The 4 of them were all martial arts practitioners, and they were not very particular. They simply placed the food in their lunchboxes on the bluestone in front of them, and sat around on the ground, eating and chatting. Spiritual crane body is really mysterious. I felt it when I just fought with you. The energy in your body has not actually increased much, right? Holding the bowl, Coach Su couldn't help but praise. Gao Yuan couldn't help but glance at Coach Su's nephew, and saw the same surprise in his eyes. Has Zheng Fa mastered spiritual crane body? It's true. Zheng Fa's chopsticks stopped in the air, and he frowned as he recalled, when I take action, I always feel that there is a strange power flowing around me with my mind. Most of the power of those moves does not come from the strength in my body, comes from the outside world. This sounds a bit like those legendary immortals who borrowed the power of heaven and earth. Coach Su said, with deep envy that could not be hidden in his eyes. Is this the way to enter Taoism through martial arts? Instructor Su's nephew couldn't help but ask. How do I know? I haven't mastered it. Coach Su shook his head and sighed, but Zheng Fa's time to practice martial arts is less than 1% of mine, and the strength in his body now is not even 1% of mine, but he is already no weaker than me in the fight just now. I can't think of any other reason other than entering the Tao through martial arts. That's because the coach asked me to do so, Zheng Fa corrected. I am a little stronger than you now, mostly because of my many years of experience in martial arts. Coach Su is very open-minded, maybe within a few months, I won't be able to beat you. Zheng Fa still wanted to comfort him, but Coach Su waved his hand. I have been practicing for more than 20 years and I can't get started with something. You have mastered it in more than 20 days. If I don't look around, I will find a rope and hang myself. After saying that, he glanced at Gao Yuan and his nephew who were standing aside, and suddenly reminded him with a little worry, you two should also keep your distance, and don't compete with Fab Zheng in the future. Gao Yuan was startled and glanced at Coach Su's nephew who was also in a daze. Before, I urged you two because I wanted to use Zheng Fa to inspire you. Now, Coach Su was silent for a moment. It's better not to aim too high and rush for quick success. Gao Yuan couldn't tell what it felt like. He just heard what Coach Su's nephew said and thought it made sense. In the past, when Coach Su was very strict with him, he did not complain in his heart. What Coach Su said now was obviously what he expected, but for some reason he didn't feel any joy in his heart, but full of sourness. Beside him, Coach Su's nephew picked up the cup and drank the contents in one gulp. As if he noticed that he was looking at him, Coach Su's nephew turned to look at him. His eyes were a little red, and he said with a smile, today's wine is a bit spicy. Gao Yuan looked at the wine glass in his hand and remained silent. What we were drinking was obviously water. Are you eating? The seventh young master walked into the school grounds. He walked to the four of them, sat down, touched his belly and said, bring me a pair of bowls and chopsticks. Zheng Fa took a pair of clean chopsticks and handed them to him, and asked a little doubtfully, Master, you haven't eaten yet. It's a bit late at this point. Coach Su and the others were waiting for Zheng Fa, but the maid in the seventh young master's room should have served him for dinner long ago. I forgot before. The seventh young master's fingers froze and he took the bowl and chopsticks and said calmly. Zheng Fa glanced at him and felt that the other person's behavior was a bit abnormal. The seventh young master lowered his eyes and did not raise his head. He ate absent-mindedly, as if he had no appetite. He picked rice grains into his mouth one grain at a time with his chopsticks. Seemingly noticing that Zheng Fa was staring at him, the seventh young master raised his head, looked around at everyone and asked with a smile, what were you talking about just now? Zheng Fa felt that he was deliberately avoiding his gaze and seemed to feel guilty. We are talking about spiritual crane body being really powerful. Gao Yuan answered, but looking at the face of the seventh young master, he couldn't continue. Upon hearing the words spiritual crane body, the seventh young master's hand holding the chopsticks had veins popping out, and his expression became even more ugly. This time, not only Zheng Fa, but the other three people also realized that something was wrong with him. Everyone stopped talking. Huh. Young Master 7 took a deep breath and laughed. You three, go down first. I have something to tell Zheng Fa. The three of them, Coach Su, looked at me and I looked at you. They didn't know why, but they all stood up. Wait a minute, Coach Su, you can stay too. The seventh young master suddenly spoke. Coach Su's face became even more confused. After Gao Yuan and the two walked away, the seventh young master lowered his head and breathed heavily, as if he was constantly struggling in his heart. After a long silence, he raised his eyes and looked at the two of them and said, before I say something to you, I hope you will promise me something first. Zheng Fa and the others couldn't help but become serious. They knew the seventh young master well and had never been so serious. Zheng Fa, what I'm talking about today is ultimately because of me. If you have any complaints, just blame me. Don't blame my mother. Zheng Fa frowned. The seventh young master stretched out his palm to stop him, and said to Coach Su, Coach Su, I have wronged you in the past, so I apologize to you first. Coach Su opened his mouth wide, not understanding what he was talking about. Listen to me and don't interrupt me, I'm afraid I won't have the courage to say it again. The seventh young master raised his palms to stop the two of them from talking, and said in one breath, you can't practice the spirit crane body. It's not that you can't do it, it's that it can't be practiced at all. My mother gave it to you because she wanted you to be frustrated, to be law-abiding, and to serve my family. So Zheng Fa, don't think about the spirit crane body. Coach Su, it's not your fault that you haven't comprehended the spirit crane body in 20 years. After he said these words, it was hard to tell what expression he had on his face, but he was obviously much more relaxed. He looked at the two people staring at him in a daze, without saying a word. The seventh young master was a little nervous again, and said to Zheng Fa, my mother did this for me. Coach Su, if you want to leave. Seventh young master. Coach Su suddenly interrupted him, his face very serious, you shouldn't say that. I don't want to say it either, I actually want to bury these things in my heart, but today, I can't even eat. As he said that, the seventh young master showed a rare firm look on his face. I think it through, she is my mother, and I will take responsibility for her mistakes. I know you have a bad relationship with the lady, but you shouldn't make up these things to slander the lady. Coach Su seemed to have not heard what he said, looking at him like an ignorant child. The seventh young master glared at Coach Su, I'm telling the truth. The spiritual crane body really can't be practiced. Looking at his anxious look, Coach Su nodded, as if he understood something. His face eased a little. I know, Master Qi, you are kind-hearted and don't want me to lose confidence in martial arts, so you said that. I am not, I don't have it. Master Qi scratched his head and cheeks. He anticipated countless reactions from Master Su and the others, anger, hatred, even crying and cursing. He did a lot of psychological preparation. But he didn't expect that Master Su didn't believe him. Master Qi was stunned. Facing Master Su's grateful and disapproving eyes, he was about to collapse. Why don't you believe me? I believe it, I believe it. Don't say such things again in the future, lest Madam beat you. Master Qi tasted it. Isn't this still unbelief? He was just coaxing a child? On the side, Zheng Fa watched the two of them talking and not being able to agree, and his face was filled with understanding. I practiced it, he said. What did you practice? Master Qi was a little confused when he heard Zheng Fa suddenly say this. I have mastered the spirit crane body. The seventh young master was stunned, watching Master Su nod at him kindly, with a doting smile on his dark face that showed he saw through everything but didn't say anything. The seventh young master reached out and scratched his head. My mother lied to me again. There was no trace of anger on his face at being deceived, but instead a smile. Madam probably didn't lie. Zheng Fa hesitated for a moment and then said. The seventh young master and Coach Su were stunned, and the smile gradually disappeared from the seventh young master's face. He looked at Zheng Fa, as if he didn't want to believe what Zheng Fa just said. Then haven't you mastered it? Coach Su on the side also frowned, obviously having the same question. I can do it, but most people probably can't. The two people in front of him were actually people whom Zheng Fa trusted, but he did not reveal anything about modern times. But many things cannot be hidden. From the seventh young master's words, it can be understood that Madam is very aware of the difficulty of practicing the spiritual crane body. As long as Zheng Fa masters the spiritual crane body, his wife will guess that he has a secret. He had long been mentally prepared. As his strength grew, this was bound to happen. Hiding it would only make people suspicious. It is better to be like this now, not explaining, but not covering up. Sure enough, the seventh young master and Coach Su looked at each other, as if they had some suspicions, but neither of them asked. But the seventh young master had a frustrated look on his face again, so my mother didn't lie to me. He looked like he would rather be fooled once and for all. Zheng Fa looked at Coach Su, so Master 7 is right, Coach, you don't have to doubt yourself. Coach Su's expression changed back and forth, and he finally let out a long breath. I see. The seventh young master's voice was a little low. Instructor Su, she is my mother. Ma'am, it doesn't have to be like this. Coach Su looked at the seventh young master and said with a smile, Seventh young master, you may have forgotten that I am a son of the family, and I have a contract to sell myself to the Xiao mansion. The seventh young master was stunned. If you don't want to let me go, just one word from my lady is enough. If it's not to maintain this master-servant relationship, why bother with all the trouble? Zheng Fa nodded. What Coach Su said actually made sense. From his point of view, his life belongs to the Xiao family, and his wife's methods can be called gentle. It's just that Zheng Fa has modern experience and doesn't agree with this kind of personal dependence relationship. As for the seventh young master, Zheng Fa glanced at the stunned seventh young master. This man was simply too stupid to think. Then, Coach Su, you have wasted 20 years after all. The seventh young master is still a little confused. No one forced me, it's just that I value this spiritual crane body too much. Coach Su smiled sincerely, as if he really didn't blame his wife. The seventh young master's complexion gradually improved. I have some friends who, like me when I was young, yearned for the world of martial arts. Coach Su continued. They jumped in and never came back. Zheng Fa listened quietly. And I have lived peacefully in the Xiao family for 20 years, and now I even have disciples and grandchildren. Speaking of which, Madam may have saved my life. Coach Su said, patting Zheng Fa on the shoulder, the only one before the regret is this spiritual crane body. Now that Zheng Fa has let me know what this martial arts is like, what regrets do I have? The seventh young master thought for a while and clapped his hands. So, my mother did something good? She made me hold it in for so long. Seeing him smiling with relief, Zheng Fa glanced at Coach Su and said nothing. It's late at night, you two should go back. Coach Su said to the two of them. Zheng Fa and the seventh young master said goodbye to Coach Su. Coach Su clasped his hands behind his back and watched the two of them go away. In the middle of the night, when Coach Su's nephew got up, he saw a dark figure standing in the moonlight. He was frightened and woke up. After he recognized the person, he breathed a sigh of relief, rubbed his eyes and asked, "Uncle, why aren't you sleeping yet? Didn't you tell me before that you wanted to try your luck in the world? Why are you saying this? Uncle, you don't agree." Hearing his nephew's complaining voice, Coach Su did not look back. He just looked at the waning moon in the sky and said, "Go ahead. In 2 days, I will beg Madam to get your body deed back. After today, Madam should give it to me. This face. Didn't you say that you want me to stay in the house to take care of you in your old age? Remember to write more letters and tell me what the Jianghu is like that I have never seen." The Linghe Heart Sutra brought some unexpected changes to Zheng Fa. When he got up the next morning, he stretched out his hand and saw that a thin layer of skin on his arms had fallen off, and the bed was also covered with white skin flakes. When washing his face, Zheng Fa himself almost couldn't recognize him in the bronze mirror. He had been helping Zheng's mother with farm work in his early years. His skin was dark and rough due to the sun and wind. But the face in the mirror is so white that it shines brightly, and the skin is so delicate and smooth that you can't even see the pores unless you look closely. The seventh young master's study. Zheng Fa found that Gao Yuan on the side had been staring at him and kept moving closer to him. "What's the matter? Zheng Fa, you smell so good." As Gao Yuan spoke, he put his nose towards Zheng Fa, as if he wanted to smell it carefully. "Stop. If you smell it again I'll do it." Zheng Fa swore that he had never been so scared. "If Gao Yuan doesn't tell me, I haven't realized that Zheng Fa, you really have a scent." The seventh young master at the desk also raised his head, and he looked at Zheng Fa carefully. "Why is your face so white? Have you applied powder? What should I apply?" Zheng Fa was stunned. He touched his face and guessed, it should be because of the spiritual crane body. "You said you have mastered the spiritual crane body, and your face has turned pale, and your body still smells delicious." Gao Yuan's eyes widened, with deep envy in his tone. Taking martial arts into Taoism is amazing. However, the seventh young master seemed to have thought of something. He touched his chin and said, "I heard my mother say that the spiritual crane body seems to be some kind of Taoist body that you want to cultivate into the day after tomorrow. Tao body." Zheng Fa thought of the strange power he sensed after practicing the spiritual crane body, and seemed to have some enlightenment. "Zheng Fa, how did you cultivate into this spiritual crane body? When I enter Songhezhuang in the future, I will also ask Madam to give me the spiritual crane body." Gao Yuan didn't know the secret of practicing spiritual crane body, but when he heard what the seventh young master said, he obviously became interested in this martial art. More importantly, it was the miraculous changes that occurred after Zheng Fa practiced this martial art that tempted him. The seventh young master on the side didn't say anything. He looked at Zheng Fa with bright eyes and seemed to be very curious. The most important thing is to visualize various birds. Zheng Fa didn't have anything to hide. The two nodded, looking like they sounded awesome. The seventh young master also commented, "Contemporary method. I have seen it in the storybook. It is really an immortal method." Zheng Fa frowned and talked about the doubts he had ever had since practicing spiritual crane body. "But why is the visualization method useful? Visualization, what exactly is it?" When he looked up, he found that the seventh young master and the seventh young master were not listening to him at all. Instead, they were gathering together and talking enthusiastically about the novels they had read recently. Seeing Zheng Fa's frown, the seventh young master raised his head and said incomprehensively, "The visualization method is useful. Why, is it important? Isn't it important?" The two shook their heads and looked at Zheng Fa with confusion. "Mom, why did you come to me?" "Zheng Fa, have you really mastered the spiritual crane body?" "It's done." Young Master 7 said with a smile. "Why are you laughing? Do you know what it means that he has mastered it?" The lady looked at her silly son and said angrily, "What? It means that there is at least a real person named Yuanying behind him. Maybe he has some conspiracy against our Xiao family." The seventh young master was stunned. He blinked, as if he didn't understand what he said. He slowly put these words together and said, "Master Yuanying, does he have a conspiracy against our family?" The lady nodded. "No, what does he want?" The seventh young master asked from the bottom of his heart, "Is our family worthy of it?" Zheng Fa could never have guessed that his wife could reasonably and outrageously infer that there was a Yuanying Zhenren behind him from the fact that he had mastered the spirit crane body. His problem now was that the old man behind him, Old Man Bai, was tired of studying. No, he wanted to drop out of school. One night, after tutoring Tang Lingmu, he suddenly said to Zheng Fa, "Xiao Zheng, I probably won't have time to practice martial arts in the future." Old Man Bai's progress in martial arts was too slow, and he couldn't see any results, so his enthusiasm naturally faded day by day. Zheng Fa had always seen it and had expected this day. Looking at Old Man Bai, Tang Lingmu couldn't help but doubt, "Grandpa Bai, you want to give up because practicing martial arts is too tiring and painful, right? What do you mean by giving up?" Old Man Bai said confidently, "I have other important things to do, and I can't spare time." "You are busy, don't you understand? What can you do as a retired person?" Tang Lingmu obviously didn't believe it. "Don't disbelieve me." The old man raised his head and said, "Someone from Beijing University Press called me a few days ago and said they were waiting for my new book." When he said this, Zheng Fa and others were a little surprised. "You are still writing books? I haven't heard you say that before. Can I brag to you two young people? The old man tilted his mouth. I said I'm retired and I'm old and useless, but people are crying and shouting for me to write a book. He boasted like this. Tang Lingmuo was a little suspicious. What book are you writing? Hearing this, the old man sighed. You don't know, some of our university textbooks were written in the last century. It's not that they are bad, they were all written by great scholars. But now everyone finds that, it seems that they can be written better, and some new knowledge has not been updated. So what you wrote is the textbook of Beijing University. Tang Lingmuo's tone was a little odd. One book, just one book. The old man waved his hand, very modestly. It's not an important book, it's just that people are rushing me. I really don't have time. Seeing that he didn't seem to be bragging, Zheng Fa also looked at the old man with a new look in his heart. So, it's not that I gave up practicing martial arts, it's really that I don't have time. The old man explained again. When I think of those students who are still learning those outdated textbooks, they are crying for food. I am so anxious. I can't sleep well. Hearing this, Tang Lingmuo glanced at Zheng Fa, a little worried. Sure enough, the old man continued to say to Zheng Fa, Xiao Zheng, if you have any questions in the future, come to my house on weekends. I will spend 1 or 2 hours on weekends to explain it to you. As for topology and so on, you don't need it for the time being, and it's not impossible to learn it after the college entrance examination. Tang Lingmuo opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but she didn't know how to say it. Zheng Fa nodded, but he didn't blame the old man in his heart. Zheng Fa really enjoyed the private tutoring of old man Bai for a while. Although he had not yet started college mathematics such as topology, he was confident that he had a lot more understanding of the knowledge points of those college entrance examination mathematics. As for old man Bai, he had been practicing Songhe Zhuang for a while, but he really didn't practice anything. In a word, he still took advantage. As for old man Bai's current transformation, on the one hand, it must be that learning martial arts did not give him enough positive feedback. On the other hand, Zheng Fa was indeed learning slowly. The disciple chooses the master, and the master also chooses the disciple, and this trend is even worse in the Sunwei world. After all, old man Bai taught the proud children of Beijing University, and it was natural for him to be a little disgusted with Zheng Fa's learning progress. And he was not without good intentions. In his opinion, Zheng Fa's main task now was the college entrance examination, and he should not learn topology from him. Zheng Fa was actually a little grateful in his heart. Old man Bai asked him to come to his house for advice on weekends, which was actually very considerate. After all, he had nothing to ask of Zheng Fa now. Seeing him not as usual, Tang Lingmuo exhaled lightly, and then, as if she had discovered something, she stared at Zheng Fa's face, with a very puzzled look. Why are you looking at Zheng Fa? Seeing her staring at him, the old man suddenly got angry and said with a fierce face, he seems to have changed. The old man narrowed his eyes and looked Zheng Fa up and down, but he didn't seem to see anything. Nothing has changed, just one nose and 2 eyes. You are presbyopic, of course you can't see clearly. Tang Lingmuo ignored him and stared at Zheng Fa's face. Zheng Fa, what skincare products have you used recently? Zheng Fa knew that this was because Tang Lingmuo discovered the changes in himself after practicing spirit crane body. I have made some progress in martial arts recently. He explained to Tang Lingmuo. Martial arts. Tang Lingmuo opened her mouth, as if she didn't expect Zheng Fa to give her such an answer. What's wrong? I thought. Tang Lingmuo glanced at the old man Bai who was looking for his reading glasses. You were fooling Grandpa Bai before. The old man Bai put on his reading glasses and came to Zheng Fa, observing him carefully, as if he was doing some research. Can you see the change? Tang Lingmuo asked. No. The old man Bai replied. Then you watch for a long time. I don't know what he looked like before, how can I see any change? The old man Bai said confidently, I'm not like a little girl like you, staring at a little boy every day. So, you mean, you practiced a martial art, and then your skin got better? Tang Lingmuo asked Zheng Fa curiously, as if she didn't hear what the old man said. Yes, one morning when I woke up, the whole person seemed to have shed a layer of skin. Then the longevity you said before is also true. Tang Lingmuo's eyes were brighter than ever. Of course it's true, do you think I'm lying to you? Zheng Fa asked her back, and turned to look at the old man next to him. You also think I'm lying to you? The two nodded in unison. Then what do you still practice? It's not. I'm bored after retirement, so I practice for fun. The old man smiled awkwardly. It's amazing. Tang Lingmuo stretched out her finger, as if she wanted to poke Zheng Fa's face, and stopped again. No, this is the image of me in your mind. Zheng Fa was a little depressed. Were these two people playing house with him before? Isn't it because there are too many scammers on short videos? The two smiled at Zheng Fa a little embarrassedly. Do you believe it now? I believe it, I believe it. The old man and the other man nodded frantically, staring at Zheng Fa's face. After a while, the old man's face suddenly became awkward. Xiao Zheng. I want to learn martial arts again. Want to learn again? Yes. Aren't you very busy? What are you busy with? I'm not busy. Who cares about you, a retired old man? Aren't you going to write a book? It's okay if you write slowly. Zheng Fa shook his head slowly. That won't work. Your students are crying for food every day. Let them cry, they won't starve to death. The old man didn't care at all. Who am I? I'm not a great mathematician. Do you really think I'm a dish? My book is so hard that it's hard to wipe my butt. It's not important, not important. Zheng Fa didn't even look at his flattering old face, and turned to look at Tang Lingyu. Tang Lingyu pushed the unopened milk tea in front of Zheng Fa with one finger. I want to learn too. There was a kind of enthusiasm in Tang Lingyu's eyes that was rare in her. I'll buy you milk tea in the future. Non-text. The previous chapter has been covered by the new plot. For those who read the previous chapter before 2 o'clock last night, please read it forward again to avoid missing the plot. Looking at the milk tea in front of him, Zheng Fa looked at Tang Lingyu doubtfully. I've known for a long time that old man Bai is afraid of death. You are still so young. Can turn white. Tang Lingyu said softly. Zheng Fa stared at her little face for a long time, not understanding. Does your skin have such needs? In his opinion, Tang Lingyu's face was fairer and more delicate than his now. Tang Lingyu had an eager look in her eyes and nodded seriously, expressing that she needed it very much. Zheng Fa shook his head in confusion and turned to look at old man Bai aside. Old man Bai also felt that Zheng Fa didn't understand him, so he defended himself in a low voice. It's not that I'm afraid of death, it's that I'm full of nostalgia for this world. As he spoke, he sighed. Those young people on the internet complain about wanting to die every day. When you reach my age, you will know what is a beautiful life and how precious it is. This life will be over in a blink of an eye. Cherish this life. Looking at old man Bai's pale hair and wrinkled face, and listening to his sigh with some insights into life, Zheng Fa couldn't help but feel a little moved. Tang Lingyu said with an expression of admiration, Grandpa Bai, I rarely see people who love life as much as you do. You don't understand. Old man Bai waved his hand and said, when I was young, my doctoral thesis was written like a piece of shit. I was afraid that I wouldn't be able to graduate. When I started working, I didn't become a leader. I said that being a great mathematician would make me famous forever, but that's not the case. Brain, if you want to be an academic bastard and wait until death, you won't be able to do that. At that time, I wished for the destruction of the world as soon as I woke up. I wanted to hang myself under the crooked tree in front of the college office every day to make the leader with a stick look good. It's different now. My retirement salary is tens of thousands a month. I have a house in Beijing. I don't have to go to work. I don't have to take care of my grandchildren. I get up every morning and go to the park to exercise. I'm strong and free from disasters, and I don't have to give up my seat on the bus. I went out to watch square dancing in the evening. The little old lady in the square who was 10 years younger than me heard about my conditions and wanted to have twilight love with me every day. Old man Bai looked at the two of them and said with emotion, I have paid social security for decades, and I have finally waited for this day. If it were you, would you want to die? Tang Lingyu's eyes widened. So you said we would understand when we reach this age. Yeah, you'll understand when you retire. Old man Bai said matter-of-factly. The so-called Dharma should not be taught lightly, let alone my master's unique knowledge. It is really dishonest for you to learn martial arts. Although what the old man said was reasonable and convincing, Zheng Fa did not agree to him easily. Master, look, if you can give me another chance, I will definitely study hard. Old man Bai looked at Zheng Fa longingly and said, really want to learn? I want to learn. Zheng Fa nodded and said, I promised you in advance that your qualifications are not very good. If you really want to learn, you will not give up halfway in the future. Absolutely not. Old man Bai slapped the ribs on his chest so hard that they banged. Slow down, check your sincerity first. Zheng Fa turned around and took out several thick volumes of draft paper from the backpack placed on the chair. Above are the runes in complete explanation of runes that he recorded from memory. Only the first few volumes were included, and he spent a lot of effort on them. What was a bit unexpected was that it seemed that after practicing the spiritual crane body, his memory was stronger than before due to the improvement of his physical functions. Old man Bai had a stack of thick draft books, trembling his lips, and had a bad feeling. This sincerity. How many books are there? Zheng Fa slowly stretched out a finger and said with a smile, a whole room. There is no need to practice spiritual crane body. Old man Bai is now whiter than Zheng Fa. Zheng Fa actually didn't show too many runes to old man Bai to analyze some time ago. He was more studying topology with old man Bai. After all, he still prefers to master this knowledge by himself. But he also had to admit that he had very little talent in this subject. He looked at Lao Bai's head with curly hair. You scold me every day for not being very smart, so your brain seems to be pretty good, let me use it. Before, old man Bai was really lazy and not a person willing to be a tool. Now, isn't this old man Bai acting as a demon himself? Just when the other party felt guilty, Zheng Fa naturally took it out. Well, I'd better continue teaching you topology, right? It's safest to keep this knowledge in your own mind. Old man Bai touched his head and seemed to feel a little cold. Obviously he was still not willing to be a tool, so he struggled to say, I didn't say I wouldn't learn. Am I a slow learner? Zheng Fa said with a smile. Top private tutoring, he wants it. He still wants the tool man's head. Actually, I suddenly discovered that you are also a topological gem. Old man Bai said sincerely. Zheng Fa sighed softly, then I don't think your desire to learn martial arts is very sincere. Old man Bai didn't let go when he saw him, and looked at his hand, mainly at the milk tea in Zheng Fa's hand. He was so blessed that he remembered that he still had a teammate. His eyes twitched and he winked at Tang Lingyu. We are from the same country. Don't you also want to learn? Please help me beg for mercy. Tang Lingyu nodded, as if she understood it, walked to the table, picked up the cup, and inserted the straw into it with her own hands. A smile appeared on the old man's face. Lingyu understood very well. When asking for help, one must have a service mentality. The next moment, he watched Tang Lingyu put her mouth on the straw. Feed with your mouth. The old man hurriedly stretched out his hand. This service is a bit too much. Tang Lingyu swallowed the milk tea in her mouth and looked at his anxious appearance in confusion, as if she didn't understand what he was saying. The old man looked at her blankly. Did you drink it yourself? Yes. Tang Lingyu nodded. Isn't this your apprenticeship gift? The old man asked. I don't want to learn. Tang Lingyu lowered her head. It can make you whiter. I am naturally beautiful. It can make you more beautiful. The old man was anxious. Attract bees and butterflies. The old man didn't expect Tang Lingyu to change so quickly. Thinking of the enthusiasm in Tang Lingyu's eyes when she talked about turning white, he couldn't help shaking his head, and the look he gave Zheng Fa was even more unfriendly. Zheng Fa also looked at Tang Lingyu deeply, and understood her thoughts. She probably just didn't want to embarrass herself. After all, if you want to hire a tool person at the level of a professor at Jingcheng University, a lifetime of milk tea is probably not enough. As if she found that both of them were looking at her, Tang Lingyu's eyes flew to the side, and she muttered, I'm just a little afraid of pain and fatigue, and I don't really want to practice martial arts. The old man Bai looked at her and couldn't help patting his forehead. It's better not to have this friendly army. He looked at the draft book that Zheng Fa placed in front of him with a tangled look, frowned and thought for a long time, but still sighed softly and pushed it away. This action was a bit unexpected by Zheng Fa. The old man Bai was very persistent in living a few more years before. What are you doing? I really don't have time. I still have to write a book. Zheng Fa was stunned. Are you really writing a book? So you think I'm lying to you? Zheng Fa nodded. The old man Bai looked at Tang Lingyu on the side, and Tang Lingyu also nodded. There's no trust between the three of us. In order to prove himself, old man Bai took Zheng and Fa to another room. The door of this room has been closed all year round, and Zheng Fa and the others have never come in. The room was not big, about 10 square meters. There was a row of tall bookshelves against the wall. The books on the bookshelves were arranged in an extremely messy manner. There were also several half-opened books spread out on the floor and on the chairs. At a glance, he knew that this sloppy study belonged to this lazy old man. The only difference in the painting style is the desk in the corner of the room by the window. There is nothing else on the desk except a thick stack of paper and a pen holder full of pens. The strangest thing is that the stack of draft papers is stacked neatly, like a smooth piece of tofu. Is this your new book? Tang Lingyu also saw this special pile of drafts. Old man Bai became humble at this time. It's just a thought of mine. I have been writing it for several years. He turned to Zheng Fa and said, I really don't have that much time. I made an appointment with someone else to write this book before I retired, but it turned out that I haven't finished it even after 5 or 6 years of retirement. The People's Publishing House really called me to urge you. I'm not bragging. Facing the suspicious looks from Zheng Fa and the others, he said, at most, I was bragging about 1 or 2, 5, 6, 7, or 8. Zheng Fa looked at the obviously different desk and nodded. You really value this book? It's not that important. As I said before, I am the elder in mathematics. Old man Bai touched the draft paper on the table, thought for a while, and asked Zheng Fei though, you know, why I have always been unwilling to teach you. Am I a slow learner? Well, stupidity is also one of the reasons. Old man Bai has always been straightforward and despised Zheng Fa's IQ. Because I have to take the college entrance examination now. Zheng Fa guessed again. There is also this reason, but the main reason is that you are not the kind of person who does mathematics. Zheng Fa was startled and didn't quite understand why the old man said that. I'm not saying there is something wrong with your character, but you shouldn't be too purposeful when doing mathematics. And you? Old man Bai glanced at Zheng Fa. Do you want to learn topology? Or do you want to learn topology? Or do you do it for those weird things? Pattern. Zheng Fa frowned. Isn't it better to be more practical? Tang Lingyu muttered. What is mathematics? Old man Bai suddenly asked. The fundamentals of mathematical research are things that don't exist. Old man Bai said to the two of them, do imaginary numbers exist? Do natural numbers even exist in nature? Can points, lines, and surfaces in geometry be found in nature? Zheng Fa didn't speak. He still didn't understand what the old man wanted to say, but old man Bai seemed to have found the feeling of being a teacher in the university. Mathematics is essentially a set of abstract, non-existent axioms. To a certain extent, you can think of it as a set of purposeless game rules invented by humans. It just happens that this set of rules can explain some aspects of the world. He gushed. So many theoretical mathematicians look down on applied mathematicians. We have agreed to be the mother of science together. Why are you so weak-like? Looking at the young faces of Zheng Fa and Tang Lingyu, the old man Bai said. She swallowed the indecent word on her lips and changed her words. Women who have fallen off the mark. Seeing that Zheng Fa still didn't understand, old man Bai made it clearer. If you are learning topology for those patterns, then let me ask you, have you ever thought about whether topology can really analyze all these patterns? Zheng Fa nodded. This is the weird thing about science. You are right 10,000 times and you are not sure you are right. If you are wrong once, you are really wrong. At that time, do you still want to learn topology from me? Zheng Fa understood what he meant. The old man was beating around the bush and was still trying to persuade him not to sacrifice the good for the weak. I want to learn, even if I am slow to learn, Zheng Fa said slowly. Even without these symbols, he was still very interested in the knowledge of this world. Then I suggest you learn from me. Old man Bai saw that his expression was firm and did not look like he was lying. His expression was a little relieved, and he comforted Zheng Fa in a rare way. It's okay to slow down, you don't have all the knowledge in high school. Mastery, Topology is a second-year undergraduate course at Beijing University. You must have at least the knowledge of a freshman undergraduate before you can really get started. It is actually normal to be slow now. Old man Bai meant well, but Zheng Fa still refused. But I still want you to help me analyze those patterns. Zheng Fa thought very clearly that he was interested in mathematics, but he only used it as a tool. Just like old man Bai's brain. I really don't have that time. Zheng Fa turned to look at Tang Lingmu on the side, pointed at her and asked, I remember you always said that she has already learned college courses. Since I have to start in high school, why don't I learn from her? There is no problem that cannot be solved by borrowing your brain. If it doesn't work, then borrow another one. Tang Lingmu was stunned for a moment and pointed at herself, me. I'll teach you martial arts, and you'll teach me math, okay. Tang Lingmu looked at old man Bai hesitantly. Old man Bai frowned, but did not deny Tang Lingmu's ability. This is also a way. If you can't teach it, just ask me. In fact, if you teach him, you will greatly improve yourself. Comprehension of those knowledge points is just wasting your time. I teach? I want to learn martial arts. Don't you want to? Old man Bai hummed. Tang Lingmu didn't speak, she just smiled with her lips pursed. Zheng Fa took out the draft books with a smile, so which one should we start with today? Old man Bai was stunned. He pointed at Tang Lingmu, she has become your teacher, and she can practice martial arts. Yes. In the future, she won't scold you, and I can't scold you. Not only will you not be scolded, but you will also have a beautiful girl as your teacher, and me as your worker. Zheng Fa smiled, it seems so. And I, not only have to work for you, but I also lose the joy of scolding you. This reasoning process is so impeccable that it makes old man Bai look desperate. At least you have learned a lesson. Zheng Fa patted old man Bai on the shoulder, next time, don't make a fuss about dropping out of school. Because he had to teach Tang Lingmu to practice martial arts, old man Bai's home was no longer open. Several people came to the small open space where old man Bai witnessed Zheng Fa getting started with Songhe Zhuang. Old man Bai continued to practice Songhe Zhuang bitterly, and his expression was much more serious than before. Zheng Fa stood in front of Tang Lingmu and instructed her to stand still. The two were very close to each other, and the tip of his nose was tickled by the other's hair. There was a faint fragrance coming from the little girl. He was not affected, and quickly gathered his mind, and then he found the difference in this world. After practicing Spirit Crane Body, once he circulated the chi in his body, he would feel a force in the void echoing with him in the Sunwei realm. But this world doesn't have it? The difference made Zheng Fa guess. Zheng Fa, you smell so good. Tang Lingmu seemed to think that his words were too vulgar, and her eyes wandered. Zheng Fa's eyes fell on her seriously, and his eyes explored, as if he wanted to see another old friend from her face. Gao Yuan, is that you? Zheng Fa? I found something strange. Gao Yuan saw Zheng Fa, trotted to his side, stretched his head in front of Zheng Fa, and seemed to want to whisper something to him. Stop, stay away from me. Zheng Fa closed his eyes. I'm not used to you suddenly becoming so ugly. Gao Yuan touched his confused face, quickly put aside his confusion, and whispered, I haven't changed, the seventh young master has changed. Changed? What has changed? Zheng Fa was also a little curious. Become. Gao Yuan seemed to be a little difficult to describe, scratching his head, become, a little like me. What a coincidence, I also know someone who has become a little like you. Zheng Fa soon understood why Gao Yuan said that the seventh young master had become like him. On this day, the morning light had just illuminated the eaves of the roof, and dewdrops were still hanging on the grass blades by the roadside. As soon as Zheng Fa and Gao Yuan arrived in the study, they saw the seventh young master sitting upright, holding a book full interpretation of talisman pictures and reading. The brush in his hand was still on the paper while he was reading and drawing very seriously. Zheng Fa couldn't help turning his head and glanced at Gao Yuan, who nodded slightly to him. How long have you been sick? 2 days. Gao Yuan replied. This is so exciting. Zheng Fa frowned. It was really abnormal for the seventh young master to behave like this. Among the three of them, it's hard to say whether it's Zheng Fa or Gao Yuan who is the most diligent and serious, but the laziest one is definitely the seventh young master. Usually when they came over in the morning, the seventh young master hadn't even gotten up yet, let alone sat in front of the table and studied so seriously. Gao Yuan said that the seventh young master looked like him and described it accurately. Zheng Fa was used to memorizing things in books, and then slowly understood that in the eyes of others, he was in a daze most of the time rather than reading. Gao Yuan likes to meditate on books, taking notes while reading. He also likes to scratch his head and ears when encountering difficulties, just like the seventh young master who is scratching his head now. Bang! The seventh young master at the table angrily threw away the pen in his hand, stood up, stared at the book open in front of him and gritted his teeth, as if he wanted to fight this book for 300 rounds. After feeling sulky for a while, he looked up and saw Zheng Fa at the door. Master, what are you doing? Zheng Fa asked. My mother told me that my sister is coming back. The seventh young master said with a sigh of relief. Miss, didn't the eldest lady go to the immortal sect and are you coming back? After all, Zheng Fa grew up in Zhuangzi and was not as familiar with the relationships within the family as Gao Yuan. Only after listening to him did he learn that it was the legendary seventh young master's sister who was the eldest among the immortals of this generation in the Xiao family. But when the eldest lady comes back, what does it have to do with you working so hard, Master Seventh? Zheng Fa still didn't quite understand the changes in Master Seventh. Although my sister went to the immortal sect, she still wrote to my mother every 10 days or so. The letters were full of words asking my mother to urge me to study Talisman seriously. She also said that she would take a test on me when she comes back. I understand, Master 7, this is pre-exam syndrome. But if the eldest lady wants to take the exam for you, young master, let her take the exam. Why do you care so much, young master? Gao Yuan asked. Zheng Fa understood what he meant. As long as the seventh young master had a little reverence for exams and a little shame about his grades, he would not become a secret disciple that Mr. Shen didn't want to mention. You don't understand my sister. The seventh young master's face looked a bit unbearable. When I was young, my brothers and I went to fool around in my front yard. My sister came to the front yard with a stick and beat them until they were gone for 3 days. Get out of bed. My sister was only 10 years old at the time. Zheng Fa has now heard a bit about the structure of the Xiao mansion. The power of the Xiao mansion is generally in the hands of his wife, but the front yard belongs to the master of the Xiao mansion, the father of the seventh young master, and the wife barely cares about it. The front yard and the backyard are clearly separated. The owner of the Xiao mansion in the front yard ignores secular affairs, behaves uninhibitedly, indulges in drinking and sex, and raises many beauties and concubines in the front yard. The so-called brothers of the seventh young master are probably these people. As for fooling around, they are probably the tricks of the inner family. Gao Yuan knew the inside story and said with emotion, "A eldest sister is like a mother. The eldest lady really cares for the young master." The seventh young master grinned. After she returned to the backyard, she beat me up too. I didn't get out of bed for 3 months. If she knew that I had been slacking off a little bit in the past 10 years. Zheng Fa, she is still a tiger mother. No wonder the seventh young master is so panicked. At lunchtime, Zheng Fa left the study and walked to his home. Since his mother and sister moved to Xiao Mansion, Zheng Fa almost always went home to eat at every mealtime. Looking at his retreating figure, the seventh young master breathed out softly and leaned back on the chair, seeming to relax a lot. Master. Gao Yuan looked at him and then at Zheng Fa who was walking away. Gao Yuan. The seventh young master stood up, walked to Gao Yuan, and patted his shoulder. I used to be a young master and I was too harsh on you. He suddenly spoke human words, so that Gao Yuan's face was full of horror. Master, when the time comes, the eldest lady will beat you. I can't stop you. Roll. While his eyes were still looking at the direction in which Zheng Fa was leaving, the seventh young master remembered what his mother had said to him before. Zheng Fa, if there is no real Yuanying behind him, how can he cultivate into the spiritual crane body? As for why Zheng Fa didn't tell him, his mother also said, he is just a mortal and a domestic slave. How dare he reveal the whereabouts of the real Yuanying? Even the seventh young master is not too worried about what the real Yuanying master has against his family. The Xiao family really has nothing worthy of Master Yuanying's attempt. If he really has an intention, with Master Yuanying's strength, why would it be so troublesome? His mother guessed with him for a long time, and felt that the most likely scenario was that Zheng Fa was extremely talented, and was noticed by Master Yuanying, who was ready to accept him as a disciple. Master, I originally thought that you are a bit petty, always like to compare yourself with others, and are full of petty thoughts, which makes you unhappy. The seventh young master said to Gao Yuan with some emotion, you really look down on you. Plateau. Now I finally understand you. It's normal for you to be a little cautious around Zheng Fa. Master, I am actually not who you say I am. Gao Yuan tried to argue. Stop talking, I understand you. Alas, Zheng Fa is now Yuan, valued by others. The seventh young master stopped blurting out the word Yuanying, and said vaguely, I used to be the young master, and he was a book boy. No matter how powerful he was, I didn't feel anything. The seventh young master thought of Zheng Fa's talent before, and he also treated Zheng Fa with a condescending mentality. After all, no matter what, Zheng Fa was still his book boy. Even if he had the qualifications to ascend to the immortal gate, the Xiao mansion had to give him a way to ascend to heaven. But now it's easy for him to go to the immortal gate. I'm suddenly uncomfortable next to him. The seventh young master's face was full of entanglement. When I think of my sister going to the immortal gate, Zheng Fa went to the immortal gate again. I'm the only one left. Young master, don't I look too useless? I haven't slept well these 2 days. Gao Yuan didn't understand it completely, but he understood one thing. The seventh young master became so diligent, not only because the eldest lady was coming back, but also because Zheng Fa was too talented, which made the seventh young master anxious. I don't even want to stay with Zheng Fa anymore. Feel the trust and kindness that the seventh young master and I have for myself, which is very different from the past. Gao Yuan smiled and was excited. Zheng Fa, let you stand out from the crowd? Although I can't compare to you in other aspects, from now on, I will be the only one who is favored by the young master. Young master, I will. He was ready to show his loyalty again. When Zheng Fa is next to me, I seem to be inferior to him in everything and feel like a waste. The seventh young master interrupted him and said here, looking at Gao Yuan with a gentle look, and said with emotion, but when I saw you, I felt much better. You are not as talented as him in learning literature, and you are far worse in martial arts. You don't have any talent for talismans. The only thing that is better than him is that you have a better family background and look whiter than him. Oh, I am not as white as him now. The smile on Gao Yuan's face gradually solidified. When I look at you, I think, you are so useless but still fine. I am still a young master after all, and my heart is not so painful all of a sudden. As he said this, the seventh young master also sincerely sighed, Gao Yuan, from now on, I can't live without you. Gao Yuan, is this favor so hurtful? Zheng's home. Because there was no study room, Zheng Fa simply set up a small dining table and rode in the yard. The younger sister Zheng Shan was wearing the new clothes made by Zheng's mother and running around in the yard. She didn't dare to disturb her brother, so she could only run around the yard, or pull the grass in the corner, or pick up a stone and scratch it on the ground, and her little head would glance in the direction of Zheng Fa from time to time, until Zheng Fa raised his head. Brother, have you finished writing? Zheng Shan came running over, pulling Zheng Fa's sleeve, and curiously tiptoed to look at the table. Inside the house, Zheng's mother, who was still busy at the loom, spoke, Shan'er, don't disturb your brother's study. Zheng Shan pouted, but still let go of Zheng Fa's sleeve obediently. Mom, it's okay, I wrote this for my younger sister. Zheng Fa pinched his little sister's face and said with a smile, written for me? Can I study now? Zheng Shan's eyes lit up, and she lay on Zheng Fa's knees and looked at the table. There were 2 books with wet ink on them. There were a few words on the cover of the top one. Little. The first volume of elementary school mathematics. Zheng Fa taught his little sister to read. Since moving to the Xiao family, he has been thinking about letting his little sister study, but this is not easy to do. Now the family actually relies on Zheng Fa's monthly salary to survive. Although they don't have to worry about food and clothing, they have just arrived and have no savings. Zheng's mother has always wanted to find some work in a ready-made clothing shop, but after several shops asked about her background, they knew that Zheng's mother was from a farmer's family and thought she had no skills. So they can't afford the little sister's dowry for the time being. The money problem is easy to talk about, but the most important thing is actually the safety problem. The little sister has to go outside the house to go to school, and can only be picked up by Zheng's mother, which makes Zheng Fa not very reassured. The younger sister had no books to read these days, and Zheng's mother didn't let her run around the Xiao mansion to avoid offending the nobles, so she could only play alone in the small courtyard. Why, you have nothing to do recently? Zheng Fa saw how excited she was, and knew that it was a bit uncomfortable for the lively younger sister to be trapped in a small courtyard. Something happened. Zheng Shan shook her head. In the morning, I accompanied my mother to cook, and then waited for my brother to have lunch. Then I accompanied my mother to cook, and then waited for my brother to have dinner. Zheng Fa touched the younger sister's head. So you want to study? Study. The younger sister nodded. Mother said that my brother would study and become a book boy, and he could buy me delicious food and new clothes. I also want to study. What do you do when you study? Zheng Fa asked. Mother doesn't have new clothes to wear yet. Zheng Fa smiled, held his little sister in his arms, pointed to the first book of primary school mathematics and said, Brother will teach you this in the evening in the future, remember to study hard. Okay, I will definitely learn well. The ignorant little sister made perhaps the heaviest vow in this short life. Watching his little sister happily flipping through the new book that she couldn't understand, Zheng Fa picked up another book and walked to the study. He thought about teaching his little sister mathematics for a long time. Even if it didn't involve the knowledge of the immortal gate, mathematics was very useful in the daily life of the Sunwei world, but he was cautious by nature and didn't feel safe in Zhuangzi. Today, after practicing spirit crane body and thinking that he had a certain ability to protect himself, he took it out to teach his little sister. As for the other book, it was prepared for the 7th young master, first book of junior high school mathematics. This was what he thought of from the plan of borrowing brains and the words of the old man Bai. After all, old man Bai is only one person, and his time is limited. Facing the endless talismans, he is not able to cope with it. Moreover, he is really busy and goes on strike from time to time. To be honest, Zheng Fa is not very reassured. He must reserve new brains, and Tang Lingmuo has great potential. He does not plan to spread knowledge like topology that may involve the immortal gate. But junior high school mathematics can. For him, the biggest role of this book is to screen potential brains. The first one is the 7th young master. In the study, the 7th young master stood in front of Zheng Fa's desk, gently turning a stack of papers with talismans drawn on the table, with his lips tightly pursed. Young master. Gao Yuan, who felt that he had a closer relationship with the 7th young master, looked at his grey face and asked in surprise, What's wrong with you? How long has Zheng Fa been here? The 7th young master silently put down the picture in his hand and suddenly asked. Less than 2 months. He started to learn full solution of talismans in less than half a month. As he spoke, the bitterness on the 7th young master's face became more and more intense. Master. He has analyzed more Yuan Fu in the past half month than I have in 3 years. As he said that, the seventh young master turned around and took out a book Fu Tu Quanji Supplement, Basic Yuan Fu chapter from the bookshelf, opened it and compared it with the pattern left by Zheng Fa on the paper, and then put it down dejectedly. They are all correct. He turned his head to look at Gao Yuan, his eyes dull. Tell me, how can the gap between people be so big? Gao Yuan felt like crying. Master, I have experienced what you said a long time ago. I have asked myself this question 100 times. I feel that we are close friends now. The seventh young master put his arm around Gao Yuan's shoulders. Among so many book boys, you are the one who suits my heart the most. As soon as Zheng Fa entered the door, he found that the atmosphere between the seventh young master and Gao Yuan was much more harmonious than usual, which made him feel like an outsider. Zheng Fa, what are you holding? Oh, I have a book. I thought it might be useful for Fu Dao. Isn't the eldest lady coming back? Zheng Fa handed over the Junior High School Mathematics Volume 1 and said, although this book has no effect for the time being, but it's better to learn early. The seventh young master was stunned and seemed to remember something. Is this given to you by the person behind you? Behind the back. Zheng Fa blinked, guessing some of the seventh young master's intentions, and could only say vaguely, forget it. There is a world of people behind us, and I don't know which one you are talking about. Did you learn this book to have the talent of Talisman Dao you have today? The seventh young master said excitedly as he glanced at the UN talisman diagram on Zheng Fa's desk. You can say that, but this is just the basis. Zheng Fa thought for a while and felt that this was not a bad thing. Master, among all the book boys I have, Zheng Fa has to be the best. Behind him, Gao Yuan looked at his new confidant and opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something dirty but had nothing to say. The seventh young master took the book handed over by Zheng Fa. His hands were shaking a little. He looked at the name on the cover and read softly, Junior High School Mathematics Volume 1. This name is a magic trick from the Immortal family at first glance. Can you interpret it? Zheng Fa was quite curious as to how he could tell. In the beginning, it should refer to the beginning of the Yuan dynasty, when heaven and earth were not born, which means that the secret method points directly to the ancient times. In the middle, it refers to the Great Road, indicating that this is the righteous method of the Immortal family, and may contain the meaning of moderation. Young Master Zhu Qi frowned. What is the meaning of this mathematics? Is it related to Yishu? Could it be that the great master who wrote this book is from Confucianism? After finishing speaking, he said a little embarrassedly, I am not very knowledgeable and cannot fully understand it. I still need to learn more. You understand very well and profoundly. Zheng Fa praised, I think it is deeper than the person who wrote this book. Holding the book, the seventh young master was silent for a while. Actually, my sister came back to prepare me for participating in the fairy fair. Zion Pin Hui. Zheng Fa looked at the seventh young master with some confusion. Why didn't he say anything before? The seventh young master avoided Zheng Fa's gaze, looking a little embarrassed. I understand, he is another thief who wants to work hard secretly. I didn't mean not to say it. I wanted to rely on my immortal skills to enter the immortal sect, but you don't need it. The seventh young master blushed and defended, you are valued by the powerful, don't you just enter the immortal sect? Zheng Fa blinked and finally determined that the seventh young master had probably determined in his mind that there was a mysterious power behind him. From the perspective of the Sunwei world, it seemed quite reasonable. There was a lot of talk about this. It's the kind of story about a poor boy who was spotted by a passing immortal and then became an immortal in one fell swoop. Then what will the immortal product be? Zheng Fa felt that he would most likely have to rely on this to enter the immortal sect. You don't know. The seventh young master looked at Zheng Fa with some confusion. Oh, you don't need to know. He no longer concealed it. There are actually two ways to enter the immortal sect. One is a lucky thief like Zheng Fa, who is valued by the powerful and then accepts him as a disciple. Zheng Fa, it's not that I didn't, you scolded the wrong person. The other is the immortal product meeting. Your spiritual root qualifications will be judged at the immortal product meeting, and then your attainments in elixirs, formations, talismans, seals, or weapon refining will be looked at, and a comprehensive ranking will be given to you. The one with the highest quality will be judged. You can enter the fairy gate. Zheng Fa understood a little bit. Being valued by a powerful person is a bit like recruiting students independently, which is probably the traditional master-apprentice model. This fairyland meeting sounds a bit like the college entrance examination. So, what's the matter with the advancement of the Immortal Products Conference? The seventh young master sighed. In the past, the Immortal Fair was held once every 10 years. My sister had to participate in the last fairy fair to enter the Immortal sect. Ordinarily, this fairy fair should be held after the new year, but my sister suddenly received a letter, saying that the fairy fair will be held in advance in 2 months. Zheng Fa finally understood why the seventh young master suddenly started working hard. The seventh young master has been waiting for this Immortal Fair for about 10 years. Although the seventh young master is lazy, he has always been serious about Fu Dao. The runes are dizzying to look at, and everything looks distorted after looking at them for a long time. But the seventh young master has been studying it almost every day for the past 10 years. He himself said that he was a little slack because he was compared to a scroll king like Gao Yuan, but with his character, it was not easy to persist like this for 10 years. His desire to enter the immortal sect was evident. Actually, if you hadn't been favored by others and didn't need to go to the fairy fair, I would have given you one of the 2 places in the Xiao family. The seventh young master suddenly said. Quota? Are there any quota restrictions? The seventh young master said in surprise, of course, otherwise, can anyone go? Zheng Fa nodded. This is probably the reason why the Xiao family has been standing for thousands of years. I still want to remind you that this book will not improve your understanding of Talismanism in a short period of time. It is just the foundation of the foundation. After hearing that the seventh young master will participate in the Immortal Product Fair in 2 months, Zheng Fa felt that junior high school mathematics might not be of much help to him. I know. The seventh young master nodded and said calmly, if the secret method of the Xian family can be understood so easily, can it still be called the secret method of the Xian family? Spiritual crane body is so difficult to practice, let alone such a big the secret method I can give you. What about you, young master? I have reached a bottleneck in the talisman path. The seventh young master showed a wry smile. In the past few years, although I have continued to read full explanation of talisman pictures, I have made almost no progress. The world's interpretation of Yuanfu, at least from the perspective of the seventh young master, relies on 2 words, intuition. The term for high emotional intelligence is enlightenment, and the term for low emotional intelligence is ignorance. For those true geniuses, Meng is also a method, but for ordinary people like the seventh young master, this method will always lead to a dead end. So, let's treat a dead horse as a living doctor. The seventh young master pointed at the Yuanfu diagram on Zheng Fa's desk and said, at least, your secret method gives me a glimmer of hope. But 2 months. 10 years is not enough for 2 months, and 20 years is not enough. The seventh young master raised his eyes and looked at Zheng Fa, with a firmness in his eyes that Zheng Fa had never seen before. It's not like I can't wait. Rise. Seeing Zheng Fa and the others stunned, the seventh young master suddenly smiled and said, I'm just saying, I don't want to rely on your book to enter the immortal sect. 10 years ago, if it weren't for my Xiao family, there would be one less place. My qualifications of dual spiritual roots are enough to enter the immortal sect. The talisman Dao is just to increase the chance of winning, and learning this is also to prepare for entering the immortal sect. He looked quite confident. Actually, my sister asked me to learn Fu Tao through a letter. She seems to be quite eager. The seventh young master frowned and said, also a little puzzled, stop talking about this, please tell me about this secret method. Just as Zheng Fa was about to start speaking to the seventh young master, he saw Gao Yuan standing far away in the corner of the study room from the corner of his eye, looking over here, but there was no focus in his eyes, and there was a hint of loneliness on his face. Plateau. Gao Yuan came to his senses. Do you want to learn? Gao Yuan glanced at the seventh young master. I don't have much talent in talisman. There is a big difference between the seventh young master and Zheng Fa. Zheng Fa has a talent for talismans, so he will follow him to read full explanation of talismans. Gao principal mainly studied with Mr. Shen and learned accounting from the accountant. Obviously the training direction is different. This book has nothing to do with Fu Tao for the time being. It is a kind of arithmetic. Zheng Fa said to him, if you want to learn, come here. Gao Yuan glanced at the seventh young master. The seventh young master had no expression on his face. When he saw him looking at him, he curled his lips and said, this secret method belongs to Zheng Fa. Look at what I do. Gao Yuan hurried over. Evening. Zheng Fa walked out of the seventh young master's study, and Gao Yuan followed him until he walked out of the courtyard gate. Gao Yuan suddenly asked, why are you willing to teach me? Because I want to see if your brain can be used. Zheng Fa thought for a while, and still gave another reason, if I can teach the seventh young master, of course I can teach you. It's not really like what the young master said. How can the seventh young master and I be the same? Why are they different? What can he learn? I can't learn. Zheng Fa stopped and looked at Gao Yuan's expressionless face. Is there a difference? They both have the same nose and 2 eyes. If he can learn, you can learn. That's not what I mean. The difference I'm talking about is. Gao Yuan's eyes fell on Zheng Fa's face, and he said slowly, he is the young master and I am the book boy. He is the master and I am the servant. Yeah. You just say yeah. Seeing that he didn't speak, Gao Yuan asked. In my eyes, there is no difference. Zheng Fa turned around and walked forward again. No difference. Gao Yuan was silent. He watched him walk forward for a distance, then he trotted after him and said in a complicated tone, who taught you this? Have you been like this since you were a child? Not really, it started 5 years ago. There was another silence, and Zheng Fa heard Gao Yuan muttering, you are a rebel, and you are not afraid of me telling on you. Zheng Fa smiled and said nothing. The seventh young master might understand this better than you. The two did not speak until they were about to part, when Gao Yuan suddenly said, actually, there is still a difference. He scolded me, so I dared not scold him. Hearing this, Zheng Fa sincerely gave him a suggestion, if he scolds you once, you scold him 10 times in your heart. This, I find it hard to do. Gao Yuan slowly frowned, looking embarrassed, and seemed a little hesitant and said, I usually scold him 100 times, and it's hard to get rid of my anger with 10 times. Zheng Fa looked at Gao Yuan with a slanted eye. You are the one who said I am a rebel? Now you can also tell on me. Neither of us dares to tell on the other. Gao Yuan grinned at Zheng Fa. At night, the Zheng family of 3 were having dinner, and the door of the courtyard was suddenly knocked. Zheng Fa opened the courtyard door and saw Gao Jia and Gao Yuan standing at the door. Uncle Gao, are you coming here to eat for free? Yes, I'll eat for free, said Gao Feng, looking at Zheng Fa expectantly, his tone more polite than the last time he came. I don't know, is it convenient? Uncle, please come in. Zheng Fa invited Gao Feng and his son into the courtyard, and his younger sister Zheng Shan moved 2 small stools over happily. This furniture was sent by Uncle Gao. Looking at the 2 small stools, Zheng Fa smiled and said, I should have thanked Uncle a long time ago. This little thing is nothing. Hearing Zheng Fa say this, Gao Feng hurriedly waved his hand, but the reserved look he had just come in disappeared a lot. Uncle, what are you doing? My dear nephew, I heard from Gao Yuan that you taught him a secret method of the immortal family. Gao Feng put down his chopsticks and said carefully, it's not the secret of the immortal family. Then it's passed on. Gao Fengjia slapped his thigh and said his purpose, I came here this time to bring him here to thank you. Gao Fengjia, you sent a lot of things last time, and the food hasn't been finished yet. Zheng Fa hadn't spoken yet, but Zheng's mother spoke. Madam, that's nothing, it's not worth mentioning compared to the secret of the immortal family. Gao Fengjia said disapprovingly. Seeing that Zheng's mother still wanted to refuse, he said, I heard that Madam has always wanted to find a ready-made clothing store. Zheng Fa looked up at him. My dear nephew, don't misunderstand me. You are so focused on studying and practicing martial arts that you don't know that there are many people in our Xiao mansion who are watching you now. Gao Fengjia hurriedly explained. Zheng Fa was not surprised. He didn't have much foundation in the Xiao mansion, but now he is a person of some size, so he naturally attracts attention. It was the matter of the ready-made clothing store mentioned by Gao Fengjia that made Zheng Fa more concerned. He looked at Zheng's mother, and sure enough, Zheng's mother looked very hesitant. Mother Zheng has always wanted to do some work to make money. She looked at Zheng Fa, who nodded slightly. If you can find a shop, then I'll trouble the Gao family. The Gao family was overjoyed. It just so happens that my brother-in-law has a shop under his name. Madam will go there in 2 days. After saying that, he took out a piece of paper and put it on the table. Wait. Zheng Fa frowned. What does my mother mean by going there? To take over the shop. Mother Zheng hurriedly said, I just want to find a shop to take some work. Madam, this shop is not worth money. Hey, we are not outsiders. This is my shop, under the name of my brother-in-law. Gao family said frankly. Madam, if you have someone you trust, you can transfer this shop to him. If not, if you believe me, this shop will still be under the name of my brother-in-law, and I will ask someone to send you the monthly income. This is indeed the norm in the Xiao family. Although you cannot have your own private property after signing a contract to sell yourself, this kind of operation is too common for the Gao family. Madam is probably well aware of this. Otherwise, why would so many people flock to the position of the 7th young master's servant? Zheng Fa was even sure that as long as he was in the Xiao mansion, the Gao family would definitely send the money. Gao Yuan suddenly spoke, Zheng Fa, just take it. My father has more than one shop. Zheng Fa, can you cheat your father in front of him like this? Sure enough, Gao Shi's face darkened, and he glared at his stupid son, then smiled bitterly at Zheng Fa and said, My dear nephew, I know my family has taken a big advantage, but I feel that no matter how much I give, it's not enough. If you don't even take this shop, I really can't sleep. Zheng Fa looked at Gao Shi, who looked like he would not leave unless he agreed, and then looked at Gao Yuan beside him and nodded. After the two left, Zheng's mother looked at Zheng Fa in a daze. Our family has one more shop. Gao Shi, who walked out of Zheng Fa's house, breathed a sigh of relief. Gao Yuan behind him asked in confusion, Dad, is that enough? What's enough? The 7th young master said that there is a powerful person behind Zheng Fa. This is the secret method of the immortals. Can a shop do that? We are here to express our position. Gao Fengjia glared at him. Remember, in the future, Zheng Fa tells you to go east, you can't go west. We are servants of the Xiao family, listen to Zheng Fa. Anyway, in the future, as long as it doesn't ask you to betray the Xiao family, you should listen to Zheng Fa. Then, what if there is a conflict between the 7th young master and Zheng Fa? I think the 7th young master is also afraid of the people behind Zheng Fa. I think Zheng Fa's thigh is thicker than the 7th young master. Gao Fengjia gritted his teeth and said, Stand by Zheng Fa. Dad, are we considered betraying the master? Gao Feng was entangled. Don't talk about us. Dad is the steward of the 2nd house. What does the young master of the 1st house have to do with me? Gao Fengjia seemed to have a very strong position. Then I am the young master's servant. Yes, you betrayed the master, but your father didn't. Wait. In the study, the 7th young master wailed, I just blinked, how did it come to this? He looked at Zheng Fa, who was deducing in front of him with a pen, his eyes full of clear doubts. It's obvious. Zheng Fa's expression was also puzzled. Obviously? Why can't I see it? The 7th young master said unconvinced, this secret method is too difficult. Gao Yuan on the side also had a bitter face. Neither of them learned well. The 7th young master was almost ignorant except for the talismans, and he couldn't understand it no matter how he studied. Gao Yuan was not bad in comparison. He learned accounting from the accountant and could understand half of it, but it was very painful to learn. Neither of them had the good brains that Zheng Fa needed. The teaching process even made him want to say sorry to the old man by. It turned out that teaching a fool could be so painful. In fact, due to caution, Zheng Fa also deleted some of the first volume of junior high school mathematics, which is mostly application rather than more essential axiom proof. but for the two who have not received modern education, it is still a little difficult to understand. Zheng Fa, do you have a simpler secret book? The seventh young master seemed to think that he could not learn it, and begged Zheng Fa. Yes, there is. Zheng Fa took out a book, Elementary School Mathematics. I knew you had a trick up your sleeve. The seventh young master took it happily. I didn't hide it, I learned this for my sister. The seventh young master's hand froze, and he asked, how many sisters do you have? 1, you have seen, 6 years old this year. The seventh young master and Gao Yuan looked at each other, and saw similar tangled expressions on each other's faces. I haven't heard of any fairy secret book, you have to be shameless to practice it. The next day, the seventh young master seemed to have skipped school and didn't come at all. Butler Wu, who hadn't seen him for a long time, stood in the study, as if waiting for the two of them. Seeing them enter the room, his eyes fell on Zheng Fa. Zheng Fa, Madam invites you to talk. Invite. Gao Yuan was a little confused about the word invite. Zheng Fa seemed to have been waiting for this day for a long time. He nodded to Wu Guanxi and said calmly, please lead the way, Wu Guanxi. This book Junior High School Mathematics is for the seventh young master and also for Madam. Since he mastered the spiritual crane body, Zheng Fa has been asking himself the same question repeatedly. Madam is a woman who controls a 1,000-year-old family and a mother. Suddenly, there is a book boy with a background that cannot be controlled by her son. What will she do? And every answer he gave seems not very optimistic.